Are we live on Eventi now? Michelle, are we live on Eventi now?
We are in live on YouTube.
Okay. And am I live on Eventi?
1 second.
Am I live on Facebook? Am I live?
Doing. Just a second. Now enabled on YouTube. Just doing on Facebook
Right.
as
well. 1 second. I have to update.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm switching this on Eventi because the code has changed. It's a different link, but it will be available in a second live.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, live on Eventi. Yeah. Okay. It's live on Eventi.
Okay. I can't see on Eventi.
You have to reload the page, maybe.
Okay, can I start? Then you have to give me a heads up if I'm
from Eventi, it's fine.
Okay. Chavan, am I good to go? Can I start?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. Solomon, are we recording?
Chavan, can you make me the host?
Yeah, just a second.
All right. I think we're good to go.
Yeah, done. I think so now.
Hey everyone. Hello and a very good morning to all of you. Today we sit apart from each other, but our souls are together. We may be busy in our daily chores, but the support is always there. We have gone virtual, but this sisterhood is forever. We are WEFT women. We are always onto something new. From the first get together of Women in Business to the unstoppable WEFT conference and awards, Power is Within conference and pitch session. And today, we are extremely happy to announce we are Start Something New to encourage women entrepreneurship. We have the top global speakers, entrepreneurs, investors coming together on the single platform to talk to you today about how they will be growing your business, how they can support and show you the right path to success. We are very proud to put together the speakers from India, UK, US, Vietnam, Dubai, and Germany for you on this global conference, WEFT Foundation, Fame Technologies, and DoDash. We have come together to put this beautiful setup together for you. Before we begin today, I need to talk to you about our short and exciting journey. It has been before the story began. I remember some 80 women entrepreneurs coming together a couple of years back and pledging their support for each other and each other's business backing up. Today, we are a power of more than 3,000 women entrepreneurs with us, a support ecosystem of partnership, which is nothing like anything else. We have been talked about in media. Our members have got support, like we have created their video blogs, media interviews, business networking, VC interviews, and above all, the empathy, support, and the love we show for each other is invaluable. Our conferences are one of the best, and we have brought the world together to see the power of women entrepreneurship. Our thought leaders have always motivated us to do a little bit more. Just a year back, we organized a fantastic conference in Bangalore without knowing that it is going to be completely virtual from then onwards. but it is a great reminder for all of us that what we are capable of doing and how we can take things beyond. And beyond is better. Today we have gone global with our conference, but needless to say that we would love to show you a small show reel of what we had done in the past. So here is my show reel coming in to on the screen. Is my screen visible?
This is the first time I'm actually coming to a WEFT event. The event has been wonderful so far. I think the delegates who are here, all the other women entrepreneurs and the speakers in the jury, I think are really good. And it's been great to be part of this event. I also think WEFT as a group is a great place for women. I think it brings in the sisterhood aspect of it. And I think we need to start encouraging other women entrepreneurs to come out there and actually do better. So I feel proud to be part of this, and I hope I can help in some way. So thank you, WEFT, and thanks for having this wonderful event where we can meet people and get to know what other women are doing as well. Yeah.
And I'm here today on the occasion of International Women's Day at this conference organized by WEFT. And I have to say, I'm really happy with the work that WEFT is doing because, as you know, the theme for International Women's Day is Each for Equal. And that also, of course, means creating equal opportunities for women entrepreneurs as well, because there's such a wealth of talent out there with women wanting to be entrepreneurs or already are entrepreneurs. And if organizations like WEFT can really support them to scale their impact, that is absolutely wonderful. So I'm really happy to be here.
So that was it. A wonderful year that it was. We needless to say that there was a lot of things that we accumulated across the years, and then we went completely virtual. There were a number of webinars that we held to make sure that the learning is not stopped. We started a beautiful initiative called as Red Dot Initiative, which we are going to talk about later on in the conference today. This was an initiative started to help the victims of domestic violence. And you are very well aware that during the pandemic, there were a number of cases that went up. So we kept our group together, we shown empathy towards each other, and there we were, back to back with a lot of people joining us. Yes, we are on a mission to make women start something, and we want to provide them that equal opportunity that they are looking for. We are looking for a fairer world. So in case if you are a woman entrepreneur, you are free, you can feel free to join WEFT membership. All the details are already available on weftfoundation.com to be part of WEFT. We are also going to shortlist very soon and announce a core committee. We are looking for global chapter heads, We are looking for presidents and people who can motivate us, who can be part of this ecosystem. Needless to say, if you are a partner ecosystem, please get in touch with us. We would be happy to get collaborated and do some wonderful, meaningful things to ensure that there are more women entrepreneurship that is leading the way. We are also looking for funders, investors who are keen on providing a fairer world and equal opportunity to women entrepreneurs. We have created a wonderful investors consortium where you can be part of it and you can look forward to meet a lot of inspirational women, lot of inspirational startups who are ready to be funded. We are going to persuade and motivate each one of you today and to make women financially independent on a regular basis. This is not just for the greater good, but also to help you lead a life with happier families. So we are looking at a more detailed and in-depth discussion with you to go forward. WEFT has created enough avenues to help you start your business, from initial mentoring support to support that you are needed in academia, the network and promotions that you're looking at, and we have it all here. In case if you want to be part of WEFT member, as I told you, you can just visit our website and all the details are over there. And coming back to the conference today, it would not have been possible without the amazing, amazing team that is behind it. And I'm going to mention about it. You have already known about WEFT. We have been talking about it for quite some time. Let me start off with Fame Technologies, our partners and people who have made this possible, a technology startup, strategic advisory firm, and business intelligence hub that help businesses scale up. They help businesses to identify and integrate innovation, obtain intel, and find strategic partners in the newer markets. You will be meeting Nelson J. Vasant, the founder of Fame Technologies, very shortly, who will be talking more in detail about the company. And we have DoDash. They have been an amazing support and have been able to get this whole thing in place together. DoDash is on a mission to leave no investable startups behind. They bring to light the amazing startup stories, help them network, and become investable. They have a huge community across the globe, which is already creating a wonderful buzz. You will be meeting Ms. Parul Madan, who's the co-founder of DoDash. And right now, as we speak at 4 a.m. in the morning, Michelle Kozak is right now online with us and helping us to make sure that the streaming and everything is going through. It's an amazing team. Needless to say, we also have as our education partner, Funding Focus, who are bringing inclusivity in the venture capital market. They are making the world more fairer and better. We would also like to thank our media partner, digital media partner, Your Story. It is the place where all the startups can reach out to with their stories. We have Startup Buddy as one of our partners. They are the financial services that a startup would require. All the services can be found on Startup Buddy. Incubate, a very much correlated startup that we have as a partner today, is Diversity Focus Network, which works with the women-led businesses across sectors, providing mentoring, connects, fundraising, and more. And then we have our own other partnerships which are building up. Women Can Start Up. They have been our digital media partner. NSR Cell, who has given us shout out on digital media as well, and ET Now, who have become our social media partner as well and have given this virtual conference virtual media shout out. Thank you so much for coming together and putting all this together. And without wasting too much time, I'm going to direct you to the agenda today. Can we have the agenda up completely on the screen? Can we have the agenda up on the screen? Okay, let me screen share it. All right, so this is the beautiful agenda that we have set up for today. We will be starting with the welcome note from Iti Rawat. I'm the founder and director of WEFT Foundation. I just finished off almost all the discussion and talking about WEFT that I had to do. And then shortly we are going to invite Ms. Mish Sawahil. She's going to talk about turning roadblocks into runways. Now, if you are a startup and you definitely would be looking forward to a lot of roadblocks in between, and Mitch is a great speaker. She has been a TEDx speaker, and she's going to talk in a lot of detail about what exactly you can foresee when you meet these roadblocks and how you can take over it. We have Ms. Nadalina, again from California, who's going to come up and talk about the foundation to get started, how to build a business from the scratch. And then we have Mr. Nelson J. Vasant, who's going to talk about FAME technologies and what exactly FAME is doing. We are going to have a short, detailed screening of Red Dot Initiative, what all we have done in Red Dot Initiative, and it's quite an inspirational story, followed by The Power of Giving by Sarah E. Brooks from London. She is going to come and talk about the power of giving and how she believes in charity. We have a very amazing fire chat discussion on why women businesses are more successful. And it will be led by Sarah. It will be led by Mr. Ramji Walad and moderated by myself. There would be Power of LQ by Jen Buhon from Vietnam. And I'm going to leave it, if you are thinking that what LQ means, I'm going to leave that thought in you, and you're going to see it shortly that what exactly LQ means, right? We have the second lot, the growth mindset, the essential ingredients of success by Mr. Ram Gopal Ramjivalat. He is the ex-COO of Airtel. He has worked with as a director of Dell and HP. He would be taking you through the growth mindset. He's the growth mindset guru. So be prepared for that. We have Create the Ripple by Ms. Emma Lloyd, and she's going to talk about how you can make a small thing grow bigger, just what we need as a business growth, right? And then Marta Balint is going to talk about how to turn your ideas into business. And we have our very own pitch coach, Mr. Martin Barnes, from London and Beijing, who's going to talk about 3 mountains of imagination. Now, Mr. Martin Barnes has been the pitch coach of various pitch coaching institutes, universities, and he has been pitch coaching for quite a number of years. It is a very interesting workshop that all of you must attend if you're planning to pitch further. Mr. David B. Horney, who is going to be there talking about exploring options in early stages of business growth. He is the master of M&A and finances. So if you're looking at further growing your business, raising funds, he's the person that you have to listen to. On the next, we have got a fireside chat for women business growth and need for developing women-led business by Ms. Parul Madan, David Bihoni, and Iti Rawat. This is again going to be a fantastic fire chat where we are going to hear the opinions from different countries, from different places, that how exactly women are leading the business and why do we need women to lead the business. And then there will be a short closing ceremony and thanks note to all of you who have made this conference possible. And we will be closing this shortly on the note of what we are going to do next, and how you can be part of WEFT, how you can be part of this great community and contribute to it as well. So thank you so much for coming live today and watching us live. Very shortly, we are going to be presenting to you our very first speaker, Mitch Sawahil. And without much this thing. I can see Mitch is already there waiting for us to come on board. Let me just talk about Mitch and what we are going to do today. When I met Mitch online a few days back, so we just started talking about how interested she is in entrepreneurship and how she has been coaching people for a very long time. And it was amazing to hear her talk with so much of passion. So, what you're going to witness today is truly amazing. So, in 5 minutes, shortly, you are going to witness the same thing. Thank you so much. We will be catching up with you shortly. All right, everyone, welcome back. You just heard Mitch Hill speaking about what exactly you will be talking about today. Our speaker here today comes with over 25 years of hospitality and leadership experience. Mitch Hill started in hospitality industry as a singing waitress in New York City when she was just 18-year old. She later went on to manage teams for international companies in restaurant, hotel, and community management industries. Mitch has attended New York University for drama, where she mastered the art of public speaking and performance. She now uses her tools to coach leaders on delivering engaging presentations, among other executive skills. Working in fast paced environments and unique markets such as Miami, New York, and Beverly Hills, she has developed the best practices for dealing with even the most challenging personalities and inspiring cooperation among diverse people. Mitch is a certified professional coach, licensed community association manager, and TEDx speaker. She is deeply passionate about teaching and mentoring. And as a CEO of Sahil Consulting, she helps corporate leaders, teams clarify their goals, map out their strategies, and stretch their horizons into roadblocks, into runways. Get ready to engage and give a warm welcome to Mitch Sawahil. Mitch, so glad to see you here. Over to you, Mitch.
So happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to share some wisdom, some tools, and hopefully a lot of inspiration today with all of you here. I'm going to share my screen as I have a PowerPoint that's going to follow along. And as we go along, I hope you're excited as much as I am to be here, turning roadblocks into runways. We achieve what we conceive, right? I'm sure you've heard that before or something like that. You get what you focus on. We achieve what we conceive. But sometimes we encounter roadblocks. Adversity. Now, I believe that your adversity is your advantage. I'm going to say that again. Your adversity is your advantage. How could that be? Now, take it from somebody who has overcome a lot of adversity from early on. I am the child of Cuban exiles in America. I survived childhood poverty, mental and physical abuse, my fair share of toxic relationships. And today, I take everything that I learned from overcoming those moments and I use it to help others overcome their adversity. And so my adversity is my advantage. So let's talk roadblocks, right? Last year was a tough year for a lot of people. Many of us saw roadblocks all across the world. In January of 2020, I walked away from my six-figure income corporate world to step out in faith, to start my own business, Savhill Consulting, speaking and executive coaching. Who would have guessed that just 3 months later, the whole world would shut down? The whole world? Quarantined? I mean, who plans for that in a business plan, right? Adversity. What do you do with that? Well, different people handle adversity in different ways. Some people become paralyzed by fear. Some look for someone to blame. Some just get overwhelmed and give up. But I'll tell you what I did. First, I made a decision because decision precedes action. I made a strong decision that I was not going to give up after making such a brave jump. Starting something new, right? That's our topic today. And the second thing I did was I hired a coach. Being a coach, of course, I believe in coaching. And many people criticize that. Well, are you sure? Is that the right investment to make? Do you want to spend that money in a time of such uncertainty? But I know the magic of coaching, and I trust in my intuition. And in a year where businesses were falling apart all around me, I actually grew my business and even landed the dream opportunity, my first TED Talk. Roadblocks turned into runways. Now, the coaching helped, but I also had a little formula, a formula I'm going to share with you today. Now, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to give you a bird's eye view, just a little taste. And it's the topic of my upcoming book, Turning Roadblocks into Runways. But I'm going to give you some bits and pieces that hopefully will help you turn your roadblocks into runways. So are you ready? Get excited. Here it is. Get ready to fly beyond your roadblocks. The formula is called volar. Volar is the Spanish word for flying or the act of flying, to take flight. It's also the acronym to the elements necessary to achieving even the seemingly impossible goal despite adversity. And here it is. The V is for vision. This is where it all begins. Just like you cannot erect a building without exact drawings, you cannot arrive at your destination without very precise coordinates. As a coach, I spend a lot of time with my clients sometimes just distilling, clarifying the vision. The vision is what is going to propel you past the roadblocks if it's clear enough. And it has to be in 3D, 3D. That means you have to be able to see it, to feel it, to feel what it is that you are going to be feeling when you are in there, when you have arrived. And if you're trying to ignite a group, to bring them together to working for a common goal, this is especially important. Understanding not just the clarity of the vision, but what motivates each person in that group about that vision. And don't assume that you know. It's really easy just to ask. Ask them, what does this vision mean to them? What are they going to contribute when they achieve this vision? Vision is the beginning. I have a client who's a top salesperson. And what she does is she posts her weekly goals on her car visor so that when she's driving around, visiting her clients and prospects, her goals are staring her in the face every time she stops. Your vision has to be very front of mind. The O in Volad is for opportunity. I have a saying, when opportunity comes to your door, raise your hand and say, sí, por favor. That means yes, please in Spanish. When opportunity comes to your door, raise your hand and say, sí, por favor. Now, opportunities are all around us, but sometimes we don't recognize them as such. Sometimes we don't feel ready enough, good enough, fill in the blank enough. Especially as women, I find we struggle with this, with the not good enough or not ready enough. Let me tell you something. The most famously successful people will admit, some of them will admit, they've never felt ready enough. They just raised their hand anyway and jumped in. So here's my advice to you if you're facing a really scary opportunity, the best kind. Jump in anyway. Then get busy getting wise. Get busy learning everything you can, studying the people you think are the best in your position. Listen to every podcast, pick up every book, get busy getting good and then great as fast as possible. And if you're going to fail, so what? Fail hard. The harder, the better. At least you'll know that opportunity definitely wasn't for you. Failure is not the worst case scenario, my friends. The what if is the worst case. Remember that. The L in Volad is for lean on your resources. Now, like opportunities, resources abound, but many times when I ask a client, especially one who's working on a major transition, to make a list of all their resources, the list starts very small because their concept of a resource is very limited. They think money in the bank or a resource is a physical asset. Yes, those things are resources, but there's so many more around you. You see, your resources are also your contacts, the people you know, your network, access to those contacts, your education. And I'm not just talking about what it says on a college diploma. Many people don't even have a college diploma and are brilliant, successful people. It's your education. You can read, you can listen to podcasts, you can do online training, you can get a coach. There's so many ways to become educated in anything that you want to be educated in. And another resource is your skills, the things that you have learned along the way that may be applicable today. When you look at it that way, Oh, suddenly the list gets really big. But in order to really fully take advantage of this step, you need two more things. One, faith, and two, humility. Faith in yourself and in your ability to lean on those resources, to lean on those skills and education. And humility, this is sometimes a difficult one. Again, I see this a lot in women especially. The humility to raise your hand and say, I need help. Because we're so accustomed to upholding our superwoman image. Hey, we can take on the world. We can balance babies, bank accounts, and businesses, right? We can do it all. We don't know how to say no sometimes. And sometimes we don't know how to ask for help. We don't want to burden anybody. So we don't lean on resources. Keep in mind that we don't make it alone. We all are stronger together. And here's another thing to help you. If you're feeling a little shy about asking for help, just think, if somebody came to you for support, you would do it. You would help them, right? So don't be afraid yourself to ask for help. You'll pay it forward. Lean on your resources. The A in Vlad is for actualize a plan. Okay, maybe you all are pretty good planners, or you think you're a pretty good planner. I mean, you've got checklists all around. You can make a plan pretty. You can even color code it. Oh, you can make a plan. But how well do you execute that plan? Do you make it so vague that it's lacking actionable steps? Do you make it so convoluted and complicated that nobody can wrap their head around it? Do you make it so unrealistic, like losing 20 pounds in 2 weeks, that you just easily get defeated and give up? I like to follow, when it comes to planning, the KISS rule. Do you all know what the KISS rule is? Some of you may be familiar with it. It's simple. Keep it simple, stupid. That's the KISS rule. Oftentimes I'll ask my clients when they have a big goal to do 3 things in 3 months. 3 powerful, strategic things in 3 months. What are the 3 most important things that if you focus on those, everything else will fall into place? Simple doesn't mean easy, folks. It just means easy to understand and know how to execute. Actualize a plan. Now, along with this, sometimes a plan doesn't work, and that's okay. You can change it. That's what the R is for. The R in volar is for recalibrate when necessary. Sometimes the whole vision changes, and that's okay too. Shift happens. Be willing to flow with it. We saw a lot of this last year in 2020 when people were forced to go into the virtual world. Some people had never even heard of Zoom before. I was one of those folks. Now I'm a virtual trainer. Shift happens. Those who are willing to flow with the changes will survive better. Adaptable. Be adaptable. About a decade ago, I found myself suddenly homeless. Suddenly homeless. I mean, when I went to work that morning, I had a place to live. And when I got home from work, I did not. I was living in LA, and an unfortunate event made it so that I had to pick up all my things and get out of the place I was living with no notice. I had nothing in savings, nothing in the bank. I mean, I had nothing. What would you do if you suddenly found yourself homeless? I did what I think anybody in my position would do. I panicked, sat in my car, and sobbed. And then I heard my late grandmother's voice in my head. She was a Cuban exile. And she's always with me, I feel, when I need her. That day, she was saying to me, Más se perdió en la guerra. More was lost in the war. The war she was talking about was the 1959 Cuban Revolution that turned Cuba into a dictatorship and forced all of my family to pick everything up, leave everything behind, and fly to freedom, to America as exiles. Now, más se perdió en la guerra was something my grandmother used to say when we were complaining about some little loss or a thwarted goal. She'd shrug her shoulder and say, más se perdió en la guerra. My grandmother, because of that war, arrived in Miami, Florida, with nothing but her babies in hand, not even a formal education. But what she did have was a strong vision and a tough work ethic that eventually led her to create and operate several successful businesses. I learned a great deal from her. But in this moment, when I was sitting there homeless, thinking about my lost apartment, I thought, más se perdió en la guerra. Hey, my people had to leave a whole country behind. I was leaving an apartment. Kind of puts your life into perspective, right? Adversity. But still, I had to figure out a way out of this situation. When that happens, when you don't know what to do and you feel lost, it's good to have a thinking place. Some people, their thinking place is a church or a temple. For some people, it's the woods. For me, it has always been the beach, and especially the Santa Monica beach, which had 2 years earlier driven me to pack up all my things when I was living in New Jersey and move cross country to LA. You see, I had gone to LA to pursue a music career. That's me. I wanted to be a rock star. By day, I was working for a very prominent restaurant group in a leadership position. And at night, I was giving everything I had and stuff I didn't have to this dream. And I was doing pretty well. I had been featured in a magazine. I was singing at the hottest clubs in LA. I had a CD on iTunes and Spotify, and even had one of my songs on a hit TV show, Ugly Betty. And yet, it was starting to dawn on me that although I will always love music, I do not love the music business, especially what it does to women. And what it asks of most women, I was not willing to do. And just as that was dawning on me, there I was, homeless in LA, having to shift. So as I sat on the beach and I thought about my volar formula, the vision had to change. The vision did change. Now it was, I need a career where I could use my passion to help others. I need money in the bank, zero debts. I wanted to be financially secure. The opportunity was clear. My general manager was constantly pushing me to go into the manager training program. So I decided to raise my hand and say, sí, por favor. I'll take it. I'll step up to the plate. The more difficult step came next, the lean on your resources. You see, it meant I had to ask for financial help. If you were born like I was into childhood poverty, money is a little bit of a sensitive situation. Asking for money especially, well, it actually produced a sick feeling in my stomach, but I had to overcome that if I was going to survive. So I asked a friend, a big-hearted LA native woman who not only handed over the cash, like actually gave me cash to get my apartment, but she also offered her faith when she said to me, you are going to be a great manager. I know you'll pay me back. Don't worry about it. Who does that? You better believe that I finished my training in record time, and I paid her back in record time. And within months, I was managing one of the hottest restaurants in Beverly Hills. But more importantly, it was the manager training store for the company. And my general manager at that time had no interest in training anybody, so he'd throw everybody to me. And I found that I had a knack and a passion for training these managers. I especially loved when they would graduate and go to their own stores and they'd call me and say, Mama Mitch, I did what you said and it worked. And now I'm getting promoted. Oh, that was like no feeling in the world. And that feeling propelled me to grow in this industry and many other industries in leadership and director positions until I finally found my way to my real dharma and what I am supposed to be doing, which is what I'm doing now. Coaching executives, speaking to people in hopes of inspiring them to overcome their adversity. Intuition played a part of that, folks. You have to listen to your intuition. As I sat on that beach and thought, where do I go from here? I quieted myself and listened to that voice. And there it led me to where I couldn't imagine I would arrive to today. So I'm going to offer you a quick reminder again of the Volar formula. The V is for vision. The O is for opportunity. What do we say when it comes to your door? Raise your hand and say, sí, por favor. The L is for lean on your resources. The A is for actualize a plan, and the R is for recalibrate when necessary. And I want to offer one more piece of wisdom regarding adversity. When adversity rears its ugly head, don't ask why. Ask what instead. Don't ask why. Why me? Why now? Why, God? Why? Ask what instead. What now? What am I to learn from this? What open door does this closed door now afford me? When adversity rears its ugly head, don't ask why, ask what instead. I hope this will help you in some way to spread your own wings and fly. And if I can help in any way, please feel free to reach out to me. I am here to support and put wind under your wings. I hope that this has been valuable. Thank you all so much. This has been a pleasure and an honor to be here.
Thank you so much, Mitch. That was very insightful and amazingly invaluable. We have quite a number of questions from the audience. If you don't mind, I would.
Great.
All right. Okay. So we have Darshan asking that how to ask for help. That is something that most of the people tend to fail. What is the right way to ask for help?
What a great question. And you know, there's no one right way to ask for help. You have to be a little bit emotionally intelligent, understand the behavior style of the person that you're dealing with. I would advise understand what it is that you're asking for. What exactly do you think that that person that you're reaching out to can help you with? So for example, if you're reaching out to a mentor, you want somebody to mentor you, you know, everybody's very overwhelmed and has a lot going on. So you want to be very specific with your ask. Ask exactly what you want. Ask exactly what it is that you think or you're looking to get out of the relationship or that help. And then if it's something like, for example, when I had to ask for money, I said, well, you know, I need a loan and I'm starting a job and this is my plan and this is how I plan to pay you back. So especially if you're dealing with financial asks, make sure you have a plan and present your plan along with that help. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that Sudarshan would be happy to hear that. We have another question from Farah coming up. She's very plain and simple, asking, how do we stay motivated? How do we stay on the path? I believe that's what she wants to hear.
Awesome. The answer is vision. So when roadblocks and adversity come in, vision is what is going to propel you. So circle back to the vision. Same with a group. When a group starts to lose its momentum and you don't know how to get them all back in, you have to figure out what about the vision is motivating to you. And if there's nothing motivating to you, then I would say, ask yourself, is this really my vision or is it somebody else's vision for me? Because if it's your vision, it should motivate you. If you really think about what you'll do when you get there, what will you contribute, really visualize yourself attaining what you want to attain, and that will get you motivated again.
Okay, that's amazing. We have one more question from Naseem. She is saying that actualizing, and she's saying that you do have resources at times, but I do not see myself having any resources. So what do you then lean on?
Well, I would challenge that you need to dig a little deeper. And again, look at the full definition of resources. You know, there's resources in Google, there's resources of things you can learn, there's articles you can read, there are groups like organizational groups like this, like WEFT. What a great resource this is. There really are a lot of resources. You just have to maybe even connect up with other people who are doing what you do, or connect up with somebody who has done what you've done and say, hey, how did you do it? And what resources did you use? And what can you offer me as ideas? There are plenty of resources to lean on, I promise you. You just have to dig a little bit deeper. Do some more investigation.
Absolutely. Sounds great. So we do have one more question that has come up just now, that
Sure.
they're saying that how do we plan and actualize? What exactly you mean by actualization of the plan?
So actualize means to execute, to actually do the steps. And that's why when I'm coaching my clients to get to a big goal, we break it down into powerful, simple steps. And sometimes it's just one thing. What's one thing that you can focus on that's going to get you to the next step? So maybe it's you need to build clients, and maybe that means you need to find where are your ideal clients. You need to do a little bit more research. Maybe you need to go to LinkedIn and link up with other people who may be in that world. Find one thing, 1, 2, 3 things at most to focus on, and then actually make a plan. Well, I'm going to do 2 LinkedIn reaches a day, or I'm going to do 2 client calls every day, and then do it. Be consistent. Consistency is the most important. That's what actualize means. It means execute. Say what you're going to do, and then do what you say you're going to do.
Wow. That's quite some explanation. Mitch, thank you so much for today, and audience have loved we see a lot of comments coming in that it was amazing, and for me, for sure, I'm going to follow Volar from now onwards, going forward. Anyways, thanks. You have contributed quite a bit in women entrepreneurship, and I'm sure that a lot of women are completely inspired by you. We look forward to engage more with you, Mitch. Thank you so much. We will be connecting with you shortly. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right, guys. So next, after Mitch's amazing presentation, please stay put because there is some more things coming. We are going to present shortly our next speaker, who's Miss Nadalina from California. She is going to be up very shortly with her new vision of how exactly to help the ideation state startup, people who are just ideating right now. How do they develop their business? And here's a quick look. I'm going to share my screen on what exactly you will be witnessing right now with Nada.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nadalina Nasruddin, and I'm the CEO and founder of Rise It For You, TEDx speaker, #1 best-selling author, and 40 under 40 professionals. I am super excited to be speaking to you at the WEFT virtual conference, where I'm going to talk about the foundations of building a business. So you and I both know that most businesses don't survive, right? Within 1 to 3 years, the majority of businesses, they fall flat and they end up quitting. But that's not going to be your story, right? So in my keynote session, I'm going to be teaching you the 6 steps to building a sustainable business that can take you to 6, 7, 8 figures so that you can build the life that you want, make an impact, and really step into your entrepreneurial journey. I hope to see you there. Don't miss it because I'm going to be ready to teach. See you there.
So that was Nadalina. She'll be up shortly in a couple of minutes for you to come and talk about how to lead a new business. And the topic for her is going to be really amazing. The foundations to get started, how to build a business from the scratch. So those of you who have already built the business, please be there. Those who have already starting to think about a new business or planning to start something new, this is the place to be in. Nada Lina will be up shortly. Before that, we have a poll up. So in case if you're logged into Eventy, that's our live channel. So please do go for the audience poll right now. We have it already up. You can start the poll right away. Thank you. Hey, welcome everyone. And we have our next speaker lined up for you today. And she's going to talk about the foundations to get started, how to build business from the scratch. We have Nada Lina. She's the founder and the CEO of Rise Up For You, leadership and career confidence coach, and a TEDx motivational speaker. She has been featured on hundreds of podcasts and radio shows and has also been a motivational and educational speaker on the platforms such as TEDx Talks, the Female Quotient, the California Human Resources Conference, Wonder Woman Tech, the Human Gathering, and more. Her company, Rise Up For You, has been featured and worked with brands such as CVX, LA Fitness, Google Next 19, and more. Nada is a proud TEDx women speaker and has been awarded the Chiefs Award from the Orange County Sheriff Department for her work in 2018 and is a three-time finalist for the Emerging Women-Owned Business Award from Connected Women of Influence. Who better than Nada Dina to talk about how to build your business from the scratch? Nada, can we have you here? Woo-hoo.
I'm here.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. I was going to say good evening, but it's evening for me. What time is it for you? It's afternoon or what time is it there?
It's very early morning. It's 10 a.m. in the morning in India.
10 a.m. in the morning and almost 10 p.m. here. Thank you so much, Ian, for having me. I'm very honored to be here and to speak with you about business and the foundations and really to help entrepreneurs move that needle. So it's truly an honor. So today I want to share with you 7 steps to building your business that are super critical to lasting and creating sustainability. So some of you may know that one of the biggest challenges is that when someone builds a business, typically within a year or two, they no longer have that business, meaning that they give up, they're not creating the systems needed that are necessary, or they face overwhelm. So today I'm going to teach you the 7 first steps that you need to think about before you even start your business. If you're in the beginning phases of your business, or if you're having some challenges right now and you need to figure out where to pivot, you're definitely going to want to pay attention. So as Edie mentioned, my name is Nedalina Nasruddin. I'm the CEO, the founder of Rise Up For You. I built my business from scratch with less than $100 US, okay? So anyone can build a business. And today we are in 15 countries, but you need 7 things to do so. So I want you to take your notes out. I want you to take your pen or pencil, your phone, whatever you're gonna do. And I want you to work through this practice with me because this is actually gonna be interactive. So even though I'm speaking, I want you to take in the information and practice with me. So the very, very first step to building your business, and you might not think that I'm going to say this, but I'm going to, is confidence. Confidence, confidence, confidence. So we've assessed over 1,000 professionals that are in the workforce today, including entrepreneurs, and 82% of them said that the top challenge they had was confidence and the ability to execute and take action. So the reason why this is the first step is because the other 6 steps that I give you, if you don't have confidence, if you don't know how to negotiate, if you can't make the ask, if you struggle with imposter syndrome, not feeling enough, self-doubt, then the other 6 steps that I'm about to share with you to build your business are going to go to waste. Basically, they're going to sit on the shelf, okay? So knowledge means nothing without execution. So you can take in information all day long about how to build your business, but if you don't have inner confidence to go out there and move the needle and to actually build the business, then everything that you're learning basically is going to be mundane, okay? So confidence is the number 1 step. So all of you that are listening right now, I want you to ask yourself, do you have a challenge with that? Does anybody struggle with imposter syndrome? Does anybody struggle with not feeling enough, with self-doubt, making the ask, pitching your company to investors, okay? Getting on the phone and making a sale for your business. If you have some fears or beliefs around that, then we need to start there. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is what? What is it that you do? So this is really, really important for everyone to understand. You should be able to tell me in 15 seconds or less what it is that you do. And I want you to use this method, okay? I Now you're going to put some kind of action step or verb. Okay, so fill this out with me. I empower, I support, I help, I build. So whatever that action phrase is going to go next. So I, and then what that word is that you do. Okay, now I need you to tell me who you work with. So I help entrepreneurs. I work with women. I support nonprofit organizations. So I, action step, and now the ideal client or the person that you serve, okay? After that, I want you to give 2 to 3 pain points. Now, this is really important. Pain points that your client feels. What keeps them up at night? Okay, what makes it challenging for them to go throughout their day? So 3 pain points that are in their mind, not your mind, okay? So I help entrepreneurs who are struggling to gain exposure, struggling to make money, and can't find leads. Okay, so these are the things that people think about at night that are entrepreneurs that are new or that are building their business. They're trying to find leads, they're trying to get exposure, they're trying to make money, okay? So you're playing to their pain point. So I help entrepreneurs who don't have exposure, can't pay their bills, and are struggling to find clients. Okay, so you see how I have those pain points? Now you're going to do it again. You're going to say what you do. So empower, build, and now end with the positive. Okay, so I help entrepreneurs who are struggling to gain clients, need exposure, and can't pay their bills build a business, gain more clients, and actually make money. So you see, now I did the reverse. I said, here's what I'm going to give you. Okay, so right now what I want you to do, and I'll give you about 30 seconds, I want you to write this out. What do you do? Do you help? Do you empower? Do you build? Who's the person? Who's the organization? Entrepreneurs, professionals, women, men, everyone. What does that look like? What are the 3 pain points that keep them up at night? And then what do you do for them? Okay, so step 2 is your what. Now, this is really underrated, but very important, because I will tell you that when I walk into a room or when I listen to individuals that are building their business and they tell me what they do, 90% of the time, I have no idea what their business is. So you really want to make sure that your what is very clear. Step number 3, why do you do it? Now, I know that Simon Sinek talks about the why a lot, right? So some of you might be very familiar with this. But you have to keep in mind that building a business is not easy. It's not what we see on social media, all this hype, driving your Ferrari and you're living your best life in a mansion. The reality is that building a business is very hard and it takes a lot of work. And a lot of times people want to build a business because they want flexibility. They want to work on their own time. But really, when you're building a business, you're doing overtime. Sometimes you're doing 80 to 100 hours a week to put your business in place. So the question is, why do you want to build a business? Okay, not why do you do what you do, but why do you want to specifically build a business? If I came to you and I said, I'll give you flexibility, you can work remotely, I'll give you this amount of pay, what's going to keep you from leaving your business to go work for someone else? Okay, so I have a lot of people that work for my company that are amazing coaches, they're amazing trainers. And the question is, they work for me because they don't want to do it on their own. Okay, I give them flexible hours, great pay. But the question for you is, if somebody can come and snatch you up, that means that your why isn't strong enough. So when you're not making any money, what's going to keep you to stay in the game? Because that will happen. Okay, so that's step number 3, your why. Step number 4 is, how are you going to make money? What's the product that you have? Okay, so how are you going to serve your clientele? So we have something called the money mountain. This is what we need to think about. So with your business, you should have a money funnel system. And this is how you provide your service. So do you provide your service through one-to-one coaching? Do you have a product? Is it e-commerce? How many products do you have? What's the pricing? And what are the pricing tiers that you have for each product that you sell? So for example, with Rise Up For You, our how is coaching and training and courses, okay? Now we have a money funnel. The bottom of the funnel is free products. So this is for everybody. Every single person needs to have something that's free, because in today's world, there's a lot of consumption. There's a lot of competition out there. So you first have to compete with the free product in order to even get eyes on your product, okay? So at the bottom of your mountain your money mountain, what's the free product that you're gonna give away? Is it a PDF? Is it a coaching call? Is it a product? Is it a free sample? The second layer is under typically $100 US. So you're gonna need to convert that for you. The next tier is less than 1,000. And the top is a couple thousand. And again, you're gonna need to convert that. That is your money mountain and how you do your service. Number 5 is who. Who is your ideal client, okay? You should be able to tell me exactly who this person is. My ideal client, for example, is Samantha. She's 37 years old. She works for a corporation from 9 to 5. She really wants to move up the career ladder, but in her heart, she wants to build her own company and she doesn't know how to do it. She has 3 kids at home and she's struggling to build her own business or stay in the corporate environment, even though she doesn't like it because it has sustainability. She's trying to decide where to go and what her next career move is. Okay, so you see how like clear and precise I'm giving you, okay? She hangs out on LinkedIn, she hangs out on Facebook, and sometimes Instagram. So that leads me to my next step. Okay, so once you figure out who your ideal client is, where do they hang out? So as a business owner and entrepreneur, you don't need to be on every single platform. And sometimes that can be very overwhelming for people because they think that I gotta be on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, I gotta be LinkedIn, I gotta be here. You just need to figure out where your client is. My ideal client is on LinkedIn. Where do you think Edie found me? She found me on LinkedIn. She sent me a LinkedIn message, okay? So I spend most of my time on LinkedIn and a little bit of a time on Instagram and some on Facebook. I'm not on TikTok, not on Snapchat, not on Reddit or anywhere else. So where is your client? And that's where you need to go. And the last step number 7, what do you have to say no thank you to? Okay, so I really want you to think about this. What do you have to say no thank you to in order to move your business forward? Do you need to say no thank you to social media? Do you need to say no thank you to friends that may not be positive for you? I know for me, I need to say no thank you to emails. I only check my emails maybe 2 to 3 times a week. Ask Edie, right? I'm so sorry, Edie, but it took her a couple times to get a hold of me when she sent emails because I do not check them every day, all day. Otherwise, it's going to distract me from building my business, okay? So what do you need to say no thank you to in order to move forward with your business? So 7 steps, the 7 foundational steps to building your business, okay? I'm going to re-say them again. I want you to write them down. Number 1 is confidence. Without confidence, you can't execute. Steps number 2 through 6 will go nowhere. Step number 2, what is it that you do exactly? You should be able to tell me in 15 seconds. Step number 3, why do you want to build a business? Really figure that out. Step number 4, how are you going to do it? So how are you going to serve your client? What's the product? How much does it cost? How many sessions? What does it look like? How is it packaged? Step number 5, who is your ideal client? Step number 6, where do they hang out? Where do we find them? And step number 7, what do we need to say no thank you to? Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here. I'm done. Edie, I'm going to pass it over to you for any Q&A.
Thank you so much, Nada. It was quite insightful. And thank you for saying yes to me. I'm first of all very glad and happy that you did. And all the people could come and meet you and see you over here. That's quite exciting. I have few questions. The first one is a long one coming from Poonam. She's saying that, thank you, Nada. It is an amazing speech that you're giving. I'm starting a bakery business with a difference, but I'm stuck on how to scale it. Currently, I am bounded by the geographies. How would you help me to scale it?
So I need a little bit more information. So for example, with the bakery, is everything in-house? So does she have a facility? Does she have an office? Is she doing it by herself? Does she have a team? So the first thing that I would say is that with something of this industry, and the first way to scale is first bring on new team members if you don't have it already, to make sure that when you do scale, you have the capacity to build the product, right? Especially with the bakery, you need to be able to have the hands and the facility in order to whip out a large amount of product as you're scaling. So we really want to make sure that first and foremost, before you scale, do you have the team in place to make sure we can do that? And do you have the facility that's going to allow for you to grow with your bakery? That's the most important thing first.
Absolutely. I think that Poonam would be able to give us more detail. Otherwise, she can connect with you separately on LinkedIn. That's where I found Nada. Remember that. Great. We have another question from Shailesh. It's more of a liner. He's saying that he did started developing something in tech, and it was everything was in line, but he could not find a co-founder yet. What is the right way to go about it?
Okay, so this is a really interesting question for me. I'm going to ask a question back. Why do we need a co-founder?
Oh.
Okay, so whoever is listening, I want you to ask yourself, why do you need the co-founder? Do you need them because you need them to come in with some capital, right? Like, do you need them to contribute in regards to capital and funding? Do you need a co-founder because you think it'll make you stronger, or you need some connections? Do you need a co-founder because you think you need more support and maybe you're afraid to do it by yourself? Like, what's the co-founder for? Yeah. So my actual recommendation is to really think about the co-founder before you do it, because it can be very, very complicated. It sounds to me like this individual already started building the business. Is that right? Do you get that from the message?
Oh, no, it's a very plain and straight message.
Okay, very plain. Okay. So depending on where you are with the business and like what you're doing with the technology, if you're already moving, you don't need a co-founder. Okay, you just need to find team members that can work under you, that can support some of the needs that you have, okay? I'm personally not a fan of having a co-founder. When I first started building my business, people would ask me like, hey, can I come in and be a co-founder with you? Absolutely not, because at the end of the day, it makes things very, very complicated. And you have to ask yourself, what kind of entrepreneur are you? I'm the kind of entrepreneur that when I make a decision, I'm going to move forward with it, and I can't have anybody else get in the way, right? And it also makes things a little bit muddy sometimes. I have a client right now, then they founded a company together, and it's not pretty. It's actually very ugly right now. And so the company is starting to split. So my question back to you is, why do you need a co-founder? And I really want you to think about whether or not you can build the business on your own, and then just bring in team members that can help support you.
Oh, wow. That is something for Shailesh to think about. And do let us know if you found or not found a co-founder, and were you able to start or not. We have another question from Reena, and she says that I have got a lot of ideas in my mind. There are so many of them that I cannot put my finger on that which one to start off from. How do we decide on an idea?
Okay, good question. So the first thing that I would do is write down like the top 5 ideas that you have, okay? Try to map them out. And now I would go to what I call a personal council. So I might have 5 to 10 friends that I'll share my idea with, because sometimes you might have a really brilliant idea, but you don't have a market for it, which means that you don't have an audience of people that will actually buy it, okay? So we want to make sure that the ideas that you do have, that you can actually grow a profitable business from it, and that people need your idea. They need what you have. So the first thing that I would do is write down a couple of those ideas, and now start testing them with your friends and family, right? What do you think of this idea? Would you use it? How much would you cost from it? How much would you pay for it? And then from there, you'll be able to navigate more clearly the one idea. So listen very clearly. The one idea that you can move forward with. Sometimes as entrepreneurs, we have like this effect where we want to grab at all these things at one time, and then we never take action, right? We have what we call like the glitter effect here in America, where when we see something shiny, we're like, ooh, shiny thing, shiny thing. So we just want to have the one idea and start there. And then once you start building that idea and you're making money, we can add something to it. So that's what I would recommend.
Wow. So funnel it out, funnel it out. That's what you need to do. Yes. The next question, it's very relatable to a lot of women over here. She's saying that I have a business plan and I've already started working on it, but nobody takes it seriously. How do you make people believe that this is a serious business, and how do I go about it?
Good question. So it's really going to come down to confidence, both internally and externally. So remember, this is something that we've talked about, okay? So first off, I wouldn't say that people don't take you seriously. There might be a couple, but we really want to be careful as women that we're not projecting that every single person isn't taking us seriously, because there probably are quite a few that are, okay? But what's going to be really important is how you show up. Are you showing up confidently? Are you showing up prepared? Are you using confident communication? When you're presenting, do you have everything that you need to make yourself look good? And I'm talking about your product and your business. So it's going to be two things. A, make sure that you're showing up as your best so they can't do anything but take you seriously. And number two, making sure that we're not projecting that they're not accepting what we have to offer. Because a lot of times, and it's very different for everybody, but a lot of times women self-sabotage. So we go into a meeting, or we go into a boardroom, or we go into a client, and we already created an assumption of what we think they're thinking, okay? And we wanna make sure we don't do that.
Great. I think the last question I have from you, Nada, and this is something that is very personal, and so please allow me to ask you. I've heard you singing very well, and I know you're a rock star person in singing, and just a simple thing, for a request from my side, that if you can just hum few lines for us, just to keep us inspired today, that would be amazing.
Okay, I'm always gonna go to my go-to song because it's my favorite one, and you've probably seen it on LinkedIn. So it's from Tina Turner. I know you love me, baby. Oh, but you never tell me so. And I know you love me, baby, but you never tell me so. Well, if you don't tell me that you love me, I'm gonna pack my bags and go.
Wow, we love you, Nada. We love you so much for this. Thank you for coming over today and sharing such insightful things with us. It's really exciting to have you on board, and in this global forum, having you was really precious. And I would send out all the note and all the comments and feedbacks, etc., that all the audience have collected for you. We would be getting in touch shortly. Thank you so much, Nada, for your presence.
Thank you, Edie. Yes, and anyone, please just connect with me on LinkedIn. And also, if you go to riseupforyou.com, there's a ton of free stuff that you can grab that can really help you with business and confidence and just putting your best foot forward. Thank you, Edie.
Absolutely. riseforyou.com. That's the place to go to catch up with Nada Lina. Thank you, Nada. Have a great day. Have a good night for you.
Thank you.
Great. So this was Nada Lina sharing amazing insight with us, and you saw that she was a rock star. She was amazing. And next up, we have our very own partner, Fame Media Technologies. Nelson J. Vasant, he has been a very good friend. He's been a partner. He's been there for us for many, many conferences also. And he is going to talk about today that what exactly has been his journey and what he has done today till now, right? So I'm going to share with you a very, very small percept of what all he has done. It's huge. If I go on and talk about what all he has done, I think it is going to be endless, and I'm going to take over the whole show. So let me stop there and talk about him. This guy is a really focused and focused-oriented person. He likes to make people succeed in their business. So since past 12 years, he has been experiencing things which are very, very different on internet, IT, business strategy, product development, media, commerce in India, and so many other things. Nelson J. Vasant, he is the founder and CEO of Fame Technologies, Fame Media, and Fametronics. He's the CEO and co-founder of Global Startup Awards, SARC, and Advisory Council and member of GLG Council. He's also a startup mentor at Incubate, founder at Nestori, a founder and master mentor at the Master Connects, and many, many, many more things that is in his forum. We would like to welcome Nelson J. Vasant shortly on with us. Nelson, you're there. You can say hi.
Hey, hi, Preeti. Able to hear me? Yeah, hey, hi, guys. It's a great morning on Saturday. Yeah, as E.T. mentioned, I do a lot. Uh, so good. I think E.T. and me as two people, as a friends and probably a family, we traveled a lot.
I don't know why it's echoing, but
Yeah. So, okay.
all right, guys. Nelson is right there in our room today, so he's going to come over here and he's going to take it up from here. You just turn your yeah, come.
Yeah. Hey, hello, guys. So good. I think I can be happy to be part of global virtual conference by WEFT. So it's always good, no? Let's start something new, which has been always a kind of in our life in a day to day, that we want to start something new and pursue a new dream and achieve one. In that way, I say WEFT as a place I've been seeing the last 3 years. ET and the team have taken a lot of efforts, bringing a lot of women entrepreneurs, inspiring people together. And I can see a lot of people, Priya, and a lot of people I've been used to meet, always see the energy which they can drive, and being a lot of responsibility around the family, but they do for societies more than what we do. As we are young entrepreneurs, what they say, but still I see they are the best young entrepreneurs. And about Fame, we are a young startup which are considered of a team which trying to change the entire startup plan and their appearance and how to grow in the market. We strategize their idea, digitalize their plan, and execute their goals and make sure they reach their milestone within a quite short time of period. About us to see more about, I think LinkedIn is the right place because we have a lot of input, a lot of our videos to be over there. I think before completing my talk, I could play the video for you guys to how what we does and what we do. But I quickly want to walk you through, guys, on how Fame, apart from a person Nelson, I could help you guys. We strategy you guys to better grow in entrepreneurship life. I think a lot of have a question like co-founder issues and how to build a product or how to go to market. It's always challenge, right? Getting an idea, building a product is very easy, but how to position a product in the market is very, very important. And in that way, we made a lot of change. In the last 2.5 years, we worked with organizations like AB and Bow. We are working with Rocket in India. We're working with Gain. Now we are working with Brigade Repacks. We are working with a lot of startups under their program. We are trying to know what they are into the market. So we work with health tech startup. We guided even a fintech. Currently, we are working with 5B Military, one of the largest EV organization in the market, who launched recently in the last 1 month on it. So it's very simple. We just try to understand what the founder want and what the team want to be developed. And we get the input and we try to strategize aware what market wants. We don't sell what they want. We will sell what actually people want from them. And we create the plan and execute. Today is very demanding and also the very competitive market. Today, if you see one EV company, today there are 15 to 20 EV company in the market. And that's how it country is growing and moving. One healthcare startup today, we have 50 health tech startups. Different people come with a new innovation. So how to grow on? How do we get our market share? Not to compete, but how to work along with everyone in a better way. So always take a moment to think where you are starting up, how to start your product, where you actually positioning them. The simple strategy is like in a supermarket, how people place their product in a shelf, that's the strategy coming. When you walk inside, you always, you see a lot of so a lot of people have to make a difference, right? So when you walk into supermarket, you see a very good product are there, which is capture first a housewife. Then there's a product to capture the kids. They keep a lower level in the rack, chocolate, biscuit, because that's where kid can go and pick it up. They don't keep the chocolate and biscuit on the top. That's how strategizing. So a lot of people think that no, it's how to place a product to the customer in the right way. That's how the industry works. So you guys have to just think a moment, okay, who is my customer and where he or she will look into for my product or my solution, which I'm able to present to them in the market. Trust, believe in what we are doing. And that's not only going to help us. Also, we need to take a little risk and understand the feedback from the customer client. So I think strategy is not can complete in 30 minutes, but I'm honestly happy to say that if you guys are running any kind of a startup or any kind of a company, or you want to start something, as I already ET mentioned the right talk, no, start something new. So if you want to start something new, I think ET WEFT is there to help you guys in a lot of mentorship. And as a fame, we're partnered to help you guys in strategies and how ready to take you guys to the market and make sure that you guys are successful along with everyone. And before I'm getting into the video or Q&A, I think I need to share something that thank you for Michael. Dudash has been partnering, and we have other partners like Incubate, Startup Culture, Startup Buddy, and we have Startup FIY, and all been is very supportive with us. And this is actually a very short time ET come up because ET is always in action fire. So, but we are planning for something bigger. I mean, very soon in this year, we're going to have a largest one of the recommend WEFT awards for working women and entrepreneurs awards, and also we're coming with a lot of good where we're going to ensure that you guys are going to keep engaged this year. We see this a virtual year for another 2 more years, what we're hearing. So we ensure the virtual never going to be get bored for you guys. We're going to come up with a lot of interesting, mentor shows and a lot. ET is always power packed. So in that way, WEFT and Fame is always happy to work together, and we always see to encourage you guys. So be there and be support and we let us work together. I think it is here, so we both will like anything if you want to ask me, I can answer on it.
All right. Okay. Let's keep you in the frame because you're looking like a nice ghost out there, and same here too. All right. So Nelson, I have a few questions from you. I know that you have been working with a lot of startups, and there are many more who are listening to you right now as we speak. So Fame Technologies as a startup builder, how and what are the right services that they can look from you to come and get in touch with you and start working?
So our best part, we strategize on basically digital marketing or social media management, because today everyone in being virtual, people know how to place a product in digital world. People go to agency, they direct them in the wrong way. So we want to give them a right way of strategize how to build their base brand built through that, get organic attention towards from the right customer, B2B leaders or CXO investors. So we say that we are almost we do everything, but best we are a digital strategy firm and also business consulting firm to anything take a product from 0 to 100. So that's how I can put it in the right way.
Wonderful. And if we look at Fame Technologies, there are other parts to it as well. Femtronics, we have heard about Fame Media and other things. So is it like different parts of it addressing to different needs, or how the company is structured?
Yes. So Fame Technology is a tech and a strategy firm, like Accenture, how we work on problem and we try to come a solution. So we work with enterprises and also we work with startups. Fame Media, it's a pure media organization where we enable any kind of events or any kind of in-house activity to be covered and project in the right way. Master Connect is one where we mentoring a lot of professionals and students to grow in better. So that's kind of a way we started working on.
Great. And you have a very powerful network is what I have seen. You have been well connected with various startup companies, various startup organizations, and how does one benefit from that if somebody is associated with it?
So basically, I believe in building relationship. So far, I know most of the founders personally. Even yesterday I'm having a chat with Hariman and because a founder asking that whether he's available for a get together. So I see that I don't utilize much on business point, but when they felt I am right or my company right, they reached to asking Nelson, can you help? A best example, recently one of my very good friend, probably Eagleton Prashant, they invested in a company called Beam Electric, and they were launching, and suddenly they need someone who can help them on social media. They reached out to me, and we made a boom. And today the company was actually into 0 to 8x. They were very 800 in LinkedIn. Today they were around 1,000, 600 within 20 days of time. And we given them a traffic from 30 people in website. Today they have 600 people every day coming to the website traffic, and the brand went like above the point level. And that's how we try to transform the people. So I think my network is huge. Yes, a lot of people ask me who you don't know. I normally give this funny talk, say I don't know Donald Trump doesn't know me. Apart from everyone knows me, what I give a funny kind of answer. But being active in ecosystem, I think people value me as seeing Nelson is a guy who can make things change. So
Absolutely.
that's what I see.
Now you can change the name to Biden probably. Not Biden. No, we are not. We have to find out from our spies probably. All right, great. One wonderful thing I want to share with all of you today is that WEFT and FAME Global Conference that starts something new has completely been marketed wonderfully well by FAME Technologies. And I would like you to give a great shout out to the wonderful team that is behind, including Sudarshan Chavan, who has been working tirelessly, and Solomon, who's still hosting the complete show from the background. Please go ahead.
I think team, even Amina was there. So I think the four amazing people being part of the entire activity. We had a lot of hiccups, but honestly, the day happening, but we want to still do more. That's what I want to say. And probably the video is I we play in our next any break. Probably you guys can get a clarity. You guys can find in LinkedIn as Nada said. Yeah, LinkedIn is the right way for us to catch up. Or you can find me Nelson Vasan J, or Google me. You guys connect with me, write to me. Anything. If you reach to even ET, that's like reaching to me. So we're like no different because we both entrepreneurs have a very similar vision towards on changing ecosystem on for entrepreneurs. So I think connect with us. We will do our best, and we will do more and more things. I think ET and me will be probably plan to do together something very soon. I'm working on it. So probably we will, as Nada said, no comfort, but I think me and ET could be a co-founder on something working on to where I want to do something with ET. So let's see. This year we will come up with for you guys. And thanks ET for always trusting and believing me and the FAME. But I'm happy to be with you always around of you.
Great. Thank you so much, Nelson, for your time. We are going to very soon play the videos for you shortly, and will be coming up. Oh, okay. All right. Great. We'll be sharing the screen shortly with you. Please stay tuned for more speakers coming up. Hello again, and thank you for being part of the show so far. And it has been wonderful to see an audience like this for a global virtual conference start something new, which has been encouraging women entrepreneurs and has been talking about how women and how startup business can be more inclusive with more women coming to the forefront. Today, I'm going to talk about a very, very sensitive topic, which is about domestic violence. We know that recently, when pandemic had hit us, it has been tough for everyone, every business entrepreneur, every startup. But it was especially very, very bad for those who have been going through something called as domestic violence and abuse. Red Dot Initiative started with a motive of giving women equal rights of dignity and equal rights of survival. This movement has already saved hundreds of lives and have given them hope. Red Dot Initiative started with a simple thought of placing a red dot on the palm as a SOS symbol for anyone facing a domestic violence or abuse and report it out to a friend and family. This red dot has unmuted those and given them power to give them a symbol of hope. This is a symbol which talks about that there should be equal rights of dignity provided to women as well as those who are living the life in danger. So in case if you are one of those facing this situation, please do reach out to us. In case if you are one of those who are witnessing such a situation, please do reach out to us. Do not be a bystander. If you are one of the abusers, again, reach out to us. There is a whole lot of program deeper that we have gone into it, and we would like to share that with you from the medium of this virtual conference. Red Dot Initiative not just rescues a person, but also provides them with mental health and support and make the survivors financially independent through jobs or entrepreneurship. We are there to also support you, whoever is witnessing it, with a wonderful initiative and program which can help you know and understand that how to act in such a situation. Red Dot Initiative has recently launched a corporate awareness program on domestic violence. And in this, we are going to train the whole office for you about how to handle such a situation. I know it is not same as your harassment or posh or anything else. It is very different and a very sensitive topic, but something that all of you should keep in mind because domestic violence currently is happening in every third home. 1 out of 3 female has faced such a situation from any intimate partner or somebody who's living with them. And almost 88% of them are not financially independent completely. So far, Red Dot Initiative has already touched 105 lives through our initiative and have been able to give them a sustainable living. Our team and operations are currently running a donation campaign and have been provided so much strength and support by various organizations like First Stop Theatre, NCW, Atrium Dance Academy, and various others. And I'm going to showcase some of the reels of what we do. So be generous and support this cause. If you are part of this initiative, you would be kind enough to click on the link that we are going to showcase recently, very shortly on the screen, and you would be able to support and help life of somebody who's going through this tough situation. Let me showcase the screen to you to talk about that, what exactly we are talking about here. Is the screen showing? Yes.
Changing hearts is one of the greatest things and initiatives that you guys have started. Women who have been subject to domestic violence. Please follow the Red Dot initiative to know what is happening. Be supportive. If you see a red dot in somebody's palm or if you are looking for some help yourself, weftinfo@gmail.com. WEFT@gmail.com. In case if you know about any such cases, please do reach out.
So this was one of the programs that we conducted, and it was a fundraising event for help of the survivors, and all the donations that we have collected is going to reinstate the lives of these domestic violence survivors that we have already saved so far. And here is the social impact story that we have created. Please watch about it. We have our campaign going on, Unmute Yourself, which you can take up and start talking to people who are facing such challenges, to report it out, come out, and there are organizations, there are people who can help you out in this cause.
How I survived abusive childhood. And my mom would say that I have to compromise with these things. Tossing me on the ground and forcefully took me to a dark room where it has affected me a lot.
It's okay for the animal kingdom, not okay for human beings.
Red Dot Initiative had actually bailed me out from a place where I never wanted to be anymore.
Red Dot Initiative became the voice of those suffering in pain. A red dot on the palm became their voice. We have seen women grow from pain and suffering to confidence, from tears to smile. Red Dot Initiative has touched more than 100 plus lives now, and we are not going to stop till we unshackle every woman from their chains.
I am really, really grateful and thankful to ET and Red Dot Initiative to help me take this big step.
Thank you everyone for watching this. I'm going to put up on screen a scan code that you can use your cameras. Just point out on this particular QR code. In case if you're keen, you can support us, you can donate for the cause, and it will go to the right people. Thank you so much. And with this, we are going to bring to you our next speaker, who is coming, and she has been a phenomenal woman. And I was just reading about her. She talks about charity. She talks about the power of giving. She talks about that why we should have that power of providing charity. Sarah E. Brooke, in less than 3 decades, Sarah Brooke experienced the kind of dramatic events you would only expect to see in an action movie. Held at a knife point, suffered a severe brain injury, wrongfully arrested in Malawi and rushed to hospital for a life-threatening operation. These moments have been an all true reality for a young British charity worker and entrepreneur, and have all given her an unwavering will to succeed and do good. After receiving emergency medical treatment for a life threatening condition in Malawi at the start of her gap year abroad, Sarah created a charity which improves the life of education and well-being of thousands of vulnerable children and the local community in Malawi to raise the vital funds which keep the Sparkle Malawi project alive. Sarah is now an award-winning motivational speaker who travels the world and would she's invited especially for very high profile events, the global organization and educational institute. Her story is one that needs to be heard to be believed. She works tirelessly to communicate the message of Sparkle Malawi and to talk directly to the corporate world, student, young children, and who want to understand more about her journey to learn from her. She is all about resilience, leadership, motivation, and determination. I would like to welcome Ms. Sarah Brooke. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
It's quite a journey that you have, Sarah. Congratulations for being on board with us for Global Virtual Conference. I would leave the floor open to you now to talk to the audience.
Thank you very much for the invite. It's great to be here. I'm just going to share my screen now so you can see this. So hopefully, I'm just going to run you through a presentation. Are you able to see that? Is everything fine from your side?
Yes, it looks good. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to start you with the topic, the power of giving. So what I wanted to run through today is for everyone to understand. I'm a journalist actually by trade, and for any journalist, we always have the vision of any story is the 5 W's: the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how. Yes, I'm aware how starts with a H, but unfortunately with the English language, that's as ever, there's no exception to the rule. Giving for many times has been looked, the data into it and the difference that it can make and the power that it does have, not only as the giver, but also as the receiver. And there's 3 main points that I want to focus on, and that's what drives us to give, what ways can we give, and what difference does giving make? So that's the journey that I hope to take you on today. So first and foremost is the why we give. And I think one of the reasons obviously I've been invited today is the story that I've been on personally. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the why I ended up in the journey that I did. So when I was 18 years old, my grandfather passed away and left me with some money. And at the time, I didn't know what to do. I was meant to be going to university. And instead I said, I want to travel the world and I want to see things. I want to learn and I want to understand different cultures. So I quite literally closed my eyes, pointed at a map, and my finger landed on Malawi. And I'd never heard of Malawi at the time. And I was like, okay, I'm meant to go to Malawi. So I got on a plane with a friend and went to volunteer for 3 months at an orphanage. While I was over there, unfortunately, I ended up eating too much of the local food. Obviously, over in Malawi, they're very used to eating it, but my stomach wasn't. And in true British polite fashion, I didn't want to say, I'm not sure I can keep eating this. So I just kept being polite and smiling and eating. And after 6 weeks, I ended up with a twist in my bowel, which for anyone who's ever dealt with horses or even with animals, will realize it's quite a severe situation to be in. So I was taken to the local hospital unconscious with my friend at the time. And when they got there, it's a local public hospital. There may be 300 people waiting in the queue to see the one doctor. And when they saw me, they told me to go to the front of the queue. Truthfully, most likely because of the color of my skin. I was seen by the doctor who said, we need to operate now, but there's a 96% chance of HIV. We have no sterile equipment and only one doctor who's never performed this surgery before. I was quite fortunate that I was unconscious, to be honest, because it's an awful decision to make. And my friend said, what's the other choice? And they said to go to a private hospital 2 hours away, but risk her dying en route. He made the decision at the time that it was best for me to go to the private hospital, one I'm extremely grateful for today. He flagged down a car on the side of the road and they drove me to the hospital, whereby I had surgery. For 3.5 weeks. I was in the hospital recovering. Anyway, he came to visit me and he explained that, Sarah, when we were at that local hospital, those 300 people who were waiting to see that one doctor that allowed you to be seen first, you were with the doctor for 2.5 hours. And when you came out, some of the people in that queue who were children had died while they were waiting. And single-handedly, it was that moment that changed my entire life forever. I realized then and there that the color of my skin had dictated whether I lived or survived, and that just wasn't right. And I wanted to make sure that I could do something within the country that could at least make a difference to just one child's life. So I carried on traveling. I went to university. And I just basically decided I would raise some money while I was there. I got about $30,000 together and traveled back to Malawi when I was 21. And I was like, I want to do something. I'm going to build a nursery school. I want to help some people. So I set up a small nursery school. I handed it over to the community. And then I went back to live my normal life. And I thought, I've done my bit for charity. Now I can move on. I went back a year later to Malawi and everything had gone. There was just the infrastructure left. There was no roof, there was no toys, there was no kids. It was just basically derelict. And I made a very upsetting call home to say, this is what's happened. And my family said to me, Sarah, that's Africa, that's corruption, that's what happens. And again, I had a light bulb moment that was actually, no, that's not what happens. That's what happens when a 21-year-old goes into a village with no experience of the charity sector, builds something that she thinks is what's right for the village based on her Western views, and goes with this ethos that there's a problem and we need to fix it and I know what's best. And that was exactly what was happening with the NGO sector. And I wanted to do something to change that because I'd got it so wrong. So I decided to volunteer at 13 different organizations around the world. I started off at the UN and I moved around. It took me to India, it took me to Thailand, it took me to Cambodia. And I was just learning and learning about the sector and the different ways we do charity. Anyway, after the year of doing this, I realized that the type of charity that I wanted to set up didn't exist. So I went to the UK government, I pitched my idea and said, this is what I want to create, a holistic model to charity that gives everyone the opportunity to make a difference. And they said to me, it's never going to happen. So I thought to myself, you don't know who you're talking to, I'll make it happen. So at the time, I needed to send around $1,000 over to Malawi to run the project. And there was no way I was going to do that. I was working as a journalist at the time at the BBC and I just didn't have that sort of income. So I thought, where can I get the income? Dubai, tax-free salary. So I jumped on a plane and applied for jobs in Dubai. I was fortunate I managed to get one. And for 2.5 years, I sent my salary, half of it, over to Malawi to grow the project. The project started to grow and grow and grow and things started to happen. We started to be recognized for the work we did. And in 2016, I said, I can't do this anymore living in Dubai. I need to be on the ground with Malawi and be with the kids. So I quit the job. And you can see from the slide, that's me at my old job, the building that I used to live in near Burj Khalifa. And I decided to move to Malawi full time to live with the people. That was my house underneath the other house, a very stark contrast. But I realized actually that I wasn't driven by money. I wasn't driven anything outside physically wasn't satisfying me or making me happy. And it's actually where I needed to be and be on the ground with the people. So I did that Unfortunately, while over in Malawi, I ended up with typhoid, malaria and dengue fever. So I was flown back to the UK. I managed to recover, and then back I went out to Malawi to carry on the mission. And then in 2018, as you can see from the top photo, unfortunately, I had a severe head injury that left me in a coma. It was at that point that my parents said to me, "Sarah, I think it's time for you to come home." Through much back and forth, the charity was growing to a point now that actually I didn't need to be on the ground. And with our vision for the charity that it should be run by local people, this was the right step and the right move for us to make. So I ended up coming back to the UK and being responsible for the fundraising arm of the charity. And since that's happened, we've just grown and grown. So when we started, when I was 21, we had 50 children and 8 volunteers. As of today, we're at 7,500 children with 50 employees, 200 volunteers around the world, and we're now the 6th largest charity in Malawi in the UK. The journey that I've honestly been on has been unbelievable. I never ever expected in a million years that this would be the case. And now our end goal is to create many sparkles around the world. We've created a model that the UK government have come back to me and said, wow, can we get involved? That works. That we're now ready in the next 2 years to replicate that in other communities and other countries around the world. That drive of that giving, people often say to me, what's the why? Why did you do it? Obviously, I had a very significant event that did change the path of my life forever. But naturally, we're all ingrained to give from a very young age. We learn and we're taught that to help someone is really a great thing to do. But we ask ourselves, what did drive me to go back to Malawi? My life ultimately would have been so much easier if I'd done what my parents wanted me to do, to go on to be a clinical psychologist, get married and have a family. And instead, I spent my time going back and forth, putting my health at risk. While it was gratifying to know that someone obviously was benefiting from my help, I honestly would be lying if there hadn't been times when things were really bad that I didn't ask myself, why am I still doing this? But philosophers and saints have always highlighted throughout history the power of giving. Every religion in some way has a pillar or a value focusing on giving. But there also now is clear science which proves that giving is also good for the giver. We'll see all of these famous quotes. I'm sure many of you will be living some of your lives by them. You'll all be giving in some way. But it's really interesting to understand the data behind the giving. Data now supports the notion that giving to others improves our sense of purpose. It's a powerful pathway to helping us transcend difficulties, finding fulfillment in our life. At the end of the day, humans are social animals, so it's no surprise that we're wired to help one another. In our complex modern society, there are many ways to give. And the good news is that we now understand that both the giver and receiver benefit from the relationship. So it's basically a match made in heaven. Giving can help us with our purpose. So then it throws us on to the next thing that is about Darwin and his science. So we've known for years that it's survival of the fittest. However, I want us to rethink that and look at it a different way. What about survival of the kindest? Does that disprove what Darwin said about that we have to be the strongest one to go by? No. In fact, if you look at some of his readings, he mentions benevolence 99 times, concluding that love, sympathy, and cooperation also exist in the natural world. And I've used an example here of a pelican to show exactly that. I'm not sure if anyone is aware that a pelican, if its counterpart or any of its within its flock was blind, would still feed it fish anyway. What benefit is it to the pelican to help another one survive? But that just shows it's within our instinct to help one another. And evidence shows that compassion and collaboration is in our quest to survive and thrive. We give more now to charity than we ever did before as a human race. The younger generations are demanding more from their employers about who they want to work with, what company is doing to help others. It's all ingrained with us. We're seeing a drive in millennials who care about the environment and are not afraid to make themselves heard. Those who give more are likely to reap the awards. And it's really important that we understand that that giving is within us and how different it can make if we execute it. So what's the science behind it? Well, obviously the brain is remarkably complex and we have lots of different neurons that help. We've got the happiness trifecta, which is made up of dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. These are chemicals, the happy chemicals that they're known as. And what's really interesting from what science tells us is that whether we go to the gym and the feeling we get from doing a great workout, the feeling that we get from eating chocolate, but equally the feeling that we get from giving, all release these happy chemicals, which is brilliant because actually these all in turn boost our mood. But not only do they boost the mood, there is serious physical, spiritual, psychological impacts. They can improve our sleep, digestion, memory, learning, motivation, love, reduce pain, improve relationships, and even enhance wound healing. So every time we exercise these chemicals, this is what the difference it can make to our body. If giving releases the same feeling as going to the gym, eating chocolate, or even seeing a newborn baby, then surely everyone should be giving. So why aren't people giving all the time? There's lots of different reasons and data that are suggested that people often assume that giving is just one way, giving money to charity. In fact, there are so many different ways that you can give, from just opening a door to help a stranger, to helping a sibling with some homework. The idea of altruism behaving like a miracle drug has been around for at least 2 decades. The euphoric feeling we experience when we help others is what researchers call the helper's high, a term first introduced 20 years ago to explain that physical feeling that we get when we help others. So it really shows that not only is the power of giving in the science of what it does to us physically within our brain, we're benefiting, but so is the giver. So on the back of these findings, part of what I've done with the charity, the Sparkle Foundation, was really find a way that could utilize this data, this science, and the people. At the end of the day, if we've got a world where everyone wants to make a difference, why aren't they? And from my perspective, I believe that is because they actually don't know how. So what we did was create a platform that gives everyone the opportunity to make a difference. From the moment they're born, right the way through to being an elderly lady or gentleman, we've come up with so many different ways that people can help. And I just wanted to share a few different examples from mentoring sessions over in Malawi with some of our staff. We've got an 8-year-old boy at the moment who's walking a mile a day to raise money for Sparkle. We've got people holding events. We've got motor car races where people are sponsoring us. We've got people sharing books and sending donations in kind. We've got a 4-year-old who read books to help other people so she could raise money to help Sparkle. And we have an 88-year-old who knitted during the COVID pandemic to make hats for the children in Malawi. There is no limit for what anyone can do. Everyone honestly has a skill, and we just need to learn how to use it. Once I identified this, I realized that we could create a global network of people who wanted to do good. And as a charity, that's what's happened. We've now ended up with over 200 volunteers around the world, all making a difference in their own unique way. What further led me then on to do is to look at the difference between corporates and charities. There's a huge gap between the two of how we work. So separate to the charity, I also set up a consultancy business to try and bridge that gap, advising corporates on the right way to do corporate social responsibility. There's so many situations where people are just throwing money at trying to make or fix a problem, when actually this is about education and binding people together to understand that if we are going to give, we have to give in the right way. So the final part of this is impact. What difference does giving make? If I'd known what I did back when I was 18 years old, that moment that changed my life with the giving moment to what it's led today, I never, ever would have expected it. From the number of awards that I've been fortunate to win, from the network of people, I now have almost 6,000 or 7,000 people on my LinkedIn. From walking down the street, I'm able to meet so many different people in different walks of life. That simple act of giving has changed my entirety of my life. I've been able to work in different countries. I've been able to meet people from all different walks of life. And all of this has been an amazing opportunity, not only for, but also for those that have been around me that have been able to grow within this network. From what started as 50 children to now being 7,500 people is honestly mind-blowing. It's not been possible just because of me. We've had a team of people that have made this happen. And when most people think of giving, like I mentioned, they have this narrow focus. All giving works wonders, but not just giving cash. That's honestly the easy part. It's how we can help others in different ways. We all know someone right now who needs help, a stranger that perhaps needs a random act of kindness. We should honestly fill every single day with small acts of giving, because look, hopefully if there's anything this workshop has taught you, is that one simple act of giving that I started has had a catalyst effect and snowballed, and now it's brought so much more happiness to my own life and to those around me. You never know what it could lead to, and every single person has the power and the skill set to do exactly what I did. I am no different to anybody listening to me on this call. I just had a dream and I wanted to make it happen. Within 3 seconds, we make a decision about whether we're going to do something. So right now, make that decision, make yourself accountable. Who is it that you're going to give to? And the last thing I just want to talk about is the new billionaire. For me, we need to redefine what success looks like. It is not the number of zeros at the end of our bank account. We need to have a new understanding of what it means to be a billionaire. For so many years, we've been striving to be the richest, to have the best things, to have a stable life. But actually, what does that look like in today's world? In a world where our social and economic structures are massively disrupted by exponential technology, we ought to consider this framework. What if being a billionaire meant positively touching 1 billion people? How amazing would it be? Giving is that powerful. There are amazing examples of how this is working in today's society. For those of you who are not aware, there is a festival in America known as the Burning Man. And there they have a concept that nothing except for water and coffee can be bought. Everything else is based on giving. The most valuable currency is not money, it's creativity. Money is completely removed from the equation. There are 2 types of markets. Monetary markets, people pay for money for 2 types of services, goods and services. In social markets, people help and share with one another acts of kindness. This makes the world a better place. The power of giving is undisputed with the data that it shows. We are innate human beings that want to help others. The difference it can bring to our life in every single aspect is unbelievable. We just need to do it in the right way. We need to put ourselves in situations where we are striving for that helper's high that I mentioned earlier. Yes, it may in some ways be seen as selfish because it is benefiting us. I don't do what I do purely just because I'm making a difference to lives and people in Malawi. I also get tremendous satisfaction from it. I wake up every single day knowing that I've made a difference. But what is great at the same time, not only is it benefiting me physically and spiritually, but it's also helping change someone else's life. And you can do it too, right now, right here, right today. So if anyone has any questions, now's the opportunity to ask. These are my social media handles. I'm always available via email or for anything further for people to discuss. My overall objective with this is that whether it's Sparkle, it's another charity, is that every single person starts from today or has already started in their path of giving, and that we can create a society where we're raising a generation that success is being a person who can change the most lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. It was very insightful and very heartfelt is what I would say. I don't know if I were you, then how would I have seen this, what you have faced so far? I have a few questions from the audience and I would like to take them to you. How can you give in kind? Is the charity stands for only cash, or we can give by kindness as well?
Yes, definitely. I mean, kindness is probably our priority right now, kindness and resource. So as I mentioned, we believe that everybody has a skill set or has something. So we welcome anyone emailing us, dropping us a message and saying, even this is our idea, this is our suggestion. Have you heard about this company? Have you thought about this? And there's no one we'd ever turn away, because ultimately we want to create this network of people where everyone can contribute, no matter what it is. So there's different ways, always. If you don't try, you'll never know.
That's great. In fact, Sanam wants to be part of your foundation, and she's saying that we would love to help. What are the ways to reach out to you to be part of this? And she's also asking if there is a way that we can take it to India.
Yeah, there's a definite way we could bring it to India. One of the things of why we set up Sparkle in the first place is that I went through what I did for the first 5 years, trying to understand how the charity sector works. And in truth, people weren't very supportive and helpful. And I don't want anyone to have to go through that. I don't believe the world needs another charity. We've got a framework that works. Obviously, it will have to change dependent on where we are. We will only follow the need rather than the money. So in India, as an example, there'll be different situations on the ground. There'll be different community problems that we need to address. But as a whole, as a charity, we have a framework that is now working. We've got investors and donors that believe in what we're doing. So there's no reason at all why this couldn't be replicated over there. We just need the people. This isn't about a title of me being CEO or founder. This is about bringing people together to create something that the world needs.
We have another question that it basically comes down to whenever we are giving out for charity or anything, how do we manage the resources, the funds, the grants, and what is the way that we can impact more socially, we can be part of more people?
I think it's really important, obviously, as we've developed over time now from an accountability perspective, that you've got hardcore data and you know exactly where the money is going. I think for us in Malawi, I'll be the first person to hold my hands up and say things have gone wrong in the past. And I think any charity that says that they're 100% sure exactly where the money is going, I'd be interested to see that that is 100% true, because obviously you go through a process, and within that process there are times that money could be put in different ways. But as I say this to anyone, if you're going to buy a house, you need to make sure that you go to the right person to help you with that. You have the land surveyed, you do your research. And it's exactly the same with a charity. People donate money with an expectation that that charity knows exactly where the money is going, what it's doing, without doing any research. But you need to equally make charities accountable. You need to ask those questions. You need to do your own research. You need to look, well, what are their values? Do they align with me? What is the percentage of money that actually goes to the cause rather than to admin costs? And then on the other side of it, if you are the sender of the money and it's maybe not going to a charity but going to people, if you can't have eyes on the ground, then there's a basic framework of questions that you really should be asking. And I'm more than happy to share those. Because as I've traveled on this journey, there's some obvious, I don't want to say tricks of the trade, but things that ultimately I can look out for to know whether things are being done to the accountability and transparency that both you and I would expect. Unfortunately, charity has been taken advantage of in the last few hundred years. And one of the big pillars that I stand for is trying to change that, truthfully, because I think we need to be held more accountable. And that's one thing that Sparkle does, I believe, very well, is that every single person knows where the money is being spent and we have nothing to hide.
That's really amazing, and I think more power to you. That is what I can say. And there are a lot of people here who have a wow factor for you now. They are saying that you have done truly amazing. You have lesser questions and more of comments and feedbacks, saying that they are really inspired by what you have done so far, Sarah. So really amazed by your work. Thank you so much. And I know that we are running a little half an hour early in our sessions today. We already have got Ram Gopal Valant. He is on the fireside chat. So we would like you to continue right now with us. Please stay put. By the time I would be introducing Mr. Ram, and we would be getting on a very, very exciting chat with you about how and why women in businesses are succeeding. And Ram is going to join the panel for that with us today. Hi, Ram. It's great to have you on board. Let me start by the introduction of Ram. Ram Gopal Valant, Ram G, as we famously call him, is a tech startup co-founder, a much sought after keynote speaker, and a best-selling author. An alumnus of IIT Madras and XLRI, he has a very, very successful career in the corporate, and he has served as a CEO of Airtel and a director with Dell and HP. He has reinvented his life after a crippling autoimmune disorder made it difficult for him to perform even mundane day-to-day tasks. Today, he has addressed over 100 groups ranging from school students, parents to global leadership teams of Fortune 500 companies. His key message are growth, mindset, resilience, and positivity. Ramji's aim in life is to touch 1 million lives positively. That's amazing to hear. We have got very, very powerful speakers over here, and who better to ask these questions from you. So I'm going to start over for the fireside session that is going to start very shortly. Fireside session is going to have a topic of why women businesses are more successful today. And let me start by asking you, Sarah. I know you've been talking for quite some time, but it's obvious that we would be starting from the ladies first. So women in business are giving a better ROIs is what has been believed than the men-led businesses. According to your expertise, what do you think is leading this trend?
I think there's a combination of things. I think it's probably been a trend and a change that we've seen that there's more women as a start in leadership positions. And I think women supporting women, there's so much power in that. So as women move up the ranks and they're supported by other women and men, because both ultimately work hand in hand, that they're feeling more empowered to be able to make those decisions. And for the first time in history, I think we're now seeing them be stronger leaders. And I think strong, I don't mean sort of necessarily fierce with the iron stick that we have of sort of history of that's what it takes to lead. But I think the way we are genetically wired as well does really help with that. Certainly as a woman, I think empathy is a great thing. And for many years, it's been seen as a weakness, but actually now it's been turned to a strength. Certainly when we look at what's happened with the pandemic and take the New Zealand Prime Minister as an example, the way she's led the country out of sort of this COVID pandemic has been very much, she's strong and she's had her views, but empathy and understanding the people. And I think that's why women at this moment in time are doing so well and getting better return investments, because they're not afraid. They're not afraid to stand up and be strong, but equally on the back of that, to have understanding and empathy towards their employees and towards their clients.
Very well quoted, Jacinda Ardern. One of my favorite leaders too. Definitely she is leading the way, and empathy is what Sarah says is the way forward. Ram, do you have some viewpoints on this, and would you like to share that?
I have lots of points on this. So, so let me start off with an interesting metaphor, okay? And it's perfect for a fireside chat. This is from my native language, Malayalam. It says that a seed which is sprouted in the fire will not wilt in the sun, right? And when you look at the women who have been leading organizations, and you look at the society from which they come, you'll realize that there is so much of bias, inbuilt bias in the society and prejudices which they have to overcome to have reached that level. And for somebody to have overcome all those inbuilt biases and prejudices, which have been ingrained in the society for the last couple of millennia, actually, and to have succeeded in spite of all that, they have to be exceptional human beings. And obviously that shows, and that's one of the reasons that they do very well. That's only one of the reasons. Huh? The other reason is to do with evolution itself. Women are engineered to be, or hardwired to be, far more responsible as individuals. And I find that almost in every walk of life. I'll give you two examples. There is a school where one of my friend's nieces, she goes, and she was in the 12th grade, and she became the vice captain of the school. So we were chatting with her, and she said, the captain is always a boy and the vice captain is always a girl. And we end up doing all the work and the boy gets the credit. Now, this actually sort of summarizes what really happens in a lot of organizations, right? I mean, women actually tend to take on responsibility very seriously and they apply themselves and they succeed. But quite a few times, because of inbuilt biases in the society, they do not get the credit for it. You know, another example I would like to show, to say again from my state, you know, there's something called Kudumbashri, where 6.4 million women from underprivileged backgrounds have formed this organization, which is a self-help group which permeates every village and every ward in every village. And they actually come together to help each other set up small businesses, you know, start small scale industries. So when women actually take on ownership, things actually progress. In that state, I think the pandemic, the entire response to the pandemic was so much better because women took charge at the grassroots level. So yes, I believe women will succeed as entrepreneurs much more, given the chance, as in people step away from being roadblocks and give them the opportunity, they will succeed.
Absolutely. That was a wonderful thought, Ram. And I just wanted to add for you and understand more from you on this, that as a man, what are the focuses that you add on to bring a success to a business?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that? I didn't get the nuance.
So I mean, this is not really a gender specific, but probably you can throw more light on that. That as a person, as a man, what are the key things that you put or focus more on to bring success to your business, or what difference a woman would bring in to the success of a business?
So I think one of the aspects which I think where women do well, and which is a very important aspect of running a business, is that they bring in a lot of nurturing kind of qualities. And they are able to interact with people without putting them down for failures or judging them, but actually supporting them and coaching them to become better. So that quality of being nurturant, I think, is something where, you know, I'm generalizing, I should not be generalizing, but I do think on an average, women do better in terms of nurturing. And I think that's a very important skill to have in an organization when you're building it up.
Nurturing. Sarah, would you agree to it?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think one key element, though, and interesting, it was a great analogy that you said with the captain and the vice captain, is I think there's one thing sort of not getting the credit, but there's also the confidence to be able to stand up and say that they want the credit. I think I saw a recent study that 74% of women are less likely to ask for a promotion at work. And I think that also comes with who we are, is that we will take on this responsibility, but we'll always put ourselves down, certainly. And again, I don't want to be stereotyping or being very kind of putting any pillars on anybody, but certainly from my own experience, what I found when I'm doing sort of appraisals with my own employees, the difference between the man and the female is so huge when it comes to sort of saying, well, what could you work on better? The way the boys go at it, well, I'm doing these well, and then the girls, oh, I'm not this and I'm not this, and you can see the difference. And even amongst my own friends and my own networks, when someone really does break that status quo, they really stand out from the crowd. And as women, you're then looking, being like, wow, that's fantastic, you go. And that empowers us then to go more. And I think that's what we need, and certainly from our male counterparts, is that encouragement to have a platform that we are confident to be able to say, yeah, we are doing really well. And maybe when you look at the science behind it as well, those environments needed to be created at work, that we feel we've got the platform, and the way we're spoken to, and obviously the praise and different things is maybe slightly more for women, so that we have that extra step to help us feel encouraged to come out and say, yeah, we're owning this, we're doing really well.
Absolutely. I believe what you say, and I think it's across the globe. It's not just in one particular country. It's across the globe that we have been seeing less and less women going for the leadership, and the percentage is really, really minuscule. So, what, according to you, you think is refraining these women to take up these leadership role, and what do you suggest that you do differently in your organization to help women become the leaders?
I think is that to me or is it to?
Yes, Sarah, please.
Okay. I think one of the reasons obviously is the confidence side of things. There's also still a lot of preconceptions about female leaders, and I think there's challenges that we have to take. I think a lot of these conversations, sort of when we think about gender pay gap and we talk about women empowerment, these conversations are happening in isolation. So you've either got a group of women all sort of saying this is what needs to happen, and then you've got a group of men saying, okay, what can we do? Actually, we need to be having these conversations all in the same room, and we need to be coming up with solutions. And I think those solutions need to be worked on by both sides. Certainly for us as an organisation, we are led, obviously myself as a female and my counterpart in Malawi is also a female. That was not done because I wanted a female leader. It was just done from the pool of talent that we had. It transpired that a woman was best to lead this organisation. But one thing we do to encourage it is that we actually spend a lot of time with our employees and we actually get to know them really well. And I think that's a really important thing. Even as females, you look at our friendships and our bonds with one another, and the psychology behind it is that we are very sociable people, and how we respond to different stimulant is different to a man. And I think our feeling on sense of love and purpose, certainly when it comes to our neurons, is definitely triggered a lot quicker and by different things. And I think from a HR, it's so important that those tactics are taken into any company and they're utilised in the right way to get the best out of their women employees. And I think, again, back to what I was saying, creating that platform so that women can stand out and creating a network of people that actually it's good to be strong. I mean, I can count on countless times that I've been told I'm too opinionated, I'm too emotional, I'm not, you just need to back off and let us do the talking. And even when I first started out, I was told I wasn't able, certainly in Malawi, and there's still very much, unfortunately, of that mindset that the men would eat together and I'd go to meetings and be told that I need to wait outside. And I think going through that, albeit it was difficult at the time, has really made me have an understanding of the challenges that women do face. And it's the basics sometimes just to be heard. And I think it's down to us as a human race now, together, both female and men, to create that space, to curate that room, but then equally to give women the chance to feel empowered. There's one thing, giving people a space to have the voice. The second is making a female feel that they're empowered enough that whatever they say won't be judged. And you would never say, truthfully, to a man, you're too opinionated. You'd probably likely say, you're a great leader. So why is that language being changed just because I'm a female? Why is because I'm emotional and I've got compassion and I really care about what I'm doing seen as a negative, when in fact, actually, surely because I do care and the children aren't just, in my example, a number on a spreadsheet, that's going to drive me further to making sure that what I do is purpose driven rather than necessarily what's just best for the business. So I think we've got to look at all different sides of things.
Absolutely. I think what you're driving towards is that we're talking here big things about leadership and business driving and numbers, etc. But what we have to fight right now for us is the basic rights of living, basic rights of equal opportunity that needs to be given. And we have to pull our chair on the table and sit down over there. So that's how I think women should be leading from the front. Ram, you have already worked with some of the best of the companies, some of the biggest names like Airtel, Dell, HP, and in your experience, and now you are an entrepreneur yourself, in your experience, how would you encourage women? And have you seen a women leadership going forward, or how do you encourage them? That's what we would love to hear about.
Yeah, so I think the world will be a far better place if there are more women who are there as leaders. there are a few very clear strengths that women bring in. Number one is, and Sarah was absolutely right on some of those points. And there are actually strengths which are sort of painted as weaknesses. And that's really sad, right? I mean, for example, the women are very empathetic. They are far better at nuanced communication than men are. They are able to connect at a much more personal level, which is important actually in an organization. So the good thing is that the world is changing. There was a time when the strong he-man CEO was considered to be the best, take tough decisions, drive it down, and have no nonsense in the organization, all that kind of stuff. Today, we know that compassion is a very important part of leadership. Compassion, the ability to empathize, ensure that you nurture your employees and bring them up. Now, these are all strengths which traditionally, and again, I'm generalizing, I'm sorry, traditionally women are supposed to be having, right? And so why don't we give it a chance? And all you have to do is actually just remove the biases, remove the roadblocks, and then women will thrive by themselves because they come with tremendous amount of strength and power. So all we have to do as a society is to just remove the roadblocks of mental obstacles that we place for ourselves when we judge a woman. And yeah, I think it's as simple as that.
Absolutely, Ram. We also see that although given a chance, there are many times that even women themselves refrain from going and taking up those leadership roles. And is business leadership that hard, or is there a disadvantage attached to it? Or do you see is more like an advantage that you are a business leader?
Am I? Yeah.
Yes, Ram.
Okay. So, resounding no. I mean, it is not too tough for a woman, right? And you can see the women who have actually reached leadership levels, they do exceptionally well. And the numbers are there, right? I mean, their ROIs in the organization that are led by women are higher. The revenue growths are higher in organizations which are led by women. So you have data, right? So the important aspect is that unfortunately, women also come from the same society, and they have been sort of programmed to a certain extent to believe that there are only certain things that they're good at, and they need to take a backstage on certain other things. And that mindset has to change, and it has to start from parenting, actually. Now, how do you parent girls and how do you parent boys, actually? Now, how do you ensure that when the boy grows up, he becomes a man who nurtures women rather than puts them under these generalized categories or stereotypes and suppresses them? And similarly, a girl has to feel confident about her abilities rather than hiding those abilities, because they're actually abilities. What we are painting as drawbacks. So in an organization, to nurture women, number one is, I think we need to try and bring in women at senior levels, give women an equal opportunity to express themselves in organizations, listen to them, have the courtesy and the honesty to actually listen to women without judging them. Then women will find their own way to succeed. So I think it's just a matter of encouraging them in the beginning, because you do need to, because they're coming from the same society where they have been painted as being weak. So we need to go that extra mile and encourage them, nurture them, ensure that you hire people who are different from the usual set of cliches that we have for people who are successful. Look at different aspects, diversity of thinking, diversity of gender, bring all that together, and then you will have an organization which will be self-sustaining and growing.
Absolutely, very well said. And like you pointed out, that it all starts from parenting. It all starts from how you nurture, how you bring up these women. Sarah, you have actually traveled across the world, and you have been with Dubai, with Malawi, and various other places. Do you see a stark difference across the world on how a man is brought up or how a girl child is brought up? Or is it the same across the globe and women are fighting their rights everywhere else as well? I just want to hear from your viewpoint on that.
Yeah, absolutely not. Every country differs. I think 2 points interesting from what Moran was saying. I think just the first one is obviously we're talking about history here and culture. So you're still dealing in some countries with when a child is born, you've got parents that are waiting patiently to see the sex of the child. And while you've still got those sort of things happening, you are going to be in a difficult environment to change certain perceptions, because as a woman being born into certain societies where you already thought that your parents would have wished you were a boy is very, very difficult for you then to develop that confidence and be able to move forward in the right way. Similarly, from a physical aspect, certainly I've grown up with 2 older brothers, and I've always been, since I was born, I've never been told by my parents that me being a girl would be any different in terms of what success looks like. But certainly there's differences when it comes to sport and things. I can remember many occasions and sort of, can I play? No, you're not good enough, you're a girl. And these are small things that are happening that actually in the big picture we never would think would make a difference. But for the type of person that I am, fortunately ingrained into me that, okay, I'm going to prove a point and I'm going to make sure that I push myself so that I am one day good enough. But for some other people and for other women that perhaps haven't got that mindset, it would have just actually made them regress and be like, okay, well, I'm not ever going to be good enough. And then that from a childhood would then be able to be put into so many different walks of life. And once that's with you, it's very, very difficult to get rid of that mindset. I think on the opposite hand to that, something we do really need to be very careful about when we are addressing sort of the women in roles is that we also don't want to ever make women feel that they're being put in roles because they're a woman. And I think that's a really important thing, because certainly I never want to be filling a quota in a business because I'm a woman. I want to be filling that position because whether I was a man or a woman, I'm the right person for the job. And I think we need to be very, very mindful, certainly from a recruitment perspective, that yes, we want to make sure there's more female leaders, but I think all women would be in the agreement that they'd rather it be done organically than suddenly it be done because it's a tick box exercise that a company needs to have, because you'll get the women in there, but then they'll still not feel that sense of we're here for the right reasons. And that's not just women, that applies across all different things, whether there's quotas that need to be filled. So in answer to your first question, it is very different in every single country. I think I've been now fortunate to visit 56 countries around the world, and I wouldn't say there's obviously common trends between, but it's very much stimulated from how you're born, the culture, the religion, and as Ram said, the education. The education system is everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said, Sarah. I also wanted to understand from you, in a social entrepreneurship, you're a social entrepreneur, right? And you have been an influencer, a leader. Would you relate it the same way for a profitable venture also? A leader has to lead the same way as an influencer and leader?
Yeah, I think it doesn't make a difference, to be honest, which entity you're going from. I mean, I'd say there's more responsibility on me at the moment from an influence from a not-for-profit, because actually the people who I'm leading don't necessarily always have a voice. And so it's really, really important that I create a platform and a space that the voice and the way I am leading is a good representation to them. Obviously, our hope is that for all of the children that we're supporting, that they will eventually be given a platform and they can speak on their own. But at the minute, that isn't. So there's a lot of pressure that I need to be ensuring that I'm doing it in the right way. From a corporate perspective, obviously, I've worked in the corporate background before I started Sparkle, and now I'm doing consultancy work. And I'm very fortunate that some of the work I'm doing is with leading sort of investment banks, legal firms. And when I'm brought in, I'm actually brought in because of the leadership style that I have, which is very much can be translated from the not-for-profit into the corporate world. And I think the one thing, whether it's a man or a woman in the audience, is that everyone's looking at now for something that's a bit different. what we've known and what we've had over the years is changing and evolving. And I think, Ram, you touched on that earlier, is that we can see the changes. And people want to be able to almost understand exactly what is that change, bottle it up, and then be able to sell it to different people so that everyone has a taste of it. And I think for me, that's one of the things I want to do, whether it's corporate or the charity sector, is to be able to lead by that example, that whatever I have can be picked up and can be used in different industries around the world. I don't think it makes a difference.
Right. Very, very well
Can
said.
I just add to what Sarah said?
Yes.
She brought out a very interesting point. It's about hiring people with different kind of skill sets rather than a particular kind that you thought was successful. So very interesting data. The American president, the average height of an American president is 6'2". Okay. The average height of an American Fortune 500 company CEO is, I think, 6'3" or so. So there is some bias in this society towards something which is macho, which is masculine, and that fortunately is changing now. So you don't have to actually create a rule saying that you need to bring in 50% women. All you have to do is you have to look at different kind of skill sets or different kind of personalities which you need to bring into the organization, so that there is actual diversity in the organization, and automatically you'll have women coming in, instead of being stuck in the past and thinking that only this kind of a person will succeed in the future, because the future is different from the past, and you need to succeed, you need to have different skill sets.
Absolutely. And diversity is the way to lead, as Mr. Ram said, and you need to be making your team very diverse. You need to have a very different skill set to bring in that success factor. Ram, I would like to also ask you, I know that you're going to talk about it very shortly, but how exactly one builds a growth mindset, if you can just dwell on that as well.
You know, I'll be cheating on myself if I tell you this now. My whole half an hour presentation is on this, you know. So let me just give a teaser out here. A growth mindset is a particular kind of mindset which helps you grow, which ensures that if you're manifesting the growth mindset, you're a constant learner and you become better and better at things that you want to do. It is also possible to cultivate a growth mindset. It's not as if you're born with a growth mindset. And for the rest, you can attend my next session.
Absolutely. We are waiting for it, Ram, and definitely we would be looking forward. Very shortly, you're going to hear Mr. Ram Gopal Valant on the details about that, how exactly you would be developing a growth mindset. And for you, Sarah, I also want to understand from you, what are the different steps that you take in the leadership role when it comes to promotion of women? I know that you are running a different organization, but within your organization or somewhere else, when you're talking in different leadership forums, etc., what are the different things that you are doing to make sure that women leadership is recognized, we see it in a different way, and how to go about it?
I think actually what Ram touched on earlier regarding diversity, I think the definition of diversity varies from person to person. I think it's something that we need to sort of understand, that diversity isn't just physical. And I think you mentioned it, is that it's skill sets and the different things we can bring in. It's not necessarily just one person is a woman and man, one person's from this religion, one person's sexual orientation, whatever it may be. It's actually diversity in background, where they've come from, their views, their mindsets and skill sets. And I think similar to what Ram said, if that is addressed, naturally women will come to the forefront as a result of that. We don't make any exceptions because we want women to rise, because we believe that we've removed those biases from the environment that we've created. And as Sparkle, certainly the fact that I am a female, we've got female board members, we've got female volunteers, we're progressively just encouraging an environment, whether it's a man or a woman, that this is the way forward. You've got the skills, you've got the potential, let's grow. And we intentionally don't treat someone different from man to woman, because I think that would actually only harness the problem, because it will be feeling like someone's getting preferential treatment, and then the gap will actually become even bigger. I think everyone needs to be treated the same, and I think that's equally the same in corporate organizations. I personally would never want to feel, as I mentioned earlier, that I'm being promoted because I'm a female. So we need to go through the same thing, but it's understanding that everyone works differently, understanding that we've all got different roles and responsibilities within a company, and remembering that just because we do things slightly differently doesn't make it any lesser one than the other. And I think if we can learn to spin it on its head, and actually, as Ram equally said, look at the positives that women can bring, and sort of from our genetics, from our strengths, equally looking at the positives that males bring, and then work out how they work together hand in hand, there'll be no need for this even conversation, I hope, in the next 50 years. I certainly don't want for my children to be having to make themselves heard in any platforms about why, as a female, if I was to have a daughter, that she's any different from her male counterpart.
Absolutely, Sarah. And what insightful things that you're talking about. And you and Ram, I think it is really amazing to hear your viewpoints. I'm sure the audience out there are making note of all these things. And if you're a business leader, if you are leading some organization, please recognize women leadership and understand that this is important. Diversity is important. Skill sets building is important within your organization if you have to become successful. And this is something that I keep dwelling a lot, and I keep thinking about it as a business person myself, that what exactly defines the success of a business person. And I would like to hear this viewpoint from both of you to understand that how do you define success for a business entrepreneur? Would you like to take it up, Ram, and then we can move over to Sarah? I think she's been speaking for a very long time and she's completely parched, and I can hear her gulping down. So we'll give.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot that she had just given a half-an-hour talk earlier itself, right?
Yes. Yes.
So let me go with this, Sarah. What is success in life? Success in life, honestly, is just being happy. So as an entrepreneur, you can be happy if you are able to have a journey which is enjoyable, which basically means that you are having a team of people who are happy being with each other, who are happy supporting each other, who are happy building the vision together. And then you are constantly getting closer to a vision that all of you have created for yourself. Now, to make that happen, it's very important that every single individual is made to feel that they are contributing. And here I'm not talking about bringing in diversity, etc. I'm talking about irrespective of whatever kind of an individual is there in the organization. You need to ensure that they're empowered, their voice is heard, and they're supported, and they're nurtured. And that is a way you can actually create an institution instead of just an organization, which is a company, right? So if you can actually do that, then I would say that entrepreneur has been successful. So it's about creating not just one success story, but creating a bunch of success stories of every single individual who is contributing, and ensuring that every single individual is contributing by supporting them in the journey to become successful. So does that answer your question?
Absolutely. I think it is not just one person, but the whole team that needs to be looked at. That's how you take it, right? Sarah, what about you? I mean, that's something that I would like to hear from you as well. Your viewpoint.
Just add one more point.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, Ram, please go ahead.
So the point is, finally, at the end of the day, you need to be going into an organization where you feel happy being there. And every individual who comes to that organization should feel that they are happy being there. And that can happen only if there is a nurturant atmosphere in the organization where everybody feels that they are important, everybody is given the importance and the ability to contribute to the organization. So that atmosphere, if you can create in the organization, then you are successful as an entrepreneur. Sorry, over to you, Sarah.
No, I touched it earlier in my presentation about what success looks like. Certainly, I think it varies from person to person, but for me, it would be two basic things. It'd be number one, based on the employees saying that they are happy to work, and similar to what you're saying, that they are happy to work there. I think if I was doing what I was doing well, and I would say to any stakeholder, actually, rather just employee, it's an amazing thing to be a part of. That would be number one. And number two would be still belief in the vision. I think success is that if you've got people that are still believing in the vision and still wanting to take it forward, then that is it. There's no, we as dealing with children, sort of success to a child might be that they're going to go and have a tomato shop when they're 18 and sell tomatoes. Success to another child could be that they're going to go and graduate from university. We're never going to curb someone's dream, and success will look different to both of those. And so I think it's really difficult to say from a generic perspective of exactly what success is, because at the end of the day, it's what it matters to that individual. And for them, as long as, similar to what you said, Ram, they've got the happiness, that has to be the driving factor, because it can't be based on money. It can't be based on what you've power or what you've able to be attained, because you could have got bought every single building in the world, but still not be successful and be a terrible business person. So you have to do on more sort of your values as an individual and whether people are not happy to be a part of that.
Great. Very well spoken, Sarah. And I have one question from the audience coming up, and would any of you can take it up, whoever would like to. We have Mr. J talking about that I have got a completely male-dominated organization. I need to ensure that there is diversity and inclusivity in this, but I am not sure how to start off with. So would you please guide me of how to start taking in more women as part of the organization, and how do we go ahead?
Ram, do you want to start, or would you like me to?
I can start, and
Okay.
maybe I can chip in after you do that again. I think the most important factor is look at what you are hiring for. It is basically because you have a very narrow definition of the skills and the abilities that you're looking for. And if you can widen that, there is absolutely no reason why an equal number of women come into the organization. So it's a definition of what you are hiring for that you need to change. So you need to hire for varying skill sets, varying abilities, varying mindsets. If you can do that, you will get enough number of representation of women.
I think also just to add to that is whether it's, and it's difficult obviously from the question to understand, is it that it's if roles and responsibilities are being put out that he's not attracting women that are applying for the roles, which if that is the case, that it's only men applying, then obviously A, with what Ram is saying is correct, but then B also is looking at the marketing and the communications around the company. What is that company saying to somebody, to a woman? Like, is it male dominated? Are the pictures all very male dominated? Is the online presence all males that are speaking and contributing? Is the board of directors all males? Because it actually may be that not only is the job specification seems to be male dominated, but actually the entirety online presence or even offline presence is also male dominated, which as a female, if you've got both together, you're naturally going to say, I don't think that's going to be the company for me. So I think you've got to look at it almost a 360-degree view of, okay, what entry points have we got available for a woman to get into this company? What women are we working with? It may not necessarily be that his employees are women, but are there clients that are women? What can they say about the company? Get their feedback. Do they feel that it's male dominated? And through those small little wins, you can then start to look at reshaping things.
You know, you can also, it's also important to look at are you nurturing women who are coming into the organization? In the sense, is the atmosphere so stilted towards men that women actually feel uncomfortable and then they leave the organization? I don't know about this gentleman's organization, but that could be one of the reasons. So you need to look at the processes that you have in the organization. You need to look at the training of the people. You need to look at the culture that you set in the organization so that women who come in feel comfortable, and hence they bring in more women. And the only way to break the deadlock is go ahead and hire women with different sets of competencies, which will all add to diversity in your organization, and then nurture them and ensure that they feel comfortable and stay on for a long time.
Absolutely, Mr. Jay. Please go ahead and hire and make sure that you have more women coming up. Make sure that you fill in those right leadership positions with women, and you will see how the business will grow up. We have got another audience question from Rajita coming up. She's saying that she has been facing a lot of biases as a woman business person, and she believes that she can not ignore it. She says that she has been ignoring it, but what is the right way to not to ignore it, and what is the right way to take it up in case if she faces such biases?
I'll go from my side is really that you need to follow a process. You definitely can't ignore it. Actually, I've been through something similar myself, and it's just like the seed of doubt comes into your head. It's me. I think it's me. Oh, I just should let it go. I should just let it go. And actually, if we allow that process in our minds to happen, it's not just what it means for us, but what it means for people in the future generation, that things will never change. And so actually, it's that fear of saying, okay, I have identified there is an issue. It isn't just me. I need to have it documented. I think there's so much to be said from speaking to other people, from speaking to sort of professionals in whatever industry that she's in, to say, this is how I'm feeling. Is this normal? Because for anyone good in HR will be able to say, no, this isn't normal, and that actually is the case. And then it's documented it in the right way. I think a lot of women, unfortunately, allow it to get to a point where the biases are so bad that it's become really uncomfortable and it's very emotional and they're really angry. They've left it get on so long that they're really distraught about it. And then the delivery is, this is everything that's happened. And unfortunately, that then doesn't necessarily be received in the right way. So if things are starting to be noticed, we've got a duty of care, not only as a woman, but also as an employee to whoever your employer is, to say, these are the things that are happening. I'm just addressing them. I want them to be documented. And these are the actions that I think need to be taken, and to provide solutions that aren't necessarily confrontational, that aren't going to cause a big blowout within the company. And just it's starting that conversation. There's no harm stepping out of the box to say, this is the issue and this is how I think it needs to be addressed. And I think certainly from the people that I've worked with and previous bosses that I've had, they've always said that there's one thing identifying the problem, but it's also great from an employee perspective if you can then also addressing a solution, because not only are you coming to me with this is what's happening, you're also saying this is how I think it could be done better. And you're always going to be in a much more positive position to do that. So my advice would be 100% you have to say something, and say it now rather than letting it get to a point where you're so past the point and angry and annoyed that it will be very, very difficult then for it to be received in sort of a positive way.
Yeah, so maybe I can add to what Sarah said. Number one is, I know this is a tough one because a lot of women actually go through this, and it is difficult to bring this up because you're worried that you will be sort of then judged for that, and people will then say, oh God, this woman is very difficult to work with, etc. So, but it's important that you need to be the change. You need to take the ownership for making the change, and it's however tough it is. So how do you do that? It is important that the facts are presented rationally without getting into the emotional aspect. It is an emotional issue, but unfortunately, if you get emotions come in the way of the communication may not go down as well as it should. Take the help of somebody senior in the organization who can be your champion in this, and ensure then that this is presented, and it actually leads to a culture change in the organization. So it cannot be just one issue being brought out and then addressed. This has to actually also result in the beginning of a culture change in the organization. And you can be that change by bringing it up in the appropriate way to the right persons and pushing really hard to ensure that this is heard.
Wow, that's amazing. That's quite some points for Rajita there. Now, the next question is coming from Annie. She says that she's working in a very male-dominated workplace, and she's put it in parentheses, it's manufacturing, I guess. And she's asking how can she make a mark in such a place as a woman, as a leader?
Can I go first?
Yeah, you go, Ram.
Yeah. So I think this is a brilliant opportunity. You can wear this as a badge of honor. You know, a woman in a manufacturing workplace is so rare that you have the ability to make a huge culture change. So keep that in mind, first of all, that you are a pioneer. And as a pioneer, it is going to be tough. It's going to be challenging. But what the output that you'll bring out is going to be so amazing that people will stand up and watch, right? So keep that in mind when you address this, number one. Number two is you will have to find allies in the organization, because there are so few women in manufacturing in the organization that you will need supporters in the organization to support you. And I'm talking from experience that it's important to have people who are standing up for you at times, because there is a lot of bias, inbuilt bias in the manufacturing side of businesses as far as women are concerned. But take it as a challenge. And this is the greatest opportunity you will have. What you're going to achieve is something which you will be talking to your grandchildren about. So go for it.
Well, that's wonderful. Sarah, do you have a take on that for Annie?
Yeah, I'll just probably mirror, to be honest, what Rami said, in that the opportunity is huge because there's no mold necessarily that's already there for you to conform to. You can create the space of whatever that looks like for you. And it's not every day that you can go into a job whereby maybe you've not had a predecessor who's paved the way and you've got to fit a certain status quo to be successful in that role. So I think you said Annie, she's called, has to basically see this as an opportunity that what she is able to now create could be a change for so many future generations. And that is a real chance for her. She could be the drivers for more women to be in manufacturing, dependent on how it goes within her role. And it may seem like such a small thing to her, but actually the ripple effect, as we all know it, could be massive. And I think let's turn around what may be seen as a negative of I'm the only woman within the manufacturing business that I'm in now, to the positive of I'm about to change the way for women moving forward in a manufacturing business. And because I am the only person, I'm going to lead from the top and show everyone how it's done. And it's a great opportunity that should be seized with open arms. And there's no real wrong that can be done from her perspective, as far as I see it, because there's nothing to compare it to. So be fearless and go after it.
Wow, that's quite some perspective.
So I have an example on this, and very interesting example, actually. It's a classmate of mine.
Yeah, that
we all joined our whatever respective companies from campus, and she got the job of a salesperson in the liquor industry in India. Now, there is no such thing as a woman salesperson in the liquor industry in India at that time. Okay, and it was unbelievable that she got that role. And everybody was wondering, my God, it's going to be so tough for her to handle this, because the kind of people you interact with, the kind of mindsets that she interacts with, the dealers, etc. I mean, there's a completely different world, you know. She set a huge success story there, and not surprisingly, you know, she was the managing director of one of the multinationals in India about 3 years back. Now she's gone back to another role in the US, and she's had a fantastically successful career because she started off taking on this big challenge. And the more challenging you are, and this is what I talked about the first time, if a seed is sprouted in the fire, it will definitely not wilt in the sun. So you getting so much of power by getting into this role, which is so unique, that no woman has actually been in some role like this. You're going to get so much of strength for yourself by taking on this.
Oh, that's amazing. We have one more question coming in right now from Solomon, saying that do most women get carried away faster or easily post reaching the peak of their profession?
Sorry, could you say that? Do most women was the question?
It says that do most women also get carried away faster or easily post reaching the peak of their profession, peak of their career? I believe that's what the audience wants to ask.
I wouldn't say, from my experience, I'd say probably why it may appear that they are reaching the peak of their career faster is that the companies and the environment around them is changing, as we mentioned earlier, that is giving women this voice and this opportunity to progress, that in previous times we haven't seen that. So what it may seem is that, oh, well, women are moving at a much quicker rate and are moving up the ranks, but actually that's been normal for men since we can remember. But it's just now that women are sort of moving in that right direction that would be why. I think there's a lot, and I'm not going to beat around the bush, sort of the elephant in the room, about obviously women at some point in their lives having children. And there is that general sort of conception that women sort of late 20s, early 30s will be really pushing, because that's the maximum time for them to really make the most of their career, because ultimately, and it's not all women, but when they have a baby, their sort of priorities may slightly change. So we definitely do see sort of the early 30s women really wanting to pursue things, but I don't necessarily think it's a lot quicker by any means. From my experience, Ram, you may have something different, I think, to say about this, but in my organization, from the companies that I've worked with, it's just that doors are being opened, which is rightly so that women can take leadership positions. It's not necessarily that it's a quicker route than for the men.
Yeah, and I think what you said about having children, etc. Yes, as a society, we need to understand that there will be women. I mean, men cannot bear children, so women have to take that break at times, and the organizations have to accommodate for that and ensure that they're not penalized for it. And that's, as a society, that's what we owe to women. So there is a just and fair playing field. But beyond that, I don't think any organization promotes women faster or anything. It is just that people are so unused to having women going up the ladder into senior positions that sometimes they start thinking that, oh my God, this company is being unfair. Let's take a look at the numbers. Even now, there are such a small fraction of women who are in senior positions in organizations. And as it gets filled up, yes, optically it will look like, hey, there are more women being supported. All that organizations are doing is actually they're removing the existing biases and the obstacles which are there in front of the women.
Absolutely. I think that that brings us to almost a very wonderful stop to this fireside session, and things that we are looking forward to is definitely women are the leaders, but definitely women are there to lead the business. The only thing that they are looking forward to is empathy. They will succeed if you give them the right opportunity and the fair chance. And thank you so much, Sarah. It was a wonderful session, the speech as well as the fireside chat. We learned a lot from you, and needless to say, it was very highly inspiring. A lot of people would be connecting to you from now onwards for the Sparkle Foundation, and the work that you have done is amazing. Ram, we are waiting for shortly for your session as well, and we are so totally excited about it, that what exactly we will be listening to you. And after listening your thoughts on how to succeed women, I believe that we need more men like Ram, and definitely more support is required from your side, and leaders like you Thank you so much, both of you. It was a wonderful session. For the audience, I would like to tell you that we are a little bit running ahead of time. So what we are going to do is take a half an hour break with a lot of videos that would be filling in for this half an hour time. So go grab your lunch, grab your tea, and please come back again from 1 o'clock sharp. We have got some more amazing sessions, and starting with Jen Hong, who's going to talk about the power of LQ. And what exactly is LQ? That is something that I will leave on to Jen to come and decide and talk about it. Till then, half an hour's break, and 1 o'clock sharp, we would get back here and talk more about on WEFT Global Virtual Conference. Please do not go anywhere. We are going to be shortly back again. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Ram.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice meeting you, Sarah.
And
Bye.
you, Ram. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
The biggest challenge that we face is helping parents understand that the face of education and the needs have actually changed in our country. All these 150 children are my own, and how do I actually take care of each of their needs, understand their specific qualities, retain that core of their child, and still find ways for that child to work on themselves and reach their true potential. So the Orenco ecosystem is the first learning tool for the child, because here is where they live, they learn to collaborate, they learn to face the challenges emotionally, socially, they learn how to counter challenges, and that is the learning that they will come out with. This is the USP of Orenco. This is something that is beyond schooling, beyond education that has ever been imagined. It is an ecosystem. Orenco Academy is 10 years old. That in itself is an achievement, because We have retained what we started off with. We've won a lot of awards this year, which was kind of crediting the journey so far. I'm glad that we are the torchbearers and that agent of social change. We are the change.
संग्राम है ये, अंत है धैर्य का, संग्राम है ये। मां के सिखाए सिद्धांत का, यथार्थ के षड्यंत्र का संग्राम है ये। लाल से लहू का जो तन से है बरस रहा, लाल सी लकीर का जो माथे है चमक रहा, संग्राम है ये। जो खिलता था वो बुझ गया, अंदर तक वो चुभ गया, जो सहना था वो सह लिया, अब कहने को क्या रह गया, संग्राम है ये। समाज के उपहास का, कलंक का, चरित्र का, आघात के, अपकार के विरुद्ध एक आवाज का संग्राम है ये, संग्राम है ये। लहू है लाल, बंधन है लाल, मेरी क्रांति का भी रंग है लाल। अब नहीं रुकूंगी मैं, अब नहीं थकूंगी मैं, चुप्पी तोड़ कहूंगी मैं, सीता भी मैं, काली भी मैं, संग्राम है ये। अंत है धैर्य का, संग्राम है ये, संग्राम है ये।
Misu creates handcrafted crochet bag. Not only bags, it is also venturing into all other home decors and accessories that can be created using crochet. Misu is a startup and it is now able to support a few women, though in a very small way. We are seeing good traction in the last few months. It is because we have a keen eye on the quality of the products and good work done by the artists at Vidya Center. The key challenges are finding skilled artists, the right kind of thread, and the right market. After a long search, I was referred to Vidya Center. It was exactly what I was looking for. I teach the making of these patterns to a group of women who later handcraft the bags. Identifying the right kind of thread that was of good quality
easily and locally available, and also easy to work with was very important for me. Gradually, with word of mouth, we are now receiving orders from people outside this circle. We are still exploring and looking for bigger market. Personally, it has been a roller coaster ride. Staying motivated and focused at all times, despite the setbacks, is very challenging. But as they say, comeback is always greater than setbacks.
जाएंगे कहाँ सोचता नहीं, चल पड़े मगर रास्ता नहीं, क्या तलाश है कुछ पता नहीं, बुन रहे हैं दिल ख्वाब दम बदम. I guess I just live for the day. What for 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line? Somebody asked me in my career, what do you want to be 10 years down the line? I really have no answer to that. Wherever life takes me, whichever role that I can play, I think that passionate, because there seems to be so many challenges. I guess challenges, I love challenges. I think I would be bored if I didn't have that. So I didn't see problems coming in as problems. That is honest. I'm not trying to show myself off. But since I didn't look beyond tomorrow or day after tomorrow, so whatever needs to be done to get that going, I do. I'm now on the verge of turning 70. And yet every day of my life has been exciting. I've never been bored, not a single day. You should live every moment. And then there is a calling that all of us have. We should just identify that calling. And of course, the calling, as far as I am concerned, keeps changing. But even that is fine. Life is not about, I think, how far you have progressed or whether you've reached Everest. But life is about enjoying every step that you have taken towards Everest. But the journey itself is very beautiful. Also, I had no intentions of starting a business of my own, and I still don't have any intentions of starting businesses on my own. Simply because I have been a single mother, had to bring up 2 children. So a paycheck every month was absolutely necessary. So I was always in jobs. But every job, every role of mine, I conducted myself as though I was an entrepreneur. I owned that role and I owned that role and then beyond my call. That I'm realizing now. At that time, I did not realize. I felt that at that time that whatever I did was not enough. I had to do more. But now I realize that I did more than what was expected out of that role. And therefore, my growth internally was phenomenal. After quite a number of avatars, I now come to work in the space sector. And the problem I can see here is not really the waste, but the way we work in silo. From 2014, we started this Waste Impact Trust, which I am the managing trustee. What we look at is how do we get people to come together. And for that, the platform that I have chosen is a hackathon, in which all of us come together and identify problems in a particular sector, in a particular theme,
which are that theme is normally around livelihoods of people who work in waste in a larger context come together, not just one city. Hopefully the country will come together to solve this problem. That is my the definition of Swachhata Abhiyan. I would like the right platform to be given to these people who are really working. I don't think I have any particular philosophy. I just embrace what comes, enjoy every experience, give my 100% to whatever I'm doing. And yeah, that's my philosophy.
Hello to the ladies. My love to every woman entrepreneur. I'm a big supporter of WEFT. If you're a lady entrepreneur, woman entrepreneur, you must definitely register with WEFT. Unconditional love and support guaranteed by WEFT, and it's my assurance too. Good luck, ladies.
In 1 year of WEFT, we have met many inspirational women entrepreneurs. And today, on the occasion of Teachers' Day, we are going to meet and interview 3 very inspiring women entrepreneurs from the education sector. This is going to be their stories that they are going to tell by themselves, and it is going to also help many budding women entrepreneurs like you. Hello, I'm Devki Rao, and I'm the creative director of Sevita Center for Arts.
Namaste, I'm Chetna Devi. I'm the founder of Orient. It's a school that focuses on skilling for fulfillment.
Hi, I'm Priya Arya, and I'm the founder of Smilify. We deal in career guidance and we also deal in training in various schools. So yes, very much from the education department, and I'm an important strategist.
Okay, so first question for you guys would be that all of you have started your businesses from very out-of-box thinking. What made you guys move left when the whole world was moving right?
In my case, it was the need, a personal need actually, because my son was born in 2000. I was looking for a school which would give him something that I didn't have, because I felt that in 2000 when recession had hit us, we had to respond back to the industry to tell us what we need to do next. And I wanted something that will skill him and he'll have a toolkit at the end of his education. And that is what made me think of education in a different way.
Yeah, so what made me start, I'm a counselor, and I was actually dealing with a lot of kids of the present generation where I saw that there is a big gap where what the world really needs today and what is actually being taught in the education department. We are still running in the 1940s, where we have now moved from the industrial era into the technology era, and there is a huge gap, which what is known as the emotional gap, and the EQ levels are really low in this present generation. And that is where I created programs to bring about this change and to tweak the kids and their thoughts to make them not victims but successful leaders of tomorrow.
And by EQ, you mean
Emotional quotient, emotional intelligence.
Okay, coming from a professional art background, I'm a painter. And being with the artisans community for a very long time, I've understood their lives very closely. So then I realized that it is not a problem only with the artisans, but also the art education. And I thought I should do something because I have been teaching art throughout my life for more than 20, 25 years now. And I thought, how can we make art education more passion driven rather than only skill and like a hobby class? And that is where I kind of stepped out of my regular job and thought of starting Savita Center for Arts. And we kind of structure the curriculum, the syllabuses, everything which kind of teaches the students about a life skill, not just as a hobby activity. So that's an amazing thing. But what exactly inspired you guys to become educationists?
Well, my passion for kids, the passion to bring about the change. And what's better than handling kids, especially when you're seeing the family structures going from the large scale to the micro level, where now we are talking about single parents. So life skills have really gone down the drain in this present generation. So yeah, I want to see a healthy generation next. So that is what has really inspired me to get into this line.
What inspired me was not now, not in the recent years, but when I was growing up. And what I wanted to do was always to bring about some change around me and make an impact to the people around me. When I was growing up, politics was a big thing and it was clean, a little bit clean from my eyes. So I thought I would become a politician. As I grew, I understood, okay, that's not going to work because I'll have more hurdles than I can think of. And when my child and this education aspect struck me, I thought, okay, why not make many more agents of social change than just myself? And I found this as the perfect way to do it. The second thing that I saw was we all grew up for Roti Kapda Makan. But this generation already has many variants of Roti Kapda Makan. So what is it that can help them, actually find that fulfillment in life? And I felt the best thing that can make them feel fulfilled is the fact that they can help other people and collaborate with them. And that's why I felt education is one of the best things with which I can nurture young minds and have a healthy generation and have someone who can be of value to the world around them.
I was a very quiet child and I didn't like to socialize, even though I come from a very big joint family. And whenever there were somebody coming home and things and all, I was not a very expressive child. So I would go back, lock myself in the room and just do drawings and paintings. But I always thought the art is only to do with ourselves. I never knew there could be education. There could be something which we can learn as a skill and kind of express. Because for me, art is a language. And people who are more shy go towards visual art, and somebody who is much more expressive goes into theater and other things. But later on, I realized that nobody can teach anyone to be an artist, but you can definitely teach them the skills to create art or create or express themselves. And when I got into out of my college and things and all, the first job I could think was being an art teacher. So I said, what I missed as a child, I should definitely give it back to the society. And I know what is that vacuum like because my son didn't have art after grade 5. And that's the sad part, being a child to an artist and an art teacher. But I was feeling very helpless. So I thought, okay, why don't I start something out of the school, out of the regular job, and started this art school, which is Savita Center for Arts. And we do everything which is out of box. And we kind of train the students, train the teachers how to teach as well, which doesn't happen in a regular school. So that's my passion to become an educationist.
And where do you think the education industry is moving today? And what do you see the future will hold?
There are a lot of changes that we're seeing at present. Specifically, if we speak about her, where she has come up with an alternative education system. Similarly, there's a lot of change that's happening. We're changing from that British era education where they were actually making followers to follow them. We have started now creating leaders, which is a good sign. We are entering into a new zone. So I think I am positive about the present generation and the education and the technology taking over and everything.
So, Chetna, what do you think? You're already running the education institute. Where do you think the education is going, and what does it have in future?
I think education is in an excellent state right now. However, we need to wake up and understand what is the need of the world around us, of children, of adults, of everybody, because now education is no longer catered well. Everybody has to learn, otherwise we perish. That's how the industry is, that's how the world is. Even a new mom wants to look at how do I raise my child. Yesterday, a teenager was telling me, I want to cuddle my girlfriend and I want to find out how, so I'm going to go to YouTube. Okay, so you want learning material that is fitting everybody, everywhere, at any time. And that should be short, that should be crisp, that should be meeting their needs in that very moment. Okay, so education the paradigm shift has happened in what is education. So I think there's a plethora of choices for people to get into this industry and meet everybody's needs. It's no longer just schooling, and I think that's fantastic.
Yeah. And what do you think are the key challenges in this space? If somebody wants to come up and start something in education industry, what do you see that can be barriers to entry?
See, the copy paste thing can't happen anymore because in today's generation, the kids are very smart. The educational system is changing accordingly because the way we had schooling or college was all within the four walls. So now I think a lot of the educationists and teachers or people who run the school are thinking outside the box and bringing the children to have more experiences. And if you want to get into this kind of profession where you want to be an educator or educationist, you need to be flexible, first of all. Don't think that I'm going to do this way and it has to impact. You need to understand what the situations are and where is the child or the student or what is the need of the art or what is the need of the present time, and accordingly adjust and do new things. So we need to be learners and also sharing our knowledge at the same time. So learning should never stop.
Well, I completely agree with Devki. But at the same time, what I have understood, there's so many different kinds of schools that are opening up, and parents have become really very, very, very smart compared to what our parents used to do. They were least bothered what we were doing. But today, parents are really, researching about every school, every method of teaching, everything. And with the new school opening up, getting students becomes a little tough. So anybody who's planning to start a school, they need to give it at least 5 years of time to settle it down. And that means 5 years means that the salaries and the overheads and everything, the money backup has to be there if you really need to succeed in this industry. So yeah, that is a big challenge that has come up, unlike previous years when we had just 5 or 6 good schools.
That's an interesting thing. And Chetna, what do you think is the USP, the key driving thing for your education institute?
I think for Orinco, the first thing that comes to my mind is the community. We are raising children there like in olden times, where you have it takes a village to raise a child. So we are raising children that way. Everybody collaborates, and when there is a huge group of people living and learning together, there's always this friction because of some reason or the other, and that gives a lot of opportunities for learning. How do you deal with each other? How do you speak to each other? How do you communicate? How do you forgive? How do you empathize? I think the Orinco ecosystem is in itself a learning tool for children, and they're living and breathing in it every day and learning. That's one thing. The second is the fact that the parents and we co-parent the children. And because of that, we have an excellent way of working with each other. When we need their help, they're there for us. When they need our help, we're there for us. And the child gets something very, very concrete in terms of home and school. That's the same. You don't have confusion. So that's the second aspect. The third aspect is that everything is about skilling. Whether it is reading, writing, spelling, math, or art, or dance, or theater, or whatever, everything is thought about in such a way that the child actually takes this in as a tool in his toolkit, and then he can work on it. And then whenever he faces anything in life, whether it is carpentry or whether it is mechatronics or electronics or electrical, he can just pull out that tool and he can use it in his life. So we're equipping and empowering rather than just sending them out with a packet of certificates.
Well, as I said, I deal in emotions, and not many people do that. Emotions in terms of using it as a tool for success. I'll give you a very small example. When a child goes through a certain, say a bad example or a failure. Let's take it as a failure. People tag him, you're a failure, you're this, you're that. Nobody teaches a child how to fail with a dignity attached to it. That it's just a step that you've fallen down, just a step to get back again. How do you get back? How do you bounce back? It is just a small little step. Nobody teaches. And the child goes ahead in life not learning how to fail, learning only to come first in class. And when the child reaches the real world, you're bound to fail. We've all failed at some point or the other. And but I've not learned how to fail. How will I then see success if I can't fail? If I don't know how to do something wrong, how will I learn how to do something right? So that is what my core is, where I actually tell kids it's okay to fail. Just keep that larger picture in mind. You have to reach a certain place in life. But what is your place? It should collide with you and not with your peer. My friends are doing this, so I'm doing this. My parents have asked me to do this, so I'm doing this. Make informed decisions in life and move forward. If this way is not working, there's always a plan B, C, D. But it should all lead to the same similar destination. And that is the destination that you choose.
That I can see the passion coming through when you're talking about it. Okay, what we do differently in Sigita Center for Arts is basically bringing in awareness among the parents group or the children's group or any age group for that matter, to understand art has been a foundation for every single thing that we do in life. Art teaches us a lot of skills. Definitely it teaches us it's okay to go wrong. Yes. And only when you make mistakes and when you know where you're making mistakes is when you learn. So art definitely teaches you those skills. It's basically the fundamentals of design concepts which can be applied in different professions. So for me, when I talk about what we do, we talk to the parents and all, we tell them art and math are two important concepts in life. If you remove these two, everything stops at us, right? Right from a person who's a scientist, a medical person, or a sociology or geography, whatever you're studying in different professions, you need art there. You need to think creatively. Creativity doesn't mean art, but creativity is being, or it's a thinking style. So that comes only by exploring through different types of art. So that is what we do differently. That's quite a conversation. We learned so many things from all three of you. But in the last, we would like you guys to leave one advice for the budding women entrepreneurs who want to enter the education sector.
Well, as I said before, we need to have our finances in place. We need to have the passion towards that, bringing about that change. And we need to have patience to run it for the next 5 years without much returns.
Okay, if you want to be a teacher or start your educational professional career by being a teacher, learn to be a coach, because today's students need coach rather than teachers, and teaching them life skills. And if you want to run a school, definitely there'll be ups and downs, finances, whatever Priya said, it has to be in place, but also be flexible like water so that you can adjust and be in any situation and never give up.
I'd like people to understand that there are so many opportunities in the field of education now, because the world is actually shrinking. It's becoming so personalized. Families are also, not really available for people to get info from. And hence, there's a lot of training opportunities that are coming up in every space. For that, all the women entrepreneurs who are looking into this sector should look at what does the customer want at all levels. It's expand with you. And I think that if you can understand and see what, where can you connect and what can you do for the people around, you will find the need, the motivation, the aim, and everything that you need to make that happen.
WEFT celebrates education. Happy Teacher's Day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a great break, and you can see now that we are also back now with much more energy and a one very, very interesting new session for you from Jen Muhong. It is called the power of LQ. And what LQ stands for, if you are thinking about it, it is something that is going to come after your IQ and EQ. And Jen is going to give you a lot many detail about it. Let me introduce our next speaker, Jen Muhong. She's an international speaker, trainer, and coach with 10 years of experience of training and coaching for government programs, international organizations, and entrepreneurs coming from 30 different countries. She used to be the silent kid then, became an engineer, and then became the top performer of 2 master degrees and then the 2 top government world scholarships, Chevening and Erasmus. Jen is also speaker of TEDx 2 times and author of 6 books and founder of different international leadership and entrepreneurship programs, Empower You Seminar, Hanoi Entrepreneur Community, and more. So let's welcome Jen Wuhong. Jen, can we have you on screen now? Hello. So good to see you again, Jen. Hi. What's the time there in Vietnam?
I can start now, right?
Yes, you can. Please
You
go.
look beautiful, everyone. And Iti, you look great. So you had a great lunch, I guess. So everyone, hope everyone had a great lunch. One question for everyone. What would be the one thing that you want people to remember about you at the end of your life? I had a friend this morning when I shared that I would go to talk in our community WEFT, and I asked the question and I had an answer from him. I cannot see your answer, but I like you to write down or to remind your mind. His answer was the joy and the guidance. If you already have your answer, the one thing that you want people to remember about you at the end of your life, that can be called legacy. I'm Jen, and I would love people to remember me as Jen. For sure, there's a name, but beyond that, it is a combination of 3 factors: the J, joy; empowerment, the E; and N, nature. And not about remembering the joy, the empowerment, or the nature from me, but from themselves, that they have that nature inside them to be themselves, and that empowerment to access to their power, and that joy that they can bring even difficulties, even challenges like in COVID or pandemic. So today I will invite you to join me to step back from your business and your life to talk about something that sounds intangible, but I believe that could guide our better level in what we do, and that is LQ, legacy quotation. I like you today to create that legacy quotation and then also say, what is that one thing you can do after that? And I will walk you through my journey of how did I create it. And that started since I was a kid. Or maybe it's not because I was genius. The fact was I had no idea what was that legacy when I was a kid because I didn't speak English. That's the number 1 reason. Number 2, I was a countryside kid from Vietnam, in the northern of Vietnam. Anyone, if you visited Vietnam, maybe you would never go to my hometown because it was not a place for tourists. But it had a lot of nature, and it also had a lot of difficult life. I remember people graduated from school, they came back and got married and had children. And that was the vision that I had for myself. And I remember I told people I wanted to go abroad or to study in science university, and they told me to stay home and have bus load of kids. But this was one thing. That was the desire that I had. If you created your business, you may have that feeling that you had that desire and you just wanted to do something. And I had no idea what was that something. I just felt that I wanted to change life of people around me. I saw my parents work with 4 different jobs to raise up 4 kids. You started your business maybe because you also saw people had problems in their life and you transform it and you wanted to help. That feeling was so strong. And that made me to just go through the noises of people around me that I could not do things. And I tried to then be able to enter the technology university. And the reason because I saw a lot of entrepreneurs, I read about them, and the statistics said around 30% of entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, study technology. I had that story in my mind and that desire of wanting to do something, and that guided me to get there. And I got a chance to later on study abroad. And the more people I met, the more I wanted to have. So the desire got bigger. And then I wrote down my statement. And if you are an entrepreneur, you had your statement, I believe. And the statement was empowering like million people to be able to be confident. Because I was a very silent kid before, and I then became more confident to speak up. And I also started my business since I was last year student. So I wanted to help other people to also transform their life around. And I wrote down that million people statement. That was so inspiring, and that was so exciting. If you have started your businesses, or if you have started your career or something new, you had that excitement at the beginning, right? It was like, hey, morning, wake up. And yes, let's go there and inspire a million people. And that was like the very interesting part because I just went bankrupt after changing my career with that kind of big thinking, big legacy. So I was an engineer working for Dell and Samsung after I graduated from my university and also study my master. I worked as an engineer, but I wanted to do training and writing and speaking as my career. So I started into that journey, that business in that new area. And I wrote my first book, and I also made my first video. I saw nobody, and I have that kind of very big mission over there, right? Million people, and I had nobody read my book or watched my video, and I felt like from the sky dropped down. Maybe you started your business somewhere, sometime, and it was so excited at the beginning, and then you had that kind of doubt sometimes. And what do you do at that moment when you down, when you even get bankrupt? And that is where I really remember and realize, what does this mean, legacy? The time when I went bankrupt, I was in Malaysia. I remember I went to my coffee shop. There was a stranger. He gave up the seat for me in the coffee shop. And that was when I felt the hope. I thought nobody understood my new career. My family, my friends thought I was crazy to quit my job and started my new career, started my new business. I thought nobody could understood me. But at the moment, there was a guy, a stranger, he cared. And he gave me that act of kindness. And he didn't ask for anything, but he left when I even could not say thanks because I felt so shocked. And that when I realized, what does this mean, legacy? It is every single person that you touch every day, that every little thing that you do every day. That recall me a story of Oprah Winfrey, the first ever Black woman reach the level of billionaire in the 21st century. So Oprah, she built her first university in Africa. And she went to talk with her mentor. Oh, I created my legacy. Yeah, you could create a university and it could bring education to a lot of people. That is a great legacy. And her mentor looked at her. You have no idea what does this mean, legacy. Legacy, it is every single person that you touch every day. So my million people statement was beautiful. And that only happened if every single day I can touch one person. And I write out that actually every day in the morning, who is the one person that me, my business can touch today? And that with compound effect will create the million life can be changed. So I'm inviting you with your legacy quotation. It can be huge, big, and great. And then break it down. What is that today you do? Because the way you do things today, the way you talk to a person today, the way your business interact with your customer today, every little things like that, it will create a legacy. So the legacy is not that one day it happened, but it's that today is a way. So you are not creating your business, but you are creating a legacy to your business. And I can see E.T., she has been doing it. And the WEFT, the Women Entrepreneurs for Transformation community has been doing it. That has a step every single day. And they combine that every day, the impact of it, and make it to become this community. So my thought I left to you, remember, you want people to remember you. And that word or that sentence, make it become everyday action. It can be like me, you write it in your door, and anytime you walk into the door, you remember, okay, the way you walk to the door, it also create legacy. Or it can be a sentence you write in front of your desk as your company, where you work with your team. Remember, the way you interact with them is also a legacy. Or the way you interact with your customer is also creating your legacy every day. And I believe that you have a lot of things in your business going on, if you are having a business or your life, your career. And sometimes the saying of legacies seem to be something so somewhere, but it is something that can string everything you do together and combine that impact you do every day together. And then you will feel it stronger every day. And if you have that thing guide you and string all the values you create, it get bigger and multiple it. And this is the community that I see here. And I just want to say thanks to WEFT and ET and every speaker here, Sarah, that I met this when I jump in, to share your values. And that sharing, it is a legacy that you created today. It may change somebody's life. One sentence you say. So what is that one sentence you want people to remember about you? Have it with you to go through the noise, to go through the doubts, and to make you live into it every day. And that will let me back to WEFT, the community who is creating tremendous values to others entrepreneurs out there. Just want to say thanks one more time.
Hi.
So E.T., it's your stage now.
Yes, it was amazing. Short, sweet, and quite insightful and amazing. And I'm always excited to see how you put things into perspective for people. I'm sure that a lot of audience are highly inspired by what you have left for them legacy quotient. That's the big thing that you have to talk about. We have few questions for you, Jen, and I would like to take it one after the other. If you can answer them for me. Your audience is asking that what does it take to move from nothing to something?
Can you say it again? I now can hear you clearly.
That's like a trick question, I guess, Jen. The audience here is saying that what does it take to move from nothing to something? I believe that you were talking about that you went all the way down to when you had nothing in your bank account, and then you are something today. So I think that the question is directed to you from that perspective, that how do you build from nothing to something?
I really want to redefine the nothing, because I think at the moment we see nothing, it is the moment we start from the place of lacking. And maybe sometimes we will use words to kind of play around and to make our mind remember. And I think that's very powerful and beautiful. If it can make us feel like, yeah, we can take action and turn things around. So I'm going to redefine the nothing. The nothing here is just because of nothing of the bank account, or the nothing of nobody around you, or nothing of you have no food to eat, or nothing of no hair. So let me also like, okay, make it in the normal way. Maybe nothing here you mean that you don't have much about finance, you don't have much about the social circle, or you don't have much about the experiences if you start a business. I would see the first is to really change that nothing mindset to become I have all in. And that we call like abundance mindset. And I had a conversation with my mentor last week, was beautiful, because I remember I always felt I had to write more book, I have to write more kind of blogs, or I make a joke like one more boyfriend to actually feel fulfilled. And the more I had like more books I wrote, the more speeches that I gave, I still felt the hole in it. And that because I started from the place of liking. And having nothing here, it doesn't mean that you don't have anything. You have nothing, but it's more about you don't see it in the reality yet. So the mindset shift, actually, you have it all inside you, but it needs some action, some step to materialize it in the real life, to actualize it in the real life, what we call. But the shifting in the mindset, I have it all here, but let me take one step today to make that something happen. So I was a little kid from the countryside, and I never felt that I never felt like I had nothing, but I believe that something, I would have something, I would do something. So that belief, even sometimes it got down, but that really helped me to go through, because I believe there's something bigger than us. And somebody will call like God, somebody call like universe, somebody call like best self or higher self. But yet that big picture remain the big picture, that the power of us is like more than our body, more than we can perceive. And that fundamental mindset will really help us to overcome more challenging. But for sure, it has to then go with the action that today, for example, I would say when I changed my career, my very important point was about to have my mentor. And I was so clear to fight him, and I was with him every day, or every week. Let's say we talked together and we made videos together, and that's where I lived into the personal development journey. So anyone here, if you felt like you started your business, you had nobody, but it's somewhere around you. You gotta go and find it. Start with a community, a person, and share your desire. And then with that, you will go like step by step, or maybe start with a skill that you want to develop. So in my case, I wanted to master the speaking, the networking, and I measure it every day. I call the Faladi technique, which means speak every day, 10 videos I make every day at the beginning of my journey, and I measure the improvement of it one of the improvement I can make more is to speak slower. So that like, okay, one person that you can be around to inspire your dream, one skill that you can level up. So let's say you are a female entrepreneur, you can meet ET or her community web. That can be a starting point because the collective belief will empower your action. And start with your skill of networking. So I say social circle, skill, but it based on the fundamental belief that you have it all here. But you will step by step to realize it. Long answer and then short.
Well said. And I mean, there is no meaning of the journey if you don't keep on collecting and celebrating the milestones that you are achieving one after the other. That's so important in life. And I have another question for you, Jen. This is about the legacy question, and very nicely round off. This question is about that there are different type of leadership types, but how does one imbibe the legacy quotient in every different type of leadership style? So would you please talk about?
So it's about how can you define the best leadership style for yourself?
Yes, and how do we have a legacy quotient in all different type of legacy leadership style?
Wow, that is gonna be like an amazing book. If you're right, I want to read that. I have no universal answer for all types of leadership and having the legacy, but I will share what I look at the leadership styles and also the legacy. So the relation of that, I would see legacy is something like the intangible. It is the value you create, and the leadership style is just like a way of executing on it. So it's like saying in Vietnam we have Ho Chi Minh. He's the one who went to more than 30 countries and came back and liberated Vietnam, and his face is on our money. So his legacy, I believe, is about the care he had for our countries, and his leadership style is only the tool for him to executing on it. There's another guy named Phan Bội Châu also in our country. So today you have a little bit tour in our history journey. Phan Bội Châu has or had different leadership style compared to Ho Chi Minh, but he also left the legacy that people, I would say, he cared about the nation. He liberated the nation, but he had different leadership style. So the leadership style is only the tool to execute the legacy or the values you want to create or you want to accumulate every day. So we have, for example, Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg. I believe that they had different leadership styles, but the legacy that I think they created or they have created actually is about bringing something that lasts, to inspire people, creativity and innovation. And it's also very perceptional. It's very subjective. Maybe E.T. or Sarah would see them a little bit different compared to how I see it. And it is okay. So legacy, even it is also subjective. So it come back to yourself. I believe is a self-awareness. If you see that matter to you, and you hear that voice over and over again, like when you go to bed, when you go to eat, when you meet that one or this one, when you go to India or you go to Singapore or you go to Vietnam, you still have that kind of feeling and you want to do it. And it is just like bumble you, and that would be some kind of value that you want to keep bringing back to life. And that it would be the style to divide. But then now the how can you execute the leadership style is just a tool. And you say when you choose a leadership style, for example, charisma, it's gonna like make inspire people, or it can be like quite tough, or can be like servant leadership. I think the ultimate question should be asked still like, oh, remember, I want to create that value. And if I need to change that leadership style to make that legacy work, then I'm gonna do that. So that would be a bigger picture. The tool is a tool, and the tool can be changed. So I would say, because I was an engineer, I was really independent in my work. I would do everything. I would work on myself. And I started working with team, and I found I could inspire them, but I was not that patient, and I was not that giving them the autonomy because I wanted to do it all. So that kind of leadership style, it was a very beginning, and I found that it was not happening when I expand what I do. If I wanted to build a better community, I had to work with people better. I had to be more collaborative. Instead of competent leadership, I had to be more collaborative leader. And that where I got to change, because I know the thing matter is I wanted to have people. So answer your question, from my point, I believe everyone have that kind of value you want to create, and that would be the bigger picture that will guide your style in a certain context. You gotta change if you need to change that behaviors, because that's the other thing is more important.
Absolutely.
The tools, that's the tool. Yeah.
Very well put together, Jen, and I believe that Paras would have got the answer. I have another question, which is like a follow-up question on that. He's saying that I do understand that legacy needs to be built for a leader, but I'm one of those leaders who would like to put their team first rather than talking about myself more. So how do I build a legacy?
This is the first thing I would like you to build. Is to build what you just told me. It is exactly your legacy, right? Your legacy is about empower people, and that is, if you think that one keep coming back to you, that is exactly what you are up to. So legacy for one person is different from others. And as I shared at the beginning, I wanted to people to remember Jen, not because I am Jen, joyful, empowering, and natural, which I believe I have to lead first, lead as an example. But I'm more about them. They could feel that values from them. So it's about helping people to be able to access to that power that they have inside them. And I am just like a mirror to reflect, so they can, oh, I see that in myself. So yeah, and sometimes people will think that legacy is about that person, but it's more about that kind of empowerment, that kind of values that person make the other see in themselves. And if you have been feeling that, I think it's wonderful. You are a wonderful leader, because you want your team to be successful. You want your team to access to their power. You are like already like a person of empowerment, and that is beautiful. But it doesn't conflict with the legacy itself, because it's only maybe the way you see it. I don't see legacy is about the leader at all. I never ever. I just see the legacy as a intangible value that person create, and somehow other people can feel, and they try to conceptualize it in words. So if your definition or your way of seeing it is for other people, I think it's beautiful. Work on it. Yeah, and if only about that leader, I don't think the other people will remember that for long. Normally, it will come with the values they create, so benefit for either the team or the audience. I kind of rambling around here, but what I mean, like if you are somebody who want to inspire your team, and I believe people remember about you will be, oh, he's a guy creating leaders in others. And that's beautiful, how beautiful it is. So absolutely, yes.
Wow, that's quite something, Jen. And really, every time I listen to you, there is something new to learn. There is something new to understand. And this powerful tool that you have left for our audience, which is about LQ is something that I think everyone has to learn from it and leave that legacy. So as Jen said, that if you are thinking about where to start from, connect with me, connect with Jen. She's there on the LinkedIn. She's there talking to and teaching a lot of professionals what exactly should be your leadership style and how to go about it. Thank you so much, Jen, to be part of WEFT Global Virtual Conference. And I'm sure that audience out there is really looking forward to hear more from you. Do you want to say the last few words and say bye to them?
I just want to say thanks to ET and WEF one more time, and I don't think I will say thanks enough for more you're gonna create for the community and everyone, all the speakers and the audience. I think you investing your time, and that investment is also the act of creating a legacy. It's like a little thing. So I believe you are not creating a business, but you are creating legacy through your business and starting from very little thing you do. And social capital, which means the connection that you have, connecting with ET or Sarah or our speaker Brian, anyone in this community live event. Don't bring them into a box, but bring them into life by having a conversation with them later on, following up, and join the community of ET, which I will do when I go to India for sure. Or maybe one day you'll come to Vietnam. So yeah, take this opportunity like a social capital by having a deeper conversation with anyone in this chat room or the live event today. I think that can be another act of creating your legacy or spreading your value out there.
Thank you so much for letting us know about that. Thank you, Jen. And we are going to be talking about the next session very shortly. Thanks, Jen. Say bye to everyone. Bye. Hey, that was Jen, a very powerful speaker. And we have yet another time, another powerful speaker, Mr. Ram Gopal, Ramji, as we call him popularly, Mr. Ram Gopal Valat. He is already been here with us during the fire chat session. In case if you have missed his introduction, let me do that one round for you again. Mr. Ramji, he is the tech startup co-founder, a much sought after keynote speaker and a best-selling author, and alumnus of IIT Madras and XLRI. He had a very successful corporate career and served as a COO with Airtel and director with Dell and HP. He has reinvented his life after a crippling autoimmune disorder made it difficult for him to perform even mundane day-to-day tasks. Today, he has addressed over 100 groups ranging from school students and parents to global leadership teams and Fortune 500 companies also. His key message are growth mindset. He is the growth mindset guru, resilience and positivity. Ramji aims in life to touch 1 million lives positively. That's quite a story, Ramji, that you have, and it is impressive to see that how you have built that complete life around back again with you. Is there some percept of that also that we are going to hear from you today in your lecture, or it's about growth mindset?
No, I'm certainly going to bore you all with my life story. Don't worry.
I'm sure it's going to be inspirational. You don't call it boring for sure. So looking forward to it, Ramji, all yours.
Thank you so much, Iti. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope all of you have had a fantastic lunch and feeling full of energy. But don't worry, I'm not going to put you to sleep. I'm going to ensure that you have more energy at the end of the session than when it started. Let me just share my PowerPoint. Right. So I'm going to be talking about an interesting concept called growth mindset. But before I get into that, first of all, I'm really honored to be presenting to this group, Women Entrepreneurs, a group which I am sure will continue to grow exponentially over the next decade. as women get unshackled from the social norms which have been holding them back. What does it take to become a successful entrepreneur? Now, this is a question that people ask themselves when they get into entrepreneurship. So there are some very simple and easy ones, right? First of all, you need to have guts. You need to have the courage to step out of your comfort zone, take on something completely new, and invest time, effort, and money in that, hoping that it's going to succeed. That takes enormous amount of courage. So guts is the first ingredient, I would say, for becoming a successful entrepreneur. Added to that is innovation, right? Anything that has to succeed needs to be slightly different from whatever else is there in the marketplace already. And you need to also then be able to continuously reinvent, because quite often the idea that you come up with in the beginning is not something which might work, and you need to tweak it or you need to completely change it. So being innovative is a very critical component of being a successful entrepreneur. The third one, and this is a very, very important one, is resilience. Because as an entrepreneur, you are going to fail. You're going to fail multiple times, trying out multiple things, hitting roadblocks, hitting against brick walls, till you figure out a way around it, reinvent yourself, re-strategize, go after it, till you finally succeed. So how to handle downturns, how to handle setbacks, how to handle failures becomes a very important part of being successful as an entrepreneur. And that also means that you need to learn how to constantly learn new things. You need to learn new skills, you need to learn new strategies, you need to learn new knowledge, new ways of handling people. And so constant learning becomes part of being successful as an entrepreneur. And last but not the least is the ability to create a small group. So as an entrepreneur, when you start, you will not start with a large team. You will start with a few people who are there out of passion, not because they are looking at great amount of money coming from a startup company, or not because they have all the skills required to be really successful in a huge company. They come in because of passion, a shared vision with you, a vision that they share with you. They believe in you. So when they come in, it is important to remember that one of your roles as a leader or an entrepreneur is to also build them up. Build up their competencies, their abilities, their skills, their knowledge. Spend time with them, nurturing them and supporting them, so that they can scale along with the organization instead of being discarded on the wayside. So these are 5 important things that you need to have as an entrepreneur. Now, how do you remember this? Very easy. It is girls. So you need to have lots of girls to become successful in an enterprise. But let me stop joking about it. There is one small tweak in your mindset. If you do, you can actually inculcate all these 5 attributes in your brain. So what is that small change in mindset? And I would like to also stress that I've spent a lot of time with a lot of entrepreneurs in the last 8 years. I'm a co-founder of a company. I have invested in 2-3 small startups. I have mentored some of the startups. I've seen some of them fail. I've seen some of them succeed. So I have a fairly good idea that these 5 things are really important to succeed. But that mindset which is required, right? What is that? And that's what is called the growth mindset. So this term, growth mindset, was coined by Dr. Carol Dweck after decades, actually years and decades of research into the mindset of people and what kind of mindset succeeds. So the opposite of growth mindset is what is called fixed mindset. And the definition is very simple. Fixed mindset is a belief that you are born with certain amount of abilities, finite amount of abilities, and that's what you will always have. Whereas growth mindset is a belief that the abilities that you have can always be grown further by adopting new strategies of learning, constantly learning, or putting a lot of hard work in terms of practice. So that's a stark difference between fixed mindset and growth mindset. Now, the manifestations of these two different mindsets are vastly different. And the way someone who manifests a growth mindset behaves in certain situations is very, very different from the way somebody with a fixed mindset manifestation behaves. And that makes a big difference in terms of the kind of success or failure that you will end up with. Now, let me actually take you through a few of those manifestations, because it's very important to illustrate this. Number one, most importantly, people with fixed mindset manifestation are scared of taking risks. They are scared of taking risks because they believe that the finite amount of ability that they have will actually get exposed if they fail. So they, rather than taking the risk of failure, they would rather tread the trodden path and not deviate from that. So that is the problem with fixed mindset. People do not take risks when they are manifesting fixed mindset. However, the person who is manifesting growth mindset is always keen to take on challenging tasks. Why? Because for them, failure doesn't mean their lack of ability is being shown up. For them, failure is it's one test to see if their ability is as yet good enough to conquer that challenge. And if they fail, they know that they can work again, work harder, adopt more strategies, and gain the ability to conquer the challenge. So growth mindset people love challenges. They like to pit their brains and their abilities against any challenge that comes up, and they will take this on with a smiling and happy face. And that's a big difference. That's the first big difference. The second difference is that people with fixed mindset also are scared of then imagining or being creative. So they sort of like to stay inside the box in their mind also, and they're happy with status quo. Whereas the ones with growth mindset are very innovative and they're very creative. They're like, their mind is full of fertile with new innovative ideas and new ways of doing things, and they constantly try out new things so that they can become better and better at what they're doing. The next one is focusing on the problem. The fixed mindset people, typically when life hits them really hard, or let's say gives them a kick in the backside, then they fall on their face and say, oh God, why did this happen to me? Why me? Whereas the ones with growth mindset, when they kicked in the backside, that is when they propel themselves up to the next orbit. They focus on solutions. So they do not waste time wondering, why did this happen to me? The moment a setback happens or a problem crops up, they look at what are the solutions that they can find to come out of the problem. Fixed mindset means afraid to learn new things. It's the same thing as taking on new challenges. Whereas someone with growth mindset is constantly trying to figure out new skills to learn, new ways of doing things. So they are constantly learning. So and they know that they can keep learning and become better. So there is a lot of motivation for them to keep learning. And last but not the least, as a leader with a fixed mindset, what happens is you also believe that others working under you or working with you have only fixed amount of ability. So you do not think that they are able to overcome this lack of abilities and become better. So if somebody who is working with you fails in a particular task or is unable to scale up to the level that you want, the fixed mindset leader dismisses them, is judgmental, whereas the one with growth mindset believes that any person working with them have also got a growth mindset, and they can be nurtured to scale up and grow in an organization. Remember what I said about this? When you start off an organization, there's a set of core people that you work with who just believe in your idea, who believe in your vision. And most of the time, these are youngsters who do not have all the skill sets which are required to really scale up in life. And it is the ability of the leader to see that growth mindset in them, inculcate that, support that, ensure that you give the right amount of support and nurturing and coaching for them to grow. So this is the difference that a growth mindset makes, even as a leader, not just as an individual. An organization which has got growth mindset as in the heart of it, the core of its culture, will actually want people who are constantly questioning status quo, who are constantly trying out new things, and they will be encouraged to do that. And if they fail, the leader is not going to come down upon them heavily. Rather than that, the leader is going to sit with them and figure out, how can I help you succeed the next time? And that's the difference that a growth mindset makes. Now, how does one grow the growth mindset? By its own definition, growth mindset is something that can be grown. Anybody can grow a growth mindset, which is why I kept saying manifesting growth mindset versus manifesting fixed mindset. There is no person who is born fixed mindset and dies fixed mindset. There is no person who is born growth mindset and lives through as growth mindset. You will, and all of us, depending on the situation, we will toggle between fixed mindset and growth mindset. And some people have the ability to manifest a growth mindset more number of times than the fixed mindset, and they invariably succeed more. So the trick is to figure out how you can manifest growth mindset majority of the time rather than the fixed mindset. So what I'm going to do is that in the next whatever number of minutes I have left, I'm going to try and teach you, not teach you, actually try and guide you in terms of giving you a few tips in terms of how to grow the growth mindset. But before that, I need to establish my own credentials, right? You need to know that I'm a guy who is worth listening to rather than somebody who is generally spouting some words of wisdom. So let me take you back a little bit and tell you a bit about my life. The first 34 years of my life, as E.T. said, was a complete breeze. It went like a rocket. Coming from a very small village in Kerala, I got into IIT. From a Malayalam medium government school, I managed to get into IIT with a rank very close to 100. And from there, I managed to get into XLRI, where I did my MBA. At the age of 24, I started working. And in 10 years, by the time I was 34, I became the youngest chief operating officer in the telecom industry in the country. I was on a roll. I was rocking. And I had a very clear ambition. Number one, I wanted to make as much money as possible, as young as possible. Number two, I wanted to become the global CEO of a Fortune 500 company by the time I was 45. And that is another 11 years. I knew that it was perfectly possible. This is when, unfortunately, a problem started cropping up, physical challenge. Every time I picked up a spoon or a fork, my hand would start trembling, or a pen, my hand would start trembling. Every time I tried to climb up or down steps, I would feel as if I'm falling. And there was obviously something wrong with me, and I didn't know what it was. Unfortunately, none of the doctors could diagnose what is the problem. So slowly but inexorably over the next 7 years, my body kept getting worse and worse and worse. Till at the age of 41, I had a viral fever, which spiked the condition. And at the end of 3 days, I found myself completely paralyzed. I was unable to move even one finger, even 1 millimeter. I couldn't move either of my feet. My eyelids started drooping. I couldn't keep them open. My voice started piping. I couldn't speak. And I was paralyzed. I was wheeled into the hospital. And then they figured out that I have an autoimmune disorder, where my own immune system, this bunch of idiots, was attacking my own body, my own nerves. And the nerves of my hands and legs were completely shot. Because of that, there were no impulses going from the brain to the muscles, and the muscles had mostly wasted away. Well, I was put on medications and the medications were not very effective. Finally, I found for myself a treatment in the US where there was a clinical trial going on, and the doctor was helping people with different kind of autoimmune disorders. It involved killing my entire immune system using chemo and lots of other medications. They, in fact, rebooted my body completely from scratch. And I reinvented, I was regenerated, to so to speak. And the condition actually was 90% staved off. I came out of it telling myself that I'm going to get better. And over the next 6 months, I did some very intense exercising. I drew up a chart of 27 exercises, a daily target for each exercise for each day of the next 180 days. Each week, the target would go up. Every day of every week, every exercise, I would actually beat the target. And at the end of 6 months, I started looking, much better. So this is how I was at the height of my illness. And this is how I was during my treatment, where I had lost all my hair, etc. And I then recovered. 90% of my physical ability I recovered. But the best thing that happened was I had started writing a book when I was in the hospital bed in Chicago. And that's how the reinvention of my life started. That first book was a completely wacky science fiction for children. And it became very well accepted among kids. I was invited to schools to deliver talks. I converted them to science workshops. And I started going to corporates. I started delivering keynote addresses. Today, in the last 8 years, I must have addressed more than 100 such groups, as Iti said, varying from school students all the way to global leaders of Fortune 500 companies. I'm a very sought after motivational speaker. I joined up with a friend of mine who was starting a company. I became a co-founder. We have a perfect match of different skill sets. He's a fantastic engineer. I know a little bit about man management. So together we make a great team. And the company is a very exciting company in the space of computer vision based automation. And that's not all. I have written 2 books, which are both, the second book became an instant bestseller. It is a story on my own life. It's called From Ouch to Oops. I have completely reinvented my life. And the only reason today, when I come back to think of it, the reason I could think of it is that I started manifesting growth mindset. I was able to, instead of every time fate delivered a kick on my backside, and I've had several, even after that recovery, I've had a couple of relapses. In the last 8 years, I must have fallen about 60 times. I have had about 10 fractures. I've had 2 surgeries. I've had 2 more clinical trials I have gone through. But I'm the happiest and the most positive guy I have met in my life. And the reason for that is because I always look for solutions. Every time I fall down, physically, literally, or figuratively, I fall down, I look for how can I make the best of this? And I go and figure out how I can convert that into something which I can market, I can talk about, I can make it into a big story. And that's how I have succeeded. So I know something about growth mindset. Now, let me tell you how to inculcate growth mindset in yourself. And I'm going to use a theory called neuroplasticity, which has been well researched and figured out by neuroscientists. And neuroplasticity basically talks about the fact that your brain is constantly rewiring itself. And the more you focus on certain things, the better that part of the brain gets. So the more hardwired that part gets. So if you focus on the problem, for example, you'll be constantly getting worried and stressing out. Whereas if you focus on the solution, you'll be constantly creating new connections in your brain, feeling more positive and feeling happier. So that is neuroplasticity, where you can rewire your own brain. And if you look at that, there are 5 simple steps that you can do on a regular basis, which will help you build this growth mindset into your brain. If you're ready, let me give you the first one. So every day, do at least one thing that you're scared of doing. At work, it could be that there is a difficult conversation that you want to have with a colleague. You are scared of doing that. What's going to happen? Push yourself to do that. It may be a new way of working out a new process that you want to implement, you are scared of doing, do it. Start small. Start with small steps. And as the days go, you will figure out that it becomes easier and easier for you to do things you're scared of. And it doesn't have to be only at the workplace, even at home. Something you want to talk to your spouse about and you are not very comfortable bringing it up. Bring it up. Things that you are slightly scared of doing, start with that, and over a period of time, build it up to more and more difficult things. The second one is every day do something different or do something which you already do differently. So for example, in my case, I used to drink tea every day. Then I started trying out coffee. A very simple change, minute change, but that one change makes you feel that you can change things. So the more you try different things or different ways of doing things, the easier it becomes for you to step out of a comfort zone. So try out, for example, some easy things. Change the routine at home, what you do. Or when you're sitting at a dining table, sit at a different chair. When you're driving to your office, in the good old days, we used to drive to office. Nowadays, we just sit at home. But when you drive to office, take a different route instead of the normal route that you take. So keep trying out and experimenting new things and new ways of doing things. Your ability to do things out of the box becomes better. Every day, think of an achievement that you had. When you took on a great challenge and when you managed to beat that challenge, think of that. Bask in that glory. Feel awesome. And then actually say, I am so awesome. You know, in my life, I keep doing this all the time. I think I'm the most awesome guy I've met in my life because I tell myself this at least 5 times a day. I just sit back and think of all the challenges I have gone through and how I have succeeded. And I tell myself, Ramji, you're the most awesome guy, man. And I feel awesome. And that helps actually in inculcating growth mindset. The other one is try and pick up new skills or learn new concepts. Every month you take on one learning challenge and go after that. So at the beginning of this pandemic, one of the things that I told myself that I want to move online. Now, I'm not going to be obviously invited by lots of companies to come and deliver talks because of the pandemic. I need to create a profile for myself online. And my idea is to start a complete online course on growth mindset, on positivity, etc. So I have learned how to use Final Cut Pro, and I can edit my own videos and create my own videos. Now I know I can use other online tools to create my own visuals and things which, at the tender age of 52, a lot of people actually find it difficult to do, but I do. So learn something new every month. And last but not the least, every day, try and help at least one person. And that will ensure that you become nurturing, you become helpful, you become non-judgmental, especially at workplace. When there are colleagues of you who are struggling with problems, spend time with them, help them. These are the things that I did for myself when I became the most positive individual I met in my life. So I have given you now the tools to build a growth mindset into yourself, empower yourself, energize yourself with growth mindset, and embrace growth mindset. Wish you all the very best. You can always contact me at info@ramjivalat.com or connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to help any of you in whatever way I can. Thank you.
Wow. Ramji, that was some story and quite inspirational, I must say. It's amazing to hear you and the way you have put the growth mindset all together. I think a lot of us have got really motivated and we will be thinking about our mind growth set. I just have few questions right now in the this thing of time. We are going to just ask a few questions. We are not going to take up all the questions, but we have got hundreds of messages for you, which is that they are very inspired by how you are discussing and how you're talking about your life story and everything. And many of them have asked about your book also, that what is your book and where do we get it? It would be great if you can share that detail first before we move on to the next question.
I'm a hardcore salesperson. So that is the first thing I will tell everybody. It is called From Ouch to Oops. And that's my life story. If you read it, I'm sure you'll have a great laugh. You'll enjoy yourself.
So we have many questions. First is from Sina, which talks about, I think you've already answered her question while you were talking about it. Solving a problem is important. How do we become a problem solver? And that is something I think which came in between when you were talking about it.
You need to force your mind not to look at the problem. Every time you hit a problem, don't look at the problem as a huge problem and immediately start looking at small steps to come out of the problem. That way you'll become solution oriented.
Absolutely. This is so exciting. And there's a next question that has come from Ramya. Okay, she's also talking about, can you talk more about the book that you are telling us about?
So, I would strongly recommend you buy the book and read it. But it's a life story. It's got its own romance and things like that in it. It's got its own scenarios where I have failed multiple times and did stupid things. But finally, it is about feeling positive about oneself. That's from Ouch to Oops. By the way, I have a new book coming up, which you can hopefully see in June. It's called Active Parenting, where I'm going to help parents build the positivity and growth mindset in their children.
Wow, that's something that even I need to pick up on for sure. Thank you so much, Ramji. It was very insightful, and we loved having you over here. It was an honor for us to have you on board on WEFT Global Virtual Conference. I'm sure that this relationship is not going to last here. It is a much deeper and longer relationship that we would like to have from you. And all the women entrepreneurs are saying thanks to you for coming on board and talking to us. And I wish from my side, I would like to really thank you for being here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And to all the women entrepreneurs, it is my honor to be here addressing all of you. This is something I feel so passionate about. So if any of you want any kind of help, do reach out on LinkedIn and I'll be there in whatever best way I can. I'll help.
Great. Thank you, guys. That was Ram G. Valat, as we call him dearly. And next we have got another very, very powerful speaker. She is one from London, and we are going to talk about her in shortly. The topic that she will be talking on is create the ripple. So in case if you're thinking about a smaller organization and thinking about how to grow it bigger, you have to hear it from Emma Lloyd. Emma Lloyd is our next speaker, and she is an experienced facilitator, trainer, presenter, and coach with a passion of making difference to others. Through a successful business career, she has developed a valuable and transferable skill set with an aptitude of inspiring and encouraging others to interact effectively and productively. With an innate desire to help others, Emma explored the world of business, and while working in high performance culture, she has proven that you can have fun and be successful too. Over the past 15 years, she has coached, trained, engaged with individual teams and businesses to be at their best. One more time, and Emma has a constant strive for personal development, growth, and mastery, which has meant she has developed an accomplished skill set and wide range of learning portfolio, which has led to her involvement in the deployment of facilitation of many national and global learning initiatives. She's also a social media influencer, utilizing the power of communication. She's a TEDx speaker, and we have Emma over here doing multiple other things apart from talking to us about how to create the ripple. So Emma, how do you feel today? What time is it of the day there?
It's nice and early in the morning. So I've just woken up. It's 8:30. It's a lovely, fresh day as well. So I wish you a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever everybody is today.
That's amazing, Emma. Over to you, Emma. I would leave the stage to you to entice all the audience there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I say, a big hello again. So I've decided to take the approach that we're not going to use any slides for this. We're going to have an opportunity to sit back, enjoy. I'm going to share a couple of stories, but I'm also going to give you some thoughts to think about, to take away, to think about if we are starting something new. And these are stories of belief and passion and positivity. Also, really importantly, they have got a real sense of purpose and resilience as well. So thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Just to share a little bit more about myself. So I am Emma Lloyd. I am zooming in today from London. It's a beautiful day here as well. My career is almost the story of two parts. So I started in the business world, went through management and leadership relatively quickly, supporting people to be their best. And then I found a passion of really wanting to help support people to not just to be their best, but to think about how can we bring that to life? How can we communicate even more effectively? How can we lead more effectively? How can we be a little bit more brave, a little bit more of the time? So I switched into coaching and facilitation, which I now have been doing for the last 15, 16 years. And I've been really fortunate to have facilitated and coached across the globe. I think prior to the pandemic, in 2019, with that event, I've lost track of time now, probably like yourselves. And I was able to visit 16, 17 countries that year across industries as well. And so I bring with me today, of course, healthy optimism and positivity, and also deep-rooted pragmatism around realistic ways to support us as individuals. So that's just a little bit about me. I've also had a couple of businesses. I set up Create the Ripple. Hence, you'll see now that there's a bit of a theme around Create the Ripple. So again, I bring with you that leadership experience, the facilitation experience. I bring with me my business experience. But do you know what other experience I bring with me? I bring with me being a sister, a daughter, a wife, a mother, and all of these wonderful roles that we can have alongside our business aspirations and ambition. So Create the Ripple. What's Create the Ripple all about? It's about the little things that really do make a big difference. I call it TNT. So if you had TNT in front of you, dynamite, you'd know about it. But TNT stands for tiny, noticeable things. Because if you really want to make an impact, if you really want people to notice you, it's the tiny, noticeable things. I think there's a great analogy, which is a blanket is made up of thousands of small threads. But when those threads are put together to create a blanket, it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of warmth. It's a thing of comfort. In some situations, it's a protector. It may even be a survival. And yet it's those little threads that are put together. And we lose sight of that because when we're starting something new, of course, we want to be bold. We want to think big. We're thinking about that end goal. We can lose sight of the little things. And when we lose sight of our purpose, we might still get there. In fact, I'm pretty certain with some tenacity you will. But the journey may not be quite so meaningful. And you may have to work a little bit harder rather than enjoying the things along the way as well. So let me share with you a story of Create the Ripple, a real story, how one person can reach tens of thousands of people every day. And it was just me and my phone. So just before I share that story, I'll give you a bit of context around the purpose element, because I've just shared it's so important to have purpose. If we think about the work of the wonderful Daniel Pink, he wrote a great book called Drive. And he said in the 21st century, we need three things as motivators for us as humans. One is mastery. We like to get good at stuff. That makes sense. That's why we're all here today, because we want to learn. We want to get better from one another. Secondly, autonomy. In fact, that's another reason why we're here today. We like to feel that we've got a sense of direction as well. And the third is purpose. It's about being part of something with meaning. It's about being part of something maybe bigger than us. It's having an opportunity to do something that may make a difference. And again, what a wonderful example of purpose, us all being here today and what this stands for. So let me share about my purpose. I started the exploration of purpose, gosh, a number of years ago. And it is really interesting when you start to think about, why am I doing what I'm doing? And it's so easy to share that first or second thing. You know what, actually, I'd like to make some money, or I want to make a future for my family, or I want to do this. And I'm not being flippant. These are all really important things. Let's really start to drill down. Well, what is it about that that's important to you? Let's really start to drill down to understand the things and the reasons why we do something. So everything I do is about wanting to make a difference to others. And where does that sense of purpose, that innate, instilled sense of purpose come from? I was adopted, and my parents made a difference to me. And every day, by what I do, I'm just trying to say thank you. I'm just trying to make a difference, because I've had two people who have made life-changing difference to me. And because I have that deep-rooted purpose to really want to make a difference to others, it makes everything a little lighter. It doesn't necessarily make everything a little easier, because we have the trials and tribulations along the way always. But having that sense of purpose of why I do it, it's my true north, it's my moral compass. It helps me to make decisions. It helps me to be authentic. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So you know a little bit about me. You know a little bit about the purpose behind why I do what I do as well. Let me share now the story around Create the Ripple. So I said I'm reaching tens of thousands of people. It wasn't always like that, let me tell you. So I decided to do a little experiment. I'd never really done social media. I've done LinkedIn from a professional point of view, but otherwise I hadn't really explored it. And somebody spoke of Twitter. What was this Twitter? I literally knew nothing about it. Oh my gosh, am I admitting that? So I set up an account. I love quotes. You'll see around the office here now, I have quotes everywhere. I'll probably share a few along the way. So I set up a Twitter account. Here we go, ready to go. And I started putting some information out there. I thought it was good. I made it look pretty. I spent quite a long time. And I was putting out these quotes, and I was waiting. Oh yes, I was waiting. And I was waiting. And nothing happened. Nothing. I mean, literally nothing happened. I think it took me, if I remember correctly, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and I got 10 followers. 10 followers. Woo! 9 of them were friends and family, and 1 was a spam account. But hey, let's not worry about that. I had 10 followers and I was excited. Roll forward, maybe, I don't know, 6 or 7 weeks, and I got to about 50 or 60 followers. But still, this seemed really hard work. All I was trying to do was put out some positivity. I was trying to almost make my footprint in the social media world. I was working really hard. I was putting out lots of quotes. I was focusing wholly on followers, and yet I was missing a trick, because I was missing the important stuff. I was also missing some of the small things that make a big difference. So what did I do? I decided to think about, what is it that helps me to connect face to face? What helps me to be successful when I'm at my job or when I'm with my friends and family? What are some of the things that really help me to be me? So I started to think about, okay, so what am I doing? The first thing is, I am authentic. So I am me. I am well known for being me. I stand here today comfortably in my slippers. Even if we were face to face, I would be comfortably wearing my slippers. I'm known for wearing my slippers because they're really comfortable. Why wouldn't I wear my slippers if I'm on my feet all day facilitating? And It's an important message because I'm comfortable and I want people to be their authentic selves. I cannot encourage people to be their authentic selves if I'm not being my authentic self. What else makes me authentic? My poor humor. You may be excused from some of that poor humor today, but my poor humor. And I'm comfortable with that. My positivity, the fact that I really love to see the shininess and sparkleness and stuff. Yesterday, we received some design through for a new program we're rolling out. I squealed with delight because I was excited. I don't mind if somebody hears me squealing with delight. It doesn't mean I'm not professional. I can be very professional. And in fact, squealing with delight is my way of showing appreciation and gratitude and authenticity. So authenticity, that's number one, that we need to know who we are to be authentic. Okay, the second thing then is we need to be consistently authentic. So not only do I know who I am, I'm always who I am. So people know what to expect. I talked about quotes, even my out of office. Whenever I change my out of office, I put a new quote on there. Whether you're on Twitter, there's quote. Whether it's on LinkedIn, there's quotes. I love quotes. But consistently and authentically, you know who I am. You know you're always going to see that same Emma as well. And the third thing that helps me is I know why I am me. So my purpose. So those three elements, being who you are consistently, and knowing why you are who you are, they were the things that were helping me. So how could I translate that into the world of Twitter? People weren't that bothered about what I was doing. Of course, there needs to be congruency. People were interested in why I was doing it, the meaning. People were interested in how I was doing it, the carrier of that meaning. And people wanted to know that I'd always be doing it. So having that opportunity to almost build a relationship with people, and my goodness, when I changed this approach, as well as one other factor, which I will share in a moment, when I changed this approach, suddenly it all changed. I was less focused on the end goal. I was less focused on the followers. I was more focused on why I was doing something. And my goodness, it snowballed. Within a couple of months, it wasn't hundreds, it was maybe 1,000 followers. And it wasn't just the followers, but it was the retweets and the shares and the comments and the interaction. And it was wonderful. And of course, with time, the news spread, the account became what's called a go-to account. So people weren't waiting for it on a timeline. They were choosing to go and have a look. And why? Because they knew what they were going to get. They knew they were always going to get it. And they understood why I was doing what I was doing. That absolute connection, that joint limbic part of our brain that connects with understanding purpose as well. I did mention there, just before I move on, that there was one other factor, and it's the most valuable asset we have when we're starting something new. In fact, it's so valuable, we can never get it back. And of course, it's the commodity of time. That when we give somebody else our time and thought and energy, that is critical when we're starting something new, and yet so challenging because we only have limited time. And people would often say to me, Emma, why are you doing Create the Ripple? You're so busy. You're here, there and everywhere. You don't get much time at home. You're not able to spend a lot of time with your children. But do you know what? When you get messages from individuals to say that you've helped, you've made a difference, that it's aligned to your purpose, it gives you renewed energy, that moral compass that I was talking about. Because I knew why I wanted to do something, it's so much easier to find that time and energy. However, I would add now, I'd always said it was time, but it's time and attention, because we can give time to something and not be fully present. But being fully present with something is really important as well. Anyway, so Create the Ripple grew, and again across the world, and I think it stands today, I've lost count a little bit, I think it's about 38,000 followers. But interestingly, it's not, as I said, the followers, it's all of the interactions. It's the opportunity of me putting out messages and people saying that that made a difference, or I was having a challenging time. So I am delighted that my little social experiment worked. I'm even more delighted to be able to share with you today the importance of these 3 factors. Now, consistency and authenticity, they match up really, because when we're authentic selves, it's much easier for me to be myself when I'm being authentic, because I'm not trying to be somebody I'm not. It was Scott Stratton, your first quote, Scott Stratton, who said, if you are your authentic self, you'll have no competition. So when you're starting something new, if you're being your authentic self, now there might be similarities to other people doing other things, but it's you. You're doing it your way. And that creates so much opportunity as well. So what are some of the other lessons that I've learned along the way? I've learned that for us to have the biggest impact, we need to be aligned to our purpose, and we need to be focused on the little stuff. So the little stuff is really listening, being present, being kind, having our sensitivity, our intuition at the forefront of our mind. And do you know what? My positivity and sensitivity, they're 2 things that continually throughout education, throughout career, Emma, you're too sensitive. I've even been called, Emma, you're too positive. Is there such a thing? And what I mean by that is, let me share with you, this is not false positivity. One of the other reasons I set up Create the Ripple, and the reason I chose positivity as a way to support us when starting something new, when overcoming challenges, is prior to that, my father had had a heart operation. So this man that I shared, my hero, the heart operation, well, for the heart was fine, but he was left with severe brain damage. Mentally and physically incapable. And for 10 years, my choice was to use positivity, to think about what can I do to support him? What can I do to support my mum, who was visiting every day, to try and help my dad have some sort of quality of life. And then last year, again, unfortunately, my father died of COVID-19. And I had a choice then as well. I had a choice of how I was going to deal with life's challenges and trials and tribulations that we are all faced with. And I choose positivity. And positivity isn't always unicorns and fluffy clouds and candy floss. It's about having a future-focused approach. It's about being solutions-focused. It's about thinking about, well, what can I do? It's about kindness. And every single person here, by choosing that positive approach, alongside understanding why we do what we do, alongside taking the time to think about how can I be how I want to be, my authentic self, that's going to set us up for success. So as I come sort of to the end today, and thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me and to hear about sharing it, there's just a final thing that I'd like to share. And the final element is, it's a quote, and it's also about how are you viewing your world? Do you view it with hindsight or kindsight? Because hindsight says that when we're starting something new, we look back and we're thinking about all the things that have gone wrong. When we use kindsight, We think about, what was I learning? What was the experience? And you take that forward. And of course, the final quote, and you can see it in the background there as well, which is a Mother Teresa quote, which is, I cannot change the world. What I can do is cast a single stone to create many ripples. And every single person today has that opportunity to create ripples. Do it your way, understand your purpose, be kind to yourself, and above all, be positive. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Emma. That was so exciting. And guess what? We have audience really gushing over the energy that you are showing today. We have Gurjeet saying that, oh, love her energy. And we have people talking about that. She's truly inspirational and wonderful words about you. And seriously, we are all motivated completely by the kind of life you have led and what all you are leaving for us behind in this discussion. It's truly amazing, Emma. I have one question for you, if you don't mind me asking that. Priya, who also says that you are talking my story almost. And she's saying that in today's life, social media has so much of influence that people are actually living two lives. How do you think that they will be authentic?
Yeah. You know, you're so right. Thank you so much. It's a great question, and it's a great challenge we have, isn't it? And it's almost about, we often have these different personas, whether it's social media, whether it's at work, whether we're at home. And I think what it's trying to do is it's trying to encourage that actually by being the best version of ourselves, we're able to do that more consistently. And in the long run, that's what's going to help us to achieve our purpose as well. Now, the challenge that we have is that when we put ourselves out there in social media, you're putting yourself out there to the world, and that may be viewed favorably. It also may be viewed less than favorably as well. So that's where sometimes I think people almost want to put a shield up, because it's like, let me just put my best version of myself. If we think of the wonderful work of Brené Brown to really connect as well, to demonstrate our vulnerability, there's an expression I use, which is, on social media, be flawsome. So it doesn't mean just being awesome. It means I'm awesome with my flaws as well. Flawsome will help us to support us, to be gentle with ourselves. But also, I think we have a role to actually create social media to be a more authentic platform. It's a challenge because it is such a big platform as well. But I truly believe, in my own little way, if we focus on ourselves, those ripples of authenticity will start to spread.
Ripples of authenticity, it is, definitely. And we have one more question, which is very different. Amit is actually asking that what is MB People and what this company do?
That's a kind question to ask as well. So MB People, we support a number of different companies, and again, across the globe, which is fabulous, and across industries. So banks, engineering, retail, so many different organizations. And we provide learning and development. However, it's learning and development with a twist. It's a very positive, experiential, interactive experience. And as you can imagine, full of quotes, of course, but it is an opportunity to help people within business. So whether it's leaders, managers, individual contributors, and again, it's a real suite. So we do a lot around communication. We do a lot around leadership development. We're doing a lot more now around resilience and helping people through some of these challenging and uncertain times that we all face.
Absolutely, Emma. Thank you. And it was very insightful of you today to come and talk about how to create ripple. I think this is something that everyone would take back with us, how to be authentic self, how to show your inner self totally, and how to learn from you from all the life's journey that you have led with us. It's truly inspirational. Is there any way that the audience can connect with you as well?
Of course. So, well, on Twitter, you're more than welcome to come and join the positive party there, but on LinkedIn as well. And very similar, actually, to the gentleman who was speaking before. I have to, what a great book name, Ouch to Oops. I was like, that's awesome. But very similar to the message that he said at the end as well. Truly, reach out. keep in touch. Let's talk. Let's have conversations. I am delighted if there's a little bit of positivity or a little something that I can share that will help to create a ripple that then helps you to create ripples, then absolutely, I'm delighted to connect.
Absolutely. Emma, thank you so much for today. Have a wonderful day ahead and looking forward to connect with you further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation.
Thanks, Emma. And all this, the audience here, please do not disconnect. There's going to be more sessions and some wonderful speakers lined up for you today. We have one waiting for you right away, which is Marta Balint. Marta Balint is the CEO and founder of Community Goodwill. And this is what she has to say before her start of her session.
Hello, I am Marta Balint, founder of Goodwill. I will be your keynote speaker at WEFT virtual conference, Start Something New. My topic is how to turn an idea into a business. As a social entrepreneur, I know what it takes to make a dream come true. I believe starting something new requires a guideline of all necessary steps and a growth mindset. I'm looking forward to sharing with you what I learned and giving you an opportunity to start something new with confidence. Register on the link in the post and join me live on 20th of March. See you there.
So that was Marta, whom you're going to meet very shortly online live with us. Marta is founder of Community Goodwill. She's a social entrepreneur. She's going to talk about how to turn your ideas into business. Marta Balint believes in people with her passion for helping other people and making this world a better place. She knows how to inspire others. She organizes charitable events such as Good to Give and support thousands of people every year. She is the former director of the Global Deal Matching platform and was selected for Forbes 30 Under 30. She was nominated to become the Global Goodwill Ambassador. She facilitates startup ideas as a mentor, and she would like to connect with women who want to contribute to a better and happier world. Marta, can we have you on the screen now?
Hello,
Hi, so
Hi.
glad to see you.
I'm happy to be here. Can you hear me well?
Little lower. Can you increase your volume?
Yeah, just a bit. Thank you. Is it better now?
Yes, absolutely, Marta.
Thank you.
Over to you, Marta. Your audience is waiting for you.
Thank you very much, Iti. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I am Marta Balint, founder of Goodwill. As you have heard, I'm going to share with you my journey, how to become a social entrepreneur, and also how to face problems sometimes or challenges. But let me walk to you where I came from, because I wasn't a social entrepreneur in the beginning. Let me share my screen with you just shortly. Right. There you go. So, as you have heard, I worked for a Swiss deal matching platform as a director. There, you know, being a woman in a finance business, well, that's a very different case than being a social entrepreneur. So to be honest with you, everyone expected me to stay there and retire there. But I didn't feel so. I felt in my heart that I felt in my heart I actually belong somewhere else. So I quitted this job. Everybody was surprised. I made a decision which was unusual, actually, and none of my closest friends or family could understand it at that time. But I believed in myself because I had a dream. And my dream was to connect people who are in need of help with people and companies who would like to help. To do this, I at the beginning I didn't know where to start, but then I had a very nice story of Candice actually, which helped me go through this journey and establish co-goodwill, community goodwill. The story of Candice is a very funny one. I have a brother and a sister, and our parents used to buy a pack of candies when they went to do shopping. When they came home, they asked us, we shall divide these candies because we are 5 in the family. So we were kind of like, not so happy to do that because we were kind of, like really young children. So we wanted to have them all. But they said, like, we are in 5 of the family, so let's have 5 different parts of these candies. So we had like 5 different parts of these candies. Everyone could have like some. And in the end, there was always a big surprise because my mom and my dad, they decided to give away, their candies. And we were so surprised that they don't need candies. Really, they don't? But we could have some more. So then I learned there will be always someone who doesn't need what he or she has, but there is another person who might need it better. So that was the idea behind connecting people in need or nonprofit organizations with people who want to have and corporates who are socially responsible. Oh, well, my mindset. Having an idea is a really good thing. It's encouraging. It has value. But to start an entrepreneur journey, you definitely need a mindset, a strong one. There are 2 different mindsets. You possibly know that some people, they don't really like face challenges, or they find difficult to express themselves with confidence, or they don't really want to receive negative feedback, or they always say, no, I can't do it. And there are people who actually say like, well, I don't know it now, but I'm going to learn it on the way. And some people say, I can do it. Maybe I won't get there in a very straight way, but I'm going to get there. So these are 2 different mindsets. One is a growth mindset and the other one is a fixed mindset. Both can be helpful to start the entrepreneur journey. But to be honest with you, if you have a growth mindset, face challenges and overcome them, well, it's a bit luckier. To be honest with you, in the beginning, I had both, but I grew myself, I learned a lot, and now I have a growth mindset. The necessary steps. Well, to turn an idea into a business, we definitely need to look at the idea itself. You can't just go with your idea and establish a business or a legal entity or start something you don't know how it can turn out to be. So first, you need to analyze your idea. Do you have a problem behind the idea? So you actually solve a problem, and this is why you have your idea. Or you have an idea before you actually recognize a problem. To be, like very strict in the beginning is kind of important, because once you don't tell yourself that you have an idea which actually is not based often on a problem, then you might find it very difficult to make it successful. But once you have a problem, what you actually recognize in an industry or in your surroundings or anywhere else in the world, and you come up with an idea, then you can actually work on it. And how to do that? Well, you can do a lot of research. Research, what I mean is like you're talking to anyone about your idea, anyone you meet, sharing your idea, sharing your concerns. Look out and see how many competitors on the market already. Are you the one, or you are going to compete with others? You need to know what's out there, because sometimes we find many other companies who are offering the same, but it's not a problem we can adopt on the way. And it's going to be very significant to answer these three questions. Why do you do it? What you are actually doing, what you intend to do, and how you are going to do that. To establish such sentences and answer these questions, saying why, you need to share what's your mission, what's in your heart, what's the logic behind, just to see how people react. Because these are the three questions what you actually use when you go to an investor and pitch your idea. If you have strong answers for these three questions, you are going to inspire the other part, and he or she is going to invest in your idea. So let me share with you how I actually learned this journey and what happened to me on the way. The problem actually I faced at that time, that I was working for non-profit organizations around the world, and I could see that if there was a problem which was not an expected problem, but was like a very sudden, very not expected problem, they faced difficulties. They faced financial challenges to solve it. And if I was talking to people in need, those people in need, if they had the same problems, like unexpected, special problems, but they couldn't go anywhere to ask for help, because in their surroundings, for example, their closest friends were actually in the same situation. So if you look at a poor family, they might have also families in their surroundings who are also in a very difficult life situation. So they can't ask for help there. They need to find other ways. Well, there are non-profits as well. So these people can go to non-profits and ask for help there. Non-profits also have sometimes challenges, difficulties, or because they have lack of support if a special problem comes up. And there you can see we have here corporates and individuals. And I believe today as well that most of the people are eager to help, even when you don't think so. But most of the people, they are eager to help. But we need to find the communicate it well. Because once you communicate it well and you are transparent, and then you can be a bridge between those people in need and non-profits and solve those problems which they face. This is why I came up with this idea, co-goodwill. My research took me 2 years before I shared this idea with anyone. 2 years in many different countries, looking at different cultures, how we can help there, how we can be the bridge between those organizations and those people who want to help. So co-goodwill was established with my co-founders, and now we have many more and many helpers around the world. We could do CSR projects with companies, cooking events, wrapping events, surprising others, surprising children at hospitals. We could have many volunteers at the same time. At the moment, we don't have offline normal events, we have online ones where we can actually help others. We work with so many companies, and please imagine that actually we paid almost none for social media marketing. It was the word of mouth. And I'm happy to say that because, you know, once you have a problem identified, which is really relevant and is accurate, then you can find as many customers as you want. And once you work with so many companies, there comes media coverage. And media coverage is a really, really helpful tool to make your case visible for others. Thanks to this media coverage, actually, when I was on TV talking about co-goodwill, community goodwill, there was a really, really nice person who actually contacted me. You can see him in the middle. He's a really nice man who actually helps people in Africa. And at that time, I had a dream to do this work and help people in Africa too. He contacted me after seeing this show on TV and told me that, well, he's actually traveling to Africa and he would like to know if you could cooperate. At that time, I didn't tell him, I wasn't sharing this on TV that I'm going to plan a trip in Africa. No. I kept it for my team and for myself. And then he just appeared out of nowhere. And he said that he actually wanted to go to Africa. And I was so glad. We went to Africa. We were there and we could help so many people, and we still have projects going on there. I have so many other stories to share, but I'm sure that we have less time here. I'm going to close, but I really want you to take one message away. That nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I am possible. Look closer and you will see it. And as you can see this picture, on this picture, well, your entrepreneur journey is going to be, well, not an easy one, but I'm sure you will succeed. Just believe in yourself. Thank you so much for all.
Hey Marta, I was completely lost in the whole life story and all the good things that you were talking about, and it's so amazing to hear from you about all the work that you have done. So company goodwill, I believe, is connecting the companies to the non-profits, right?
Yes, exactly.
And we have some questions around that from our people who are running some non-profits. Into that, is it there in India? Is it helping people in India also connect to different companies, or do you work globally and things like that? So can you just talk to them and tell them that how can they help?
Well, at the moment, we are represented in 9 countries around the world. And we visited India, so we started to work how we are going to help Indian people as well. So I encourage you to contact us through our website, or you can find me on LinkedIn, and we can talk the steps through, and we will see how we can help you.
Sure. We have one more question, which is different, but related to your topic that you were talking about. We have Pooja asking that everyone is talking about turning ideas into business, but nobody talks about that. Where do we get funding for those ideas? So can you throw some light on that? What exactly they should do when they have to plan these ideas and turn them into business?
Yeah. Well, if you do everything I just told you, then the next step is to use a business model canvas, for example. You might heard about it. It's a really nice tool to see what kind of steps you have already and find yourself with a business plan. That's a nice base for that. Because to get funding, you definitely need a business plan. So you need to work out how you are going to make money. And you need to convince others to invest in you. So you need a business model first. And then you can find many private equity or venture capitalists who can actually help you with that, or angel investors. You have plenty of possibilities to go and see which one could be the most helpful one for you.
Wow. Great. Next question we have Ria asking that I have ideas, but I'm a little scared to talk to people about it because I believe that it will be copied very easily. So what should I do about that?
It's a nice question. I also had the same feeling for 2 years. That's why I didn't really talk to anyone at that time. But I realized that my idea was so unique, nobody could copy it. I mean, like, really. So your idea must be so unique because it's your idea. It's nobody else's idea. So you shall talk to at least one of your friends who you trust and see what he or she is saying about it, because you need to have feedback. You can't go out there and make it successful if you don't have feedbacks and you don't adopt to those feedbacks. You need to challenge yourself. So please go ahead, just select one. You need to only select one person in your life who you trust and talk about that idea.
Sure, definitely. I hope that answers your question. And we would be moving on to our next question, which is about that. Okay. How non-profits are making revenues. That's what Via is asking.
Well, to be honest with you, well, we are different. We are different than non-profit because we are social enterprise. So we manage a social enterprise, and in economic terms, co-goodwill has a social purpose to realize, but we do business in order to finance this social purpose. That means that nonprofits can also have such services where they can ask people to pay for, and from that they can have revenue, and afterwards they can reinvest this revenue into their social purpose.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I think we have a lot of other feedbacks for you, Marta. There are a lot of people talking about that. She's very sweet, and we have comments like that this is really insightful. Thank you so much for sharing this great presentation. And there are many others. And it was very, we are extremely delighted, and we are honored to have you as part of our panelist and guest speaker. Thank you so much for being there, Marta. What time of the day is there right now with you?
Well, it's in the morning. I'm sure you are already in the evening. So, well, keep up the good work. It was my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I wish all of you in the audience that keep up, because if you believe in yourself, you can make your dream come true.
Absolutely. The pleasure is all ours having you here, Marta. And we'll keep in touch for sure. You have all the help and support from WEFT for sure for any good work that you are doing, anything that you are working on. Please reach out to us. We would be there for your support on that. Thank you for being here. Thanks a lot. So guys, that was Marta Balint, a very, very inspirational speaker. She has been there on TEDx also and multiple other places. She just spoke to us about how to develop ideas into business. And when you develop your ideas into business, what is required is pitching, right? You need to pitch your ideas almost everywhere, from your funders, from people whom you are going to talk to, the clients, the vendors, so many other people. And in this session, we cannot have anything beyond, talking about how to pitch perfectly. It is all about start something new. It is about how to develop your business. So we are going to talk about pitching, and this is going to be conducted as a workshop from our very own pitch coach, who's Mr. Martin Barnes. He's the pitch coach, and he's going to be coming very shortly in 10 minutes time on your screen and taking a workshop on how to pitch perfectly. And he has created this beautiful model of 3 mountains of imagination, which he's going to talk about today. So here is what you will hear from Martin Barnes.
Hello, I'm Martin and I'm a pitch coach. And I can't wait to meet you at the WEFT Global Virtual Conference, where we're going to start something new. In our session together, we're going to work on your pitch. How do you introduce yourself? How do you introduce your business, your services, your startup, your benefits? How do you connect with your audience? And how do you make sure that your ideas grow? That's what we're going to do in this workshop, and I cannot wait to see you there. So look forward to seeing you soon, and have a fantastic day.
So that was Martin Barnes for you. We have got a few more minutes before we invite him online. And before we do that, let us show also to you something about our partners, the people who are behind the scene, who are handling this whole show together, and what exactly they do. So we are going to present to you first about DoDash and what exactly DoDash is all about. Hey, I see Martin already there. Hey, Martin, good to see you. Martin, if you allow us, we are going to just run a small promo on DoDash and what exactly they are doing.
Hello, and welcome to the DoDash community. Are you a founder looking for fundraising or getting your startup to the point of investability? Are you an investor looking for interesting investment opportunities for early-stage startups across the world? Then the DoDash community is the right place for you. At DoDash, we bring together founders and experts from the global startup ecosystem to educate on startup and fundraising processes, to help startups become investable, build their business with focus, and receive funding. We know how hard the startup journey is, and that's why we're here to assist you. On DoDash, you can connect yourself with experts from your local and global startup network. Access high-quality content from ideation to funding in our academy. Find interesting and relevant startup events with top speakers and experts. Search for co-founders and other team members in the hiring topics area. Receive feedback and conduct customer validation with our integrated polls and questions tool. Learn from other founders or share your own success and failure stories. Pitch your startup story to the world in the local pitch corners. And most importantly, gain visibility and access to investors from all over the world. If your startup has also shown to be investor ready in our investment readiness check, we're happy to put you in our investor lounge, in which global investors can find your startup and connect with you. Also, join your nearest city founder sparing ring within the group section to strengthen your local network and raise awareness for your idea. And one more thing. Our philosophy here at DoDash is to give, and then ask, so that we can commonly build a global and supportive community in which everyone can benefit from each other. So join DoDash now, become investable, and be part of something bigger. See you soon.
That was DoDash for us. Thank you so much for staying with us, and we are going to have our next session, which is all about pitching from our very own pitch coach, Mr. Martin Barnes. Hi, Martin. If you allow me, I'm going to introduce you. Martin has got a very, very lengthy resume, so I have taken some special 5 minutes out to make sure that we talk all about you. And guys, he's a presenter, he's a consultant, he's a trainer, he's a conference speaker, and he has put in years together for making sure that the pitches are right? He has been mentoring pitch for so many startups. He's been a pitch coach in Plug and Play Autobahn 2020, China Accelerator public speaking mentor from 2016 till present. He's also part of Plug and Play China Startup Accelerator pitch coach. He's a conference speaker there in 2016. Startup Grind pitch coach in 2018, Angel Hack pitch coach in 2019, Schwarzman Scholar Presentation Training 2018, Speaking Coaching Credentials, Tech Company CEO, C-Round Investment Pitch Consulting. So in case if you're looking for funding, etc., he is the person who can actually train you. Keynote speaker in University of Chinese Academy Sciences and many other universities that are listed up over here. British Chamber of Commerce workshop speaker. He has also been a TEDx Beijing speaker coach for 2 years, 2014 and till 2016. Pecha Kucha 20x20 speaker, founding member of wheelsplugswings.com and Beijing TEDx Beijing Speaker 2010. Wow, that is some resume, Martin. And it is always pleasure to see you and meet you. And it's so exciting to talk about the credentials that you have accumulated. How do you feel today? And what do you think that you're going to bring to our audience today?
Excellent. I feel very excited. So it's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to see you all again. And I'm really excited to talk about pitching and how can we introduce ourselves in any context, whether it's working, business and sales, selling a startup, connecting with investors, connecting to customers. It's all about how you catch people's attention. And I've just had a wonderful introduction. It's a little bit of a long list. It's like, wow, that's 20 years of hard work. And all of those experiences have come to today. And they're all about how we can pitch, because I love pitching and I love particularly helping people improve their pitches.
Absolutely, Martin. The stage is all yours. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, can we see my slides? We should see a slide. Can I get a little thumbs up that people can see pitching? What do you do? Yes, fantastic, thank you. So in today's session, we've got half an hour, and the goal of this session is to share with you some insights. And then after that, what I would like us to do is to practice our pitch. So if you can, grab a piece of paper and a pen, or your tablet, if you have an iPad or a different tablet or a phone, that you have a drawing app. There's often an app on Notes or Preview or Markup, some way that you can make a series of ideas visual and tangible today. That's what we want to do. So I'm going to share with you a small nugget of information, and then what we want to do is turn that information into practice. So pitching, it is a massive subject. You could be talking to investors, you could be talking to founders, code team, you could be talking to customers, you could be talking to the media, and people are always going to ask you, what do you do? And I've just had a fantastic introduction, and I'm going to introduce myself in a much quicker way, and hopefully it's going to catch your attention. So when people ask me, what do? I tell them I'm a crocodile wrestler. And they go, what does that mean? You don't look like a crocodile wrestler, Martin. Well, that's what it feels like being the father of 3-year-old twins. I have 2 wonderful daughters, Zoe and Eve, and they are my little crocodiles. I've just left them with my brother and my wife for breakfast. I've rushed over here, and I'm going to talk to you about crocodile wrestling. Because from the moment they wake up to when we get them to sleep, it is crocodile wrestling, and I love it. It's hard work, but it's incredibly satisfying. And when I'm not wrestling crocodiles, I'm a pitch coach. And I help you enjoy presenting and enjoy pitching because you're telling stories. And stories is the most important way, the most impactful way, the fastest way to build a connection, catch people's attention, and transfer information. So I've just told you a short story about me. I'm a crocodile wrestler. So can we in the chat just leave a Y or an N for do you enjoy pitching? Does it make you feel good? Do you like the results? Do you like the attention? Do you like connecting with people? So please leave a quick message in the chat. Do you enjoy pitching? Yes or no? It doesn't matter. We're here to help improve your skills, but just to get a sense of the room of do people enjoy pitching? So if you could just leave a little comment or a thumbs up, that would be fantastic. Okay. Excellent. So, pitching is all about your mindset. How do you think and feel? And mindset is crucial for all types of success, whether it's your personal fitness, whether it's your approach to finance, whether it's your approach to communication, approach to your children, approach to work, approach to family, approach to your partner. How we think about these things has a massive impact on our success. And in pitching in particular, pitching is all about your values. What's important for you? What's important for your business? What's important for your customers? What's important for everybody's success? We have an internal compass. And it helps us make decisions on what we believe is the right thing to do. And pitching is when you have the opportunity to express yourself, to share your values, and to connect with other people who have similar or the same values, and to connect to people with different values. And over time, you can find a common ground. So when you're pitching, it's super important to know your personal values. And two of mine are simplicity, keep it simple. And the other one is enjoy. I want you to enjoy these moments, because a spotlight moment when you have a virtual audience or an in-person audience is an incredibly important moment. So the audience pitch is the most important people during the pitch. The presenter, focus. But you guys right now are the value. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? How are you being inspired and motivated? What are you learning? So in a pitch, the presenter's the focus, but your audience is the value. You want them to do something that is aligned with your values. So before you start pitching and presenting, you need to know your values, you need to know your audience, and you need to identify your goals. Why are you using somebody's non-refundable time? Because time does not get given back to us. If we feel it's being wasted, it's gone. So if you don't have clear goals of why you are pitching, then the pitch is just more information, and the internet is full of information. So my goals right now today are to help you enjoy pitching. So once we've got our goals and our audience and our values aligned, we then look at the stories that we can share that will help transfer our values. And again, like I just said, information is not the problem. We want to really engage with stories. So you're going to remember that I'm the crocodile wrestler. I'm the guy with twins who keeps snapping at his heels, makes his day a little bit more complicated, makes work happen in the evening, but that's okay because I love being a father. And I could share loads of pitching experiences, which I'll do in the future, but I want you to start thinking about the stories that you can share about your USP, your unique selling proposition. What is it that only you can do, and how can you tell a story that communicates that? And then once you've defined your story, it's about your performance. How do you transfer that story to somebody? How do you smile? How do you speak? What do you look like? What do you wear? It is all part of your performance. And public speaking is a nerve-wracking moment. We do feel anxious. And I don't want you to feel anxious. I want you to feel anticipation. Because anxiousness is when you're nervous and scared about something. Anticipation is when you're looking forward to it and you want to embrace the moment. So you are giving a fantastic performance. Because at the end of the day, remember, our audience is who the value and the focus on. We're the focus, they're the value. So we need to make feel something. Feel excited, feel motivated, feel enlightened. So a pitch is all about the feeling that you create between yourself and your audience. And that's quite hard right now because we're just looking at cameras. But I know that you're out there and I know that I have your attention. And that is a great feeling for me. And I hope that you are feeling the same. That is what this is all about. It's the feelings that we communicate. So let's take a quick overview. As you're pitching your values, how do you connect to your audience? What is your goal with your audience's attention? What stories are you going to use in your pitch? How will you perform those stories? And what do those stories make people feel? And if you can start thinking about these ideas from your starting with yourself, then your pitches will get better and better and better, and you will enjoy the moment. And if you enjoy pitching, people enjoy listening, and then your ideas will grow and spread. And that is the whole purpose of the pitch. So again, we're going to zoom out a little bit. We're going to say, well, in a pitch, there are three things that you control: what you say, your stories, your performance, and your slide design. Now, we don't have time to talk about all of these today, but what we're going to focus on is your message. How can you structure a clear message? And like I said at the very beginning with Crocodile Wrestler, it's all about attention. Because if I don't have your attention and I start my pitch and I start talking about my business and your needs and trying to understand you, but you're not really focused in to the moment, then it's all a waste of effort and energy and time. So we need attention. And that's what Crocodile Wrestler does. It catches people's attention. So I want you to start thinking about how you can have your own Crocodile Wrestler story. What is the first thing you're going to say to people when they say, what do you do? Because your pitch is a bridge from yourself to your audience's attention. The first 8 seconds of your pitch is designed to tune people into your message, to your voice, to your performance, and they will start to think and engage with the ideas that you're sharing. So let's jump in a little bit more and look at how we can structure a clear message. So I'd like to introduce to you my number one tool for structuring your pitch, and it's called the 3-beat mountain. It's an incredibly simple process, and it's developed on the understanding of, excuse me, the 3-act play. How do we share stories? And this is a global structure. Every single culture will tell stories with a 3-act play, whether it's Shakespeare, whether it's the newest Disney cartoon, whether it's stories from Asia, South America, the Western world. We share stories with this structure. Now, the structure is flexible. Not all stories are the same. How we tell the story comes down to the storyteller. But the structure that we use, we have a beginning. Let me catch your attention. We have the middle. Let me really build a relationship with you. Let's go up to the 3rd beat, the climax, and think about what is the wow moment that people will remember. And then as we come down the mountain, what is our call to action? What do we want people to do as a result of spending time with us and listening to our pitch? So, again, I outlined it. Here are the labels. Introduction, catch attention. I'm a crocodile wrestler. Beat number 1. That's what it feels like being the father of twins under 3. Beat number 2, when I'm not wrestling crocodiles, I'm a pitch coach and I help you enjoy telling stories. And beat number 3 is I want you to enjoy the spotlight and to connect with your audience. And my call to action is go to my website, connect with me on LinkedIn, and let's have a conversation about how we can help you enjoy pitching. So this is the structure that I would like us to think about right now. And again, let me just reiterate the framework and how it works for me with visuals. So I'm a crocodile wrestler. That's what it feels like being the father of twins, 3-year-old twins. And when I'm not wrestling crocodiles, I help you enjoy presenting because it's a special moment. It's a magic moment when lots of great things can happen. And do you enjoy presenting? Do you enjoy pitching? That is my question to you. That is my question that I started this session with. And I want you to be thinking about that. And if you don't enjoy pitching, that's perfectly okay because you're in the right place, you're with the right people, and you're in the right community to start something new and to start enjoying pitching. So the last thing I'll say is that when you start your opening pitch, you want to start like a sprinter. You want to start fast. You want to start energetic. You want to start with intention. When someone says, what do? You need a prepared yet authentic delivery of what it is that you're trying to achieve. Now, a lot of people will start their pitch and they'll go, wow, what do I do? And they'll start describing lots of details about their business or their service or their startup or their school or their community, but they don't necessarily have the attention of their audience. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a go at sketching a 3-beat mountain. So I would like everybody now to grab a piece of paper, grab a Post-it note, grab your tablet, and to sketch out the 3-beat mountain. So I'm going to stop sharing these slides right now. And I'm going to move over to sharing my iPad. So let's do that. So in these few minutes that we have, please grab a piece of paper and a pen. And let's start looking at how we can develop our 3-beat mountain. So I'm just going to connect my iPad, hopefully. Okay. And I use a fantastic tool called Bamboo Paper. Okay, everybody can probably see my iPad screen now. So it's just loading up the software, Making Ideas and Bamboo Paper. Okay, and this is a fantastic sketching app. You can see some of my sketches here from a previous workshop. So please grab your piece of paper, grab your pen, grab your tablet, grab your phone. And the first thing we'd like to do, let's do this together, is that we're going to sketch out the 3-beat mountain. Now, you do not need any drawing skills to make this happen. Okay, you just need to be able to grab paper and pen, and we draw 1 triangle, 2 triangles, and 3 triangles. Okay, everybody can see that? This is our 3-beat mountain. Okay, it's super, super simple. You can sketch it in the steam on the mirror as you're having a shower and thinking about your product, your pitch, your solutions. You can use an old piece of paper. You can use Post-it notes. You can use a notebook. You can use a digital device. They all work fantastic. So we're looking at our structure, and we know that we need to start somewhere. So we're going to have a starting point. And then we have a first story, we have a second story, we have a third story, and we have the call to action. Now we need 5 bits of information. So get your paper now, look at your 3-beat mountain. Okay, let me just remove these. Let me just start again so we have more space. And again, this is not meant to be a work of art. It is a framework to pitch your stories. So let's go in and look at the first mountain. How are you going to introduce yourself? You might start with your name and then stop. And then jump into what you think is the most important thing for your audience to know. And for me, it's attention. So I share a simple, personal, emotional story about my family. And I don't tell you too much about who my family are, but I share what it feels like to be a father. And I love it, but it's a challenge. So all the parents out there, I feel for you because it is so hard right now during lockdown and COVID. It's hard enough, but now it's even harder. So what does it feel like? And what would you like someone to understand about these feelings? Are they good feelings? Are they bad feelings? Are they happy feelings? You don't have to choose your family, but think about your business. Think about your innovations. Think about your company. What can you share about yourself which is going to catch attention? Then, once we've developed our first step, we then move on to the second step and we think, how can I build trust? How can I make it relevant? How can I start to understand my audience? And here, we might want to be a little bit more technical. We might want to share some data, because data makes people feel like they're talking to an expert. We might want to sort of share, how does something transform? So our first beat of our story is to catch attention and to share an emotional, relatable, human story, which is quick. Then we're going to jump into something which is related, but moves the story on. And we're not just going to list numbers, but we're going to talk about why these numbers are important. What can we learn? How can we transform our understanding? And then once we've defined ourselves on a personal level, talked about our business in a sort of tangible, trust-building way, then we come to the most exciting part, and that is, wow. What will you remember at the end of this pitch? Something which connects the audience, something which they will remember, something that they will share with others, something which will change their lives, will help them make the first step. So we've introduced ourselves, we've connected from human to human. We've talked about why something that we do has value, builds trust, makes us an expert. And then we take that expertise and we show why it is relevant, how it connects. What is the value that we're sharing? And then right as we finish, we have a call to action. CTA. Oops, run out of space. CTA. This part is often overlooked during a pitch because people sort of go, oh, blah, 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 I've run out of time and I didn't tell you what I wanted you to know, how we're going to move things forward. Because a pitch needs to turn into a conversation of how we can all benefit together. So it's not just about sharing information and knowledge, it's about sharing how we can build on this knowledge and information together as partners, as customers, as clients, as educators, as parents, as partners. So let's just roll back and have a quick look. the 3-beat mountain. It looks quite messy now because we're thinking fast, we're adding ideas. Okay, but let's take it back to simplicity and let's just draw it out nice and slowly. Here we are. It's that simple, it's that effective, it's that easy for you to master this framework and start using it for yourself. And I have seen amazing transformations when people use this. And remember, it's 1, 2, 3. We have an intro, we have a call to action. Now you can use this structure in a 30-second pitch, in a 2-minute pitch, in a 6-minute pitch. Your overall 6-minute pitch is a 3-beat mountain. And then each slide that you're sharing is a 3-beat mountain. So there's a mountain inside a mountain. And it's the easiest way for you to remember what you want to say, for you to share that information, and for it to be received by your audience. So we're going to wrap up now because we want a few moments of questions. And I'm going to leave you very quickly with my call to action. Oops. This is my website, 8secondstoconnect.com. Please go and check out this website. Go there, look at the information, look at the blog, check out some of the resources, the frameworks that we're sharing. And if you feel like it and you want to get more value, sign up to our mailing list on the homepage, and you will receive a PDF teaching you how to be amazing at online pitching. So it's all free. You know, let's stay connected via the mailing list. I know you're probably connected to lots of mailing lists like I am. It'd be great that we stay connected in the future. So please check out 8 Seconds to Connect, 8s2c.com. And I look forward to speaking to you soon. And we have a few moments for questions.
Hey, Martin, that was amazing. And we have already audience talking about that. He's so good. He made my pitch so clear. Now I can go and pitch. And that's the kind of feedback we are receiving from the audience. And I know that we could not make you interact with them directly, but there would be more options open where we could probably connect you guys together. And yes, you have already shown them the way that how to connect with you, 8 seconds to pitch. That's the way to connect to you. And I'm sure that a lot of your fans here in India are definitely going to connect back with you and speak more about and learn more about pitching from you. We have a few questions though from the audience coming up, and one of them is also asking that I generally get stuck during the presentation. So do you think that I should use the presentation as a tool, or you suggest that I should just talk?
The presentation, your slides, is your background. And your slides should amplify you and your message, but they should not be the focus. Your slides are the background, and they make you better, but you, the speaker, are the focus. So if you looked at my slides today, very few words, lots of pictures, because you're listening to me, you're thinking about what I'm saying, and the images are just helping magnify and amplify that. So to answer that question, you are the speaker. The speaker is the focus, and they should really stay the focus. So don't let your slides take over. Don't have lots of bullet points. That's your script. That's what you should be saying. And your slides are either blank or visuals or sketches. People love it when they can see a sketch in a presentation. And I can share lots of information about that later. And what I would like to say quickly is if people have done their 3-beat mountain, they could take a photo and share it in the community chat. It'd be awesome to look at each other's sketches.
Absolutely. Great. That would be great. I think all of you please click pictures and put it on the community chat. That would be great to talk to each other and network with each other and take this forward. I have another question asking about that we are pitching almost all the time, and I generally get confused on there is 7-minute pitch, there is 2-second pitch, 4-second pitch. What exactly is the right time of the pitch that I should put it on?
There is no right time. Everything is a pitch. Every moment that you're persuading somebody to do something with your voice and your performance, you're pitching. So my daughter pitches to me about why she should wear her swimming clothes to school. And I'm pitching to her why she should share with her sister. I'm pitching to you guys right now. I'm helping you advance and I'm teaching. Sometimes I'm pitching to sell. Sometimes I'm pitching to connect. And the beautiful thing with the 3-beat mountain is that it works for a 8-second pitch, a 2-minute pitch, a 6-minute pitch, a 15-minute pitch. But to answer that question, most startup events have a demo day where you go on stage, you introduce your business, and you get anywhere from 3 minutes to 6 minutes, possibly 8 minutes. And don't worry about one particular duration. Worry about having control of your stories, because I can tell you the crocodile wrestler story in 8 seconds or 2 hours. I could talk about my kids for 2 hours if you had the time, but that's not the point. It's about saying, I'm going to share what is relevant for this moment right now.
Absolutely. I think we are pitching all the time. There's one question that I have from you. Have you pitched somewhere, and have you done that pitching somewhere to somebody? And I'm sure they would have been wowed by it, but just your experience on pitching.
Have I pitched?
Have you pitched somewhere to somebody?
I pitch all the time. So
Exactly. So that was the point I was coming to. I think you're teaching and you're pitching almost all the time. Right. So that's amazing, Martin. I think that all the audience over here are extremely delighted, and they are very happy with, once again, I would say, with all the great learning that you have imparted to them. And we would be looking forward to connect with you more and go for much more deeper engagement. And all the WEFT women over here are really thanking you to be there for us and coming and teaching more about it. Thank you so much, Martin.
If I can just say one last thing. If people want to connect on LinkedIn, that is where I have most of my attention. So please come and find me on LinkedIn. Let's connect and keep a conversation going within the whole community.
Yes, absolutely. I found Martin on LinkedIn, so you guys can catch up with him on LinkedIn.
It's on Judash, remember?
Oh yeah, DoDash, absolutely. And they are the partners here, absolutely. Okay, Martin, see you. You have a good day ahead.
Enjoy the rest of the session.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And audience over here, please do not walk away. We have got 2 power-packed sessions coming up shortly. And we have our next speaker already ready with us, who's Mr. David B. Horney. Let me just take you through his grand introduction. David is going to talk about exploring options in early stages of business. Now, David is the founder of Add Then Multiply, a consultancy working exclusively with business founders who want to grow fast. David is a trained chartered accountant with PwC, and his career includes being CFO of 2 companies listed on London Alternative Investment Market, where he has raised more than multi-million pounds in funding and bought or sold more than 20 companies. David is author of Amazon #1 best-selling Add Then Multiply, How Small Businesses Can Think Like Big Businesses and Achieve Exponential Growth. The book that I have also got fondly from David. It has been personally signed from David, and it is one of the cherished things that I keep on my bookshelf. I've already gone through it, and it is an amazing book. It sets out David's proven FACE methodology, which is all about FACE, fund, acquire, consolidate, and exit, which I'm sure that David would be talking about today with you all, which supports rapid growth. His book won the Business Self-Development category at the Business Book Award in 2020. He has also founded funding focus. Now, this is something which would be very interesting for all the women out there, because it is an educational business that is raising awareness and supporting women and racial minorities who face a very uneven playing field when it comes to raising capital for their business. So in case if you're thinking about raising capital, none other than David Bihoni can help you. So please be there for his session, which is coming up shortly. Hi, David.
Hi.
Good to see you.
You too.
How's your day been so far? It's early in the morning
My
there.
day's been good so far. I'm looking forward to this session.
That's awesome, David. So let's start off with you without wasting much time. The stage is all yours, David.
Thank you very much, Iti, and good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be here with you. These virtual conferences are a great way to connect with people around the world, and I'm delighted to be speaking to you today. So the theme of my talk today is funding options in the early stages of a business, and it's really looking at what are the different things that you can do when you're starting out, when you're perhaps a year old, but really focusing more on the early stages of a business and how you can address funding needs in order to grow the company. Now, before we get into the actual funding, I always like to look at two things, and I do talk about these in my book. As Iti mentioned, this is my book. It is available on Amazon.in, but I talk about your head and I talk about your business. And just briefly, so your head is really all about understanding the chatter that's going on inside of your mind, because I think every human being, we have at least one other voice inside of our heads that's talking to us constantly. And in many cases, it's holding us back from things. And in many cases, it's causing us to doubt ourselves. And in many cases, it's causing us to question what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I just want to acknowledge that we all have those voices in our heads. You know, even the most successful entrepreneurs in the world, the Elon Musks and the Richard Bransons and the late Steve Jobs, they all have those voices in their head. We all do. It's part of being a human being. So I just want you to acknowledge that and be aware of it and not worry about the voice in your head holding you back. The other key aspect of your head is along the lines of understanding when you're looking at raising money from an external party to grow your business. One of the key trade-offs that you have to make is that you won't be in complete 100% control of what's going on. And it's not to say one is better than the other. They are simply two paths that you can choose. So if you're able to fund the growth of your business on your own with revenues, and we'll go through all of that, you know, that's one route you can go down. And you will remain in complete control of your business throughout that time. The other route that you can look at going down is getting external funding into your company. And that's really all around looking at either bringing in debt or bringing in equity. And the key difference between those, debt is money that you borrow and then you pay back. Historically, it was done through banks, but banks these days seem to be lending less and less to small businesses. But there are a lot of fintech companies and other platforms springing up around the world that enable small businesses to borrow money and then repay that. So that's one route of funding, and we'll go on to that. The other route of funding is equity, and that is where you have a company and somebody buys shares in your company in return for cash to enable you to grow. And that's quite different from debt, because with debt, you have to pay the money back with interest. With equity, you don't have to pay the money back, but the person owns a stake of the company. And that's something that you just need to get clear on in your head, that there will be someone else who's involved in the business who will have a say in what's going on, who will want to influence some of your strategic decisions, who will challenge you, who will question you, who will support you as well. Because if they have backed you, it's because they believe in you, but they want to make sure that the money that they've put into the company is being used properly for delivering the business plan that you put together that enabled you to raise. So that's just kind of the bit about your head. In terms of your business, every business is different. And yet when you boil it down, to the very core essence, every business is actually the same, because at its very essential level, every business has an activity that is involved with going out and finding and winning customers. And that's called sales and marketing. Every business has an activity which is all about delivering what it is that you've sold to your customers. And I call that operations. And every business is involved in invoicing customers and collecting money and receiving bills from suppliers and paying them and paying employees. And if you have offices or a warehouse, paying rent and, hopefully leaving some money afterwards for the owners of the company. And I call that function finance. And every business has a sales and marketing function, an operations function, and a finance function. There may be other specialist functions as well, depending on the nature of your company. But every company I've ever come across has those three. And it's really important to think about that in terms of your growth, because it really depends where you are and what stage you're at. If you're a brand new business that you've just created and it's just you in the business, then you have to wear those three hats. You're the person who's going out and finding and winning the customers. You're the person who's delivering whatever it is to the customers. You're the person who's raising the invoice and collecting the money and paying the bills and paying the rent. But as your business grows, you need a team and you need to bring in people with those skill sets. And that's one of the key options and issues that you need to address in the early stages of your company as you move forward. Because you will come to a point, if you're successful in building your business, where you don't have time to do everything. And in fact, you shouldn't do everything, because you should be concentrating on whatever you're the best at and then bring in other people to support you in those other functions. So that's just kind of the foundation of business and of your mindset that I feel is really important to look at. And then if we look at the different stages of growth of a company, I mean, the first thing that every company goes through is referred to as bootstrapping. And that's where literally it's you and maybe you've got a team, maybe it's just you on your own, but you are out there and you're winning business and you're bringing money in from customers. And that's the money that you have. And that's the money that you can invest in the company or take out and pay yourself or pay your other bills. And bootstrapping is the most common way for businesses to get off the ground. And it's almost like a proving ground, if you will, because if you've got a business and you can generate revenue to bring that cash into the company to get going, then that proves that you've got one of the most important things, which is what's referred to in investor circles as product market fit. Now, it might be a service or a product, but it's just referred to as product market fit. And that means whatever it is that you're selling fits with what the market wants and the market is buying. And once you can prove that, that's a fundamental route for you to be able to grow the company. And that's where you start to look at different options. So as I said earlier, you have the ability to carry on running the business your own, bootstrap it yourself, just use the reinvestment of the profits that you're generating from your sales to build your team and grow the business. And there are many, many successful businesses that have grown that way. However, it takes time. And one of the key things about raising capital, whether it's debt or equity, is that enables you to accelerate your growth. Because you're not having to constantly think, okay, I've got to bring more money in, I've got to sell more, I've got to deliver more, I've got to do these things. You've actually got the ability to bring a significant amount of capital into your business that will enable you to scale your team and scale your operations and invest in your sales and marketing activities so that you can do more and deliver more with your company. Now, not every business is going to be investable. And that's an important thing to realize. But any business has the possibility of being investable. And if you stop for a moment and instead of thinking about the business from your perspective as the founder and the owner of the business, think about it from the perspective of let's say it's 10 years in the future and you've built your business and it was fabulously successful and you've sold it and you now work as an angel investor. And so people are coming to you and asking you to invest your money in their businesses to help them grow. What are the kinds of things that you might be interested in? And it's really trying to understand that and put yourself in the shoes of the investor so that you're ready to answer the investor's questions when you're looking at funding options to grow your business. And they're looking at key things like, how certain are you that your revenue is going to continue? How well locked in are you to your relationships with your key customers? Do you have a wide base of customers? So, you know, if you've got a company and 75% of your revenue is coming from one customer, that's a very high risk. It's a great thing while that customer relationship is going and carrying on, but it's also very risky because if that customer, for whatever reason, no longer does business with you, maybe they decide they're not happy, maybe they've got a new chief executive and they want to change things, maybe that company gets taken over and the new owners don't want to do business with you. But if you've got a huge amount of your business concentrated on one customer, it's a big risk and you need to be aware of that. So it's really good to have a balance of customers across your business. Obviously, in the early stages when you're starting out, you take the business that you can get, and everyone does that. But if you find you're having a big concentration of one particular customer, then you want to look at building out and having more customers so that you don't end up being overexposed to that one customer, because that's a risk. And from an investor's perspective, that's going to be a problem. The next key thing to be aware of is, how secure are those customer relationships? Do you have contracts in place with your customers? Or is it simply a case that they come and buy and whatever? So in an ideal world, you want to have customer contracts in place. If you're a consultancy business, you'll have a service contract with your customers. If you're a technology business and you're operating in a SaaS model, software as a service, then you want to be able to demonstrate that there's a recurring revenue and you can see that those customers are paying every month or every quarter or whatever the regular period of the transaction is. And equally for your own people, are you employing people? Do they actually work for your company? Are they employed by you and they have employment contracts in place? Because again, that de-risks it from the new owners, or sorry, from the investor's perspective, because they're going to be looking at making sure that the continuing delivery of whatever your business is doing is secure. And by having the employees in place with employment contracts, it gives you a greater degree of security than if it was simply an informal arrangement. And those are just really important things for you to be aware of in terms of getting ready to take your business out to market. Then if we look at kind of the options at an early stage, so I've talked about bootstrapping, and that's where you fund it yourself. The other key options that are available, and I'll touch on, one is called friends and family, one is called crowdfunding, and one is called venture capital. There are others, but they tend to be for more established companies, which is private equity and ultimately doing a listing on the stock exchange. But if we just look at early stage companies, the first next point of opportunity for raising capital for many, many businesses is what's called friends and family. And that's when you go around to your friends or your parents or your brothers and sisters, your aunts and uncles, and you offer them an opportunity to invest in your company. And that's often an easier early sale. I know some people find it difficult approaching family members, but it's often an easier early investment approach to take. And it's one that is certainly very, very well recognized in investment circles. When you then ultimately go down the route of raising external investor funds, nobody's going to look at you and think, oh, well, you've got friends and family invested in the company and that's a problem. They're going to be completely comfortable with that. Beyond that, then, as I said, so I just realized I forgot one. Sorry, there's crowdfunding, there's angel investors, and there's venture capital. So crowdfunding is a relatively new phenomenon. It's developed over the last 10 to 15 years. There are a number of different crowdfunding sites. I've actually done a search on Google and found the top 9 crowdfunding sites in India. So it's an established thing in India. Some of them are international businesses that have an operation in India. So that's businesses like Kickstarter. There's another one called Wishberry, Indiegogo, Fuel a Dream, Fundable, Keto, Catapult, Milap, and Crowdera are the 9 that are in this particular article. But there's certainly no issue with you trying to find crowdfunding. If you just go onto Google and put in crowdfunding in India, you'll find many opportunities there. Now, the interesting thing about crowdfunding is it's kind of a democratization of the investment process, in that lots of people, lots of ordinary people can choose to make their investments into SME businesses, which historically was often a difficult thing to do, typically because of regulatory issues and legal issues in terms of things to protect individuals from investing in illiquid businesses. But crowdfunding has developed and has worked with regulators in countries around the world to establish a structure that enables them to get around those regulatory constraints. And crowdfunding enables you to go out to a very wide community and raise funding from them. So let's say, for instance, you've got a small business and you've got 500 small customers and they're really interested in supporting you and helping you with your growth. Well, one of the things you could do is you could go out and launch your business on one of these crowdfunding platforms and go and tell your customers, hey, we're on this particular platform, Kickstarter or Indiegogo or whichever one. Point them in the direction of what you've got and give them the opportunity to support your business by actually investing in it and taking a stake in it. And that's a really good opportunity for businesses to grow. The other thing that's particularly relevant about crowdfunding sites, and I've seen statistics on this in a number of countries around the world, where the number of female-led businesses that are successfully crowdfunding is much, much higher in percentage terms than the number of female-led businesses that are successful in venture capital. And that's a whole other story. I ran an event last week that was looking at that. It's a big story. If you want to find out more about that, please look at Funding Focus, funding-focus.com, and I'm sure Ati will give you the details on that. But globally, certainly looking at countries like the UK, the United States, Canada, Australia, typically female-led businesses are getting anywhere between 1% and 3% of venture capital funding. It's appallingly low. I'm working on trying to address that, but right now it is very low. But female-led businesses in crowdfunding sites are getting 25 or 30% of the total amount of funding available. So it seems that is a good route for female-led businesses to go down, particularly in the early stages when they're looking at doing an initial raise, because it enables them to appeal to a wider audience that is not the pure venture capital side of things, where there still seem to be a lot of cultural biases against female entrepreneurs. So I would strongly recommend anyone who's at an early stage and thinking about fundraising to go down and investigate crowdfunding. Angel investors is the next route. As I mentioned before, typically angel investors are successful entrepreneurs who have built and sold their company and they've made a lot of money and they're now looking, what can I do to give it back? Maybe I've decided I don't want to go and start another business myself, but I want to help others and I want to invest in their businesses and bring my expertise. So angel investors are individuals who have large sums of money that they are willing to invest in small businesses. They typically operate in syndicates or groups, and to get into them, you have to find out who's sort of the gatekeeper of that syndicate. And you can do that research on Google. You can look up things. You can just search for angel investor syndicates. So, depending on where you are, if you're in Mumbai or Bangalore or Kolkata, you just put into Google angel syndicates in city. and you'll find them, and you'll find routes to go down. So just take the time and talk to the people and find out what you need to do. And then the last one I'll touch on before we go into Q&A is venture capital. Now, venture capital is different because venture capital, the people who run venture capital businesses are not investing their own money. They are investing money that they have received from institutional investors. That might be pension funds, that might be insurance companies, that might be wealthy families. There's a whole range of things, but basically, large institutions are giving some of their money, well, not giving, they're investing some of their money into a firm called a venture capital firm. And that firm will pool money from multiple institutions and will then invest it on their behalf. So the people who are running the venture capital, sometimes they'll invest a bit of their own money alongside, but they are professional investors. They are people whose job it is to invest in businesses. And they are probably the hardest to get into and get a relationship going with, but equally they are the ones that have the deepest pockets. And so if you're looking at growing and building your business, as your funding requirements grow, you're going to need to look down the venture capital route, because the pools of money that are available there are just that much greater that will enable you to really grow and scale. I'm conscious of time, Iti. I can carry on, or we can stop here and do Q&A. I think you're on mute.
I think we would love to hear you more, but yes, there are a few questions that have come up. So completely, you tell me that if you would like to take up the questions, or you want
Sure,
to
let's do questions.
All right, okay.
Oh, and by the way, whoever asks the best question will get a free signed copy of my book.
Oh, wow, that's amazing and wonderful. We already have got some questions, but I think the background, they will have to tell me that the names of the people. I just have got the questions as of now, so I'm going to ask that, and we are going to figure it out. You just
I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Sure. So the first question is that how do we know that it's time for my company to get investable? And I think you mentioned that, and you touched upon that during your speech and presentation today.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, if you're at the point where your business is growing, but your cash flow is constrained, because this is one of the big challenges. Growth eats cash. Because as your business grows, you need to hire more people, you need to move into bigger premises, you need to make investments in equipment or software or whatever, and it's eating cash. And so the point where you're looking at doing investment, bringing investment in from outside, is really as you're seeing that growth start to happen, and as you're seeing that your ability to fund that growth with the cash flow in your business is going to be challenging. That's when you almost want to be a little bit ahead of that curve, if you will, so that you're not slowing down, because the fundraising process takes time as well.
Yes, absolutely. The next question says that we have tried doing crowdsourcing, crowdfunding before, but we see only traction with friends and family. How do we go beyond that?
I guess the challenge there, and I've done a number of different crowdfunding initiatives where I've done some that have been very successful and others that haven't worked. I think to a large degree, in my experience, success on crowdfunding often depends on how understandable your business is. So one business that I was involved with on crowdfunding was in the dental sector. And we had a lot of dentists who understood it and backed it. And then we went onto the crowdfunding platform, and we had already received 50% of our target investment from our dental community. And then it went out to the wider crowd and nobody understood it. And it didn't work. Whereas I've seen other ones that, I mean, some of the most successful ones here in the UK have been crowdfunding things for beer companies or pizza companies, things that are everyday stuff that people understand. So it really depends on the nature of your business. And if it's something that is easy to understand, it should flow better on a crowdfunding platform. If it's something that's harder for the general public to understand, then you need to communicate it in a way that makes it hopefully relevant and understandable to the ordinary person.
Sure, I believe that answers this very well. I would also like to understand from you my question actually about the educational program that Funding Focus has been bringing and planning to do.
Yes.
It's great to hear from you on how can women go about it. What are the ways that they can get in touch with you for that?
Oh, super. Yeah. So we're launching our first education program. It's called Funding Focus Explore. I will put a link in the chat. Hang on a sec.
So you can put the link on the chat, and we are going to put it forward to the rest of the places. Solomon, please, can you please put it on the rest of the places as well?
Yeah.
Because our
Now,
audience is there in the
that's the information about it. What and I'll need to sort this out with you as a follow-up, but in our discussions, ET, we said that we would offer members of your community a discount.
Absolutely.
So I will have to come back to you. I don't know the discount code, but I will come back to you and we'll get that. But if people can just keep that as a landing page, and then we will get the discount code to you, and we'll get that set up so that your community can get a discount, just as a thank you for you promoting that to them. So Funding Focus Explore is a 6-week online program. It's delivered live online by me, and it runs every Thursday from the 8th of April for 6 weeks. And there's a different theme each week, and it's all designed to give you a much more in-depth set of knowledge and understanding of most of what I talked about in 20 minutes, but we'll cover it over a 9-hour period, so you'll get a lot more information.
Oh, that's amazing, David. I think that's quite some information, and anyone who's looking forward to be part of Funding Focus Explore program, you can get in touch with me or with David. We both are available on LinkedIn, or if you are already part of WEFT, then definitely you will get to hear from us about it. And we will be looking forward for you all to be part of this. So thank you so much, David, for this wonderful lecture, but you don't have to go anywhere. We are still going to have you.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm also just going to put my LinkedIn profile into the chat so that people can connect with me.
Sure. So Solomon, you're working at the background. Please make sure that the connects that David is putting on the chat can go out to the different platforms that people are viewing our conference in, and we would definitely take this ahead. Thank you so much, David. It was very insightful. And
my pleasure. Thank you.
A lot from you on how companies can become investable. And talking of that, definitely we have now an amazing fireside chat session that would be coming up shortly, and we would have another person joining us. She is a phenomenal woman. We have been seeing her for quite some time. We have been talking about her for quite some time. She is Miss Parul Madan. Parul, you're online. Hi.
Hi, Iti. Lovely to meet you, and thank you for having me today.
So thank you for joining us for this fireside chat session. I'm going to quickly introduce you to our audience. Parul, she is a serial entrepreneur. She's an investor and advisor for startups. She's also the co-founder of DoDash, one of our partners for today. And she is a tech aficionado with deep roots in telecommunications and media industry, who has jumped off from corporate bandwagon nearly 13 years ago and has built businesses in multitude of seemingly unconnected industries such as aerospace, automotive, telecommunications, edtech, with IT and software as the core enabler. She's a hands-on business practitioner who values big ideas, out-of-box thinking, and teamwork, and turns ideas into action, support the startups through an ecosystem innovation approach with a range of initiatives supported by incubators and accelerator. She has already invested with 40 plus startups as an angel investor and with Select Index. She has also been called a global leader. She is a bachelor's in engineering in PG diploma in advanced computing from CDAC and is also an alumni of MIT Sloan. Wow, that's quite
My
some.
God, Niti, you've gone really deep here. They make me realize my age now. So
that we won't declare over here for sure, Parul. But it's amazing to have you here as a speaker, and I'm so glad to finally meet you and talk to you. And we are going to talk about the interesting topic that has actually been in question for quite some time: women business growth and the need for developing more women-led business. And you are one of the leading ladies who have been not just doing it and showing people the way and inspiring all of us. You also have supported many women-led businesses in these years. So let me start off with you first, that why do you think representation of women in business is low, and what is your viewpoint about it?
Iti, just to give you a bit of background about myself. So I was raised by really, very open-minded and empowering parents. So for me, being treated equally and aspire for my dreams was natural. So as I grew, I was never, I never thought that I cannot do anything that I want to or wish to do. So that credit goes to my parents. And yes, I am blessed to have them as my parents and who believed in the empowerment and supported. And eventually, I'm also supported by an empowering husband. So I definitely believe that this infrastructure was there for me to achieve my dreams. But when I was, and I'm asked this question very often on, platforms which are either startups driven or technology or, quasi corporate or anything like that. But when I was coming for WEFT, I had to think of it in a much broader perspective. One, it's kind of just focused on India per se. And also the kind of people you support, they're coming from plethora of diversity, and India itself is such a big country and we are so diverse. So in our country, it's a societal issue to some extent, which impacts our culture. And it is also to some extent for women, how their brains are developed and wired. Some are more creative compared to being analytical. So there is a change which is needed at many, many levels. And I personally feel, in general, the change is required starting at home, the education system thereafter. And then the workplaces have to be safe for them at many, many levels. And even if I take an example within Germany and in Western world, I go and speak at MBA schools and young women groups and stuff like that. I feel in general as women, we have to give ourselves a chance. We quit before we start. We are thinking ahead, young girls in the college, MBA colleges, and who have some experience, they're thinking about 5 years ahead. If I'm going to have a family, if I'm going to have a child, can I have this career? Or, what are the compromises I have to do? So I feel women have to give themselves chance before we can ask society overall to create that environment for them. So it's a multidimensional and a multitude of an issue. And at business level, at a senior level, going back to your question, because I'm sorry, I'm taking a bit of time. It's a broader perspective here. If women are at senior level, that's when they can make policy decisions, and having those policy decisions in favor of women can create a impact eventually as a culture and a better safe place so that they don't have to think as man, they can embrace their femininity and work with those traits going forward.
So very well said, Parul, and I totally resonate with you. David, what do you think from your perspective? I know your country is doing pretty good in terms of in ranks of the other countries when it comes to women representation uh, as of now. But why do you think still the numbers are not stacking and they're not 50% or, why do women refrain from coming to business?
Yeah, that's a big question, and I'd before I answer that directly, if you don't mind, I'd like to do a similar thing to what Parul did, because I also have family related things that have led to me, a white man, being here promoting women in business, and it all started for me when I was 7 years old. So I grew up in Canada, and I'm the youngest of four. So my siblings are 10 years, 8 years, and 4 years older than me. And when I was 7, I remember saying to my mom that I really loved chocolate chip cookies and I wanted to have more. And so rather than going out and doing something, she said, well, I'll teach you how to bake chocolate chip cookies. So when I was 7, I learned to bake. And then I learned to cook. And by the time I was 11 or 12, I was cooking dinner for the family at least once a week. And when I was 15 and I had my first girlfriend, I said to my mom, I think I look better wearing shirts that have been ironed. Simple, my mom said, I'll teach you how to iron shirts. Now, bear in mind, this is the 60s and 70s when cooking and baking and ironing were considered women's jobs. And my mom wasn't like that. And I'm so grateful for that, because growing up, there was no gender issue in my family. We were her 4 kids and we were all the same. We were all equal. And so that kind of foundation came at a very early age for me. And then in my adult life, I'm married and have 2 wonderful daughters. So my adult life, I've had 3 women in my life. And so I've been surrounded from all of my adult life by a strong female influence from my wife and my 2 daughters, who are now grown up and off doing their own careers. And so I think for me, it's just something that's very deeply ingrained. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But to come back to your question, I think what Parul said is absolutely correct. We see a lot of women coming through and completing universities. And if you look at the makeup of students coming through university, it's on par. In fact, there are some subjects where there are more women graduating than there are men graduating. And that's a great thing. And then women are moving into their careers, but then there's this glass ceiling. And whether it's because of having a family or the challenges of work-life balance, and it's a big issue. It's a big social issue. I don't have the answer to break it. Where I'm coming from and what I'm doing is trying to encourage more women to go into business and encourage more female entrepreneurs to go out and raise the money that they need and deserve to grow their businesses. Because one of the things that has been proven in multiple studies is that female-led businesses tend to be more profitable, more socially responsible, have a better environmental profile, look after their employees better, and provide a better return to their investors. So, it's what we call in North America a no-brainer.
Absolutely, David. And I seriously keep thinking about it, that we are almost 50% of the population, but still we see such a low representation of women in leadership, in business. There are definitely multiple reasons behind it, that we as a society are not doing enough to promote women to come in leadership and business and other places.
Yeah,
but
and it's interesting actually, because the UK where I live now has been like the London Stock Exchange has been really pushing getting women onto the boards of large companies. But it was only about 3 weeks ago that they finally had, so the different indexes in the UK, you've got the FTSE 100, which is the 100 biggest companies, and then the FTSE 250, which is the next 250. And between them, they're called the FTSE 350. For the first time ever, about 3 weeks ago, there was not a single company in the FTSE 350 that had an all-male board. No. For the first time ever. So, we've come a long way, but there's still a long way to go.
Absolutely. And Parul, why do you think that this gender balance, I'm sure that you are definitely for the gender balance that needs to be maintained, but would you please highlight for the audience that why this gender balance is required in leadership and why it is important?
Yes, so I think we are talking about board level representation, taking on to the cue that David just said. So I think the balance has to be there right from top to down. And if there is just one woman on the top, she alone, it's a Herculean task for her. So even at the board level, if the representation is not, maybe 30% or 40%, those policy decisions which I was talking about cannot happen to make that cultural shift. Some people, work because they are privileged to work for passion, and some people work out of necessities. And we need to understand that women do not have to really, if she wishes to have a career, does not mean she has to compromise and she doesn't have to get married. And on the other side, for women, I feel that some of them are living in their comfort zone and they are conditioned to think that they are in a supporting role and they don't see themselves in a leading role. I think this awareness that they can start their businesses is important, and the environment has to be created so their ideas can be nurtured and developed. And in one context, women are continuously juggling responsibilities at home and work. And that's where I feel that women who are very ambitious, they don't think of their companies to take an exit route or list them. In general, they are not motivated to sell their business. They want to create an impact. And I think that is because of the nurturing aspect of a human, as a human, how women are wired. It comes probably from genes. So from that perspective, going back, the cultural shift has to be there. The environment has to be created. The policies, whether it's money which is coming from the banks who support certain levels of societies to be funded, or from venture capital. Even in venture capital, we have statistics that only 2.3% of women-led founder are funded. So there is a broad base to cover here, basically.
Absolutely. And there is, I think, a long way to go for women to come and start representing the different levels of the company. Leave that if we just put the leadership aside, that too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So David, if you think that gender balance is getting somewhere and reaching somewhere, like you just now highlighted about the London Stock Exchange also getting more women now, as per you, what push further can really help more women-led businesses to enter this London Stock Exchange and be there and represent more powerfully?
Yeah, no, that's very true. And in fact, if you look at the FTSE 100, the top 100 companies, there are 3 of them where there's a woman chief executive. 3 out of 100, I think it's such a big issue of whole-scale social change, and social change takes time. And, social change hopefully is done peacefully, but every now and then, it hits pressure points and things. And, you don't need to go back that far in history. And I don't know how it was in India, but in the UK, it was only 100 years ago that women first gained the right to vote. And there are countries in Europe where it was less long ago than that. I lived in Switzerland for 6 years. There was one canton in Switzerland where women finally got the right to vote in the 1970s. So there's all of these issues of social change that are coming. I think we're seeing across society, we are seeing a shift away from the woman's place was in the home raising the children and taking them to school, and the man's place was going out and earning the salary, and we're moving away from that. I have friends who were house husbands because their wives had very successful careers, and they chose to let their wives go and do their thing, and they would look after the family and the kids. That's shifting and changing. I think this is one of these things that the continuation of events like your event, events like my event, people like Parul speaking up and talking out, we are all slowly creating a groundswell that is moving in the right direction. Because at the end of the day, you know, women make up, I think globally women actually make up more of the population than men.
I believe so too. Great. I think that is something definitely we should look at, more fundamental thing. Parul, coming from your side, you've already invested into multiple firms, and I'm sure that there would be some women-led businesses also into it. What exactly you see from a women-led business, or is there any gender thing that comes into play when it comes to investing into a company?
No, I don't think I have ever been biased because of a person was a woman or a man. I never, because my mind is not attuned to that, to be honest, because I grew up in an environment where there was equal opportunity. However, in my experience, I do see from an entrepreneurial level that women think of things in a different way. They try to solve a problem different way. They try to build their businesses in different way. And that is, again, what their education has been, what their experience has been. And in general, of course, women-led businesses are more successful. I obviously, from a startup standpoint, you have to see the aspiration and how big the scale of ambition is for an entrepreneur, how far they can take. So startup, the venture capital industry is kind of focused from that risk-taking ability. And that's where I was kind of saying that earlier as well. Women in general, you know, the way we are conditioned, how we grow up, in general, we are risk averse. We want to, as an entrepreneur as well, you know, in my own journey, I was risk averse. I did not play the bets which I could have to make it bigger and better. But, and that I feel is a common denominator, and they need to explore, they need to confront the fear, because fear is very, very powerful tool, because it inhibits your thinking, it inhibits your decision-making power. And if you can overcome that somehow, when you confront that, you can make certain decisions, which obviously every decision has a consequence. If whether it is inhibiting you, it will have its own consequence. And if you take that decision, that will have a different consequence, and you'll have to live and learn with that. So in a sense, what I'm trying to say here is that women have to, you know, be more open about it if they are willing to go after their aspirations.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's it's all in the mindset that plays for women too, and they have to be out there as well. A lot of women actually refrain from coming up in the leadership position and coming out there, whereas we have just heard from David in his speeches that he was talking about how crowdfunding, women have been more supported actually. So what would be the reason, and what are your viewpoints on it? If you can, David, just put some more light on it, that why that has happened.
I think because you know there are still unquestionably there are still biases, there are still limited perspectives. One of my favorite statistics that I've discovered was an article published by Morningstar a couple of years ago, and they looked at all of the fund managers of listed open-ended investment fund businesses in the UK. There were just over 1,500 of them, and 108 of those funds were run by a man named David, which, as a man named David, I thought was kind of cool. Until I read on in the article and discovered that only 105 of those funds are run by women. So you've got more Davids running funds than you've got women running funds. And the Davids are investing in people like that. And it was really interesting. There was an article came out on Crunchbase yesterday that was looking at the funded entrepreneurs in the United States, and the vast majority of funded entrepreneurs in the United States went to Harvard, MIT, or Stanford? And where did all the venture capitalists go to university? Harvard, MIT, and Stanford. And it's almost like they've been conditioned, oh, well, you're like me, so I'm going to invest in you. And if you're not like me, well, hang on a minute, I'm going to ask a lot more probing questions. I'm going to ask a lot more difficult questions. And there was a Harvard Business School study, I think it was published in about 2016, and it took identical pitches from live pitching competitions and then had them pitched just by voice, not with, so slides were presented, but you couldn't see the person, but it was just the voice, but it was an identical pitch pitched by men and pitched by women. And the men got 2/3 of the investment compared to the women, and yet the pitches were identical.
But what would have been the reason for it? I mean, this is something that we don't want to crack it and understand that why men get all the money.
Yeah. So I'll expand on that because David said it as much. So basically, venture capital industry is pretty much dominated by tall, white, old men. And people mimic behavior. So if that's your surrounding, you want to invest in people who look similar. Birds of similar feather flock together. So that basically happens, and it is actually being nurtured in that context. So that's basically the reason why that happens. And there are very few women, venture funds. And going back to Crunchbase data, so they recently published their diversity report, and in that they basically mentioned that this is of course just targeted for US, that the funding for female-led startups they fell in 2020 to 2.3%. Basically, it declined compared to 2019, which was not substantial, but it did have an impact. It was 2.8%. Now, that predominantly happened because of COVID. And initially, women had to take a step back because they were staying at home. They were looking at their families. They had the responsibility at home, and their husbands or their partners had to work from home as well. So that was like if they had a kid, so that was an additional kid that basically was there at home as well as a husband. And then if the boss or their employees were working, they were additional kids in that context. So a lot of them took a step back. And from a venture capital perspective, initially in March, April timeframe, most of the VCs said that we don't know how their own fundraising will look like in the outlook. So that everybody will have to stretch their budget still like for another year, more or less. And I think most of the female-led businesses took that very seriously because of how they're wired. So they did bigger cuts. They did not, there's a cycle that basically happened because of that. So that is what I feel happened, because I've been working closely with the few female-led founders and their businesses, and we saw the impact that's happening. Going back to your Kickstarter, kind of thing, the crowdfunding thing, I've had in my own experience a few female-led businesses actually going for crowdfunding last year in the COVID time. And I compared some of the similar businesses, and the reason why the female-led businesses, in my opinion, I haven't done any study or I haven't researched on it, but I can just say it from my own experience, because we did a comparative study. They were more successful because they were more prepared. So they had credentials to prove either they were patented, they had more traction, they had more users, they had already established successful businesses, which in comparison to other businesses that were listed failed. So I think that could have been one of the reasons why crowdfunding was more successful for these female-led businesses.
No, very rightly said. And because you mentioned COVID, in India also there were studies that sounded off that more than men, the female-led businesses were suffering during the COVID arena. And the reasons that they had listed out was that more male-led, the tech arena and the tech space, that is what was actually growing during the COVID stage. And that made more profits versus the women-led, who were more of 1 to 5 employees only, which were dealing more with non-tech arenas. So do you really think that you really need that tech base and expansion and scale all the time, if you look at it from the funding point of view or scaling and growth point of view? Because we see a lot of women going non-tech, and there are very few women in tech-led businesses right now.
I'm happy to take that. Basically, I feel that every business, I mean, we are running this conference today, the technology which is supporting that. So every business is, tech enabled. I see technology as an enabler now. So it not necessarily is at a leading front, but technology touches everything, whether it's healthcare. We've seen that in COVID times as well. Patient-doctor interaction, it grew, people communicating with each other. So we've seen the stocks of Zoom growing over the rooftops. It's become one of the most valuable companies. The people have been making payments online. So we just had this news 2 days ago that right now Stripe has overtaken Elon Musk business, and they are the most valuable company. So these are some of the examples that I can say. So women definitely should think about, incorporating tech in their strategy, because tech is an enabler and it helps in scalability. And how do you want to scale the business? And that goes to the scale of ambition that I was saying earlier on, that mostly women are not ambitious enough. So they want to create an impact, but they do not necessarily think that they need to sell their business. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that if you want to stay with your business. But from a venture capital industry, they are looking to make it bigger and 10 times, 20 times bigger. So that's where that friction potentially is. So we should not confuse that with entrepreneurship. But yeah, we have to see the scale of ambition and how that can be enabled.
And it's actually really interesting what Parul said there about the way it works in venture capital, because and this is the model. A venture capitalist will go out and invest in 10 businesses in the full knowledge that 2 or 3 of them are going to fail, that probably half a dozen of them are going to tick over but aren't really going to do anything, but one of them is going to take off and it's going to provide the returns that completely outweigh everything. And that's the model. It's almost it's almost like going to the casino. You have one that you're going to hit it big on, and if you hit it big on and bat the right one, it's huge. But equally, there is a high level of risk. And the earlier you are in your business's journey, the higher the level of risk, because you haven't proven your product market fit. You haven't proven your scalability. You haven't proven that you can, go from having a team of 10 people and 25 customers to a team of 500 people and 10,000 customers. And there are a lot of issues dealing with scaling a company that have to be worked through. And anybody who's been through it and experienced it will understand it. And anyone who hasn't is either going to have a very, very steep learning curve, or is going to need to bring in talent to support them and help them as they grow. Because it's as I said in my talk earlier, I mean, growth eats cash, and really fast growth that enables those kind of scale ups eats cash at a higher rate and is still risky.
Absolutely. Now, David, you are running an inclusive funding organization, and I really want to hear your thought on that why you thought about an inclusive funding organization, and is it really adding value to the ecosystem and would push more women to come on board and help more women? That would be something interesting to know.
Okay, so 2 years ago, I was speaking at an event about fundraising for SME businesses. And after my talk, a woman came up to me and asked why so little venture capital funding went to female entrepreneurs. And I'm ashamed to say that at the time, I had no idea this was even an issue. I'm one of the Davids. I'm a white middle-aged man. So I was just blissfully unaware. And so I started researching this, and I discovered some incredible statistics and things based on published evidence to support this. And one of the first ones came out from a report published by the British Business Bank that looked at every venture capital deal done in the UK in 2017. And all female teams had submitted 5% of the pitch decks and got less than 1% of the money. Less than 1%. I mean, that's a 1 in 5 success rate. Mixed gender teams, where there were men and women on the team, submitted 20% of the pitch decks and got 10% of the funding. So it's a 1 and 2, which is a little better, but it's still. And then all male teams submitted 75% of the pitch decks and got 89% of the funding. And I just went, whoa, there's something weird here. And then I was talking with friends at the stock exchange and understanding what they were doing about all of the initiatives they were doing to get more women on boards, and talking with friends of mine who were running businesses. And it just hit me one day that I had looked at what had happened when this report came out. And there had been a number of events that venture capital industry had put on to talk about it, but nobody had done anything that looked at it from the perspective of the entrepreneurs. And so I thought, okay, I want to put on an event that's focused, and it was focused initially purely on female entrepreneurs. And so we ran an event in November of 2019 at the London Stock Exchange. We had over 100 people came, and it was a half-day event. And it was just, I mean, it was mind-blowing, some of the stories that we had. I deliberately structured it in a way not to say, oh, it's unfair, not to say, oh, this is terrible, but to say, here are people who've done it. Here are people who have successfully achieved funding in their businesses. And at that first event, we had a woman who had raised angel funding and gone on to become an angel investor herself. We had a woman who'd raised venture capital. We had a woman who'd raised private equity. We even had a woman who had done an IPO. And it was just designed to say, here's people who've done it. Let's learn from them. And then we had the other key things I discovered at that event were twofold. Number one, this wasn't just a UK issue. This is a global issue. And the more I've looked into it, the more I am utterly clear that this is truly a global issue. And, you know, the fact that we're having this conversation right here, right now, is proof of that. So we had plans to, sorry, and the other thing that came to me was there were a number of men in the audience at that event who weren't white men. So there were Black men or Asian men or Oriental men, and they were saying they had the same challenges. And so really, and that's when it dawned on me that it was the Davids, it was the white men were controlling all the money, and the white men were getting all the money. And if you were a woman or a man of a different race or a different background or disability or anything that wasn't just your normal David, then it was a real uphill battle for you to get funding. And so I then started looking at doing more events for 2020. And then, of course, a little thing called COVID came along. But my team decided that we would run an online event on the anniversary of our first conference. And so we ran it in November of last year. And we had people from about 12 countries around the world. And we had people as far west as San Francisco, as far east as Cebu in the Philippines. We had good representation in India, as far south as Cape Town. And then we ran our first event. We're running a series of events this year. We ran our first event just on Wednesday last week. And we had people attending from 18 countries on 5 continents. So nobody came from Australia because it was in the middle of the night, and we're going to adapt for that for our next one. And nobody came from Antarctica, but I don't think there are many entrepreneurs into Antarctica. But we had North America, South America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. And it's, yeah, like I said, this is a global issue, and really it affects everybody. It even affects the white men named David. They just don't realize it yet.
They're not realizing it yet. And I love the way you're personifying yourself, although currently it is a very negative connotation, but we'll try to put through a better version of David as well very soon.
Absolutely.
David be horny, not the Davids. Okay. Parul, you've heard about from David already about how Funding Focus has been working towards bringing more women and making things very inclusive. And you as a leader have also been running similar startup, DoDash. And in DoDash, we have seen so many global women coming together. You have mentored so many of them. And I would really like to understand from you that what exactly DoDash or your company is doing differently to empower more women and bringing them more to business.
It's great that you asked me this question, because I was going to anyway roll that into my response, because that is exactly the problem we are trying to tackle. So as we see DoDash today out there in the market, we have launched a community platform as of summer last year. So we launched early May. We stand at 3,000 strong membership at the moment. We have 75% subscription in our academy that we run, which is for free for entrepreneurs. So that's a structured information which is built by community for the community. Of course, we will contribute and we will continue to do that, but we encourage our community members to enable each other. And we have 60% return rate. But in the long-term goal, it's going to be like an ecosystem of products for the entrepreneurs and startups in general. And what we will be launching very soon is the core product with which we actually started this vision a few years ago. So there is a lot of research and thought process that has gone behind it. So between me and Nikhil, who's my business partner and also my life partner, we actually have been working over this for nearly 2.5, 3 years now. And what we are building is an AI-driven private capital intelligence tool, which basically streamlines and shortens the investment and due diligence process. And our goal is to have an impact of 40%. So founders don't have the sophistication of fundraising or understanding what investors need. They need help to keep their data and metrics up to date, which basically improves the transparency of the conversation and build trust with the investors. So that's our end goal. And also through that, we will be able to eliminate cognition bias that investors have today, whether this information is coming from a female-led founder, or is it coming from a Black founder, or from any other ethnicity. Or there are many a times, founders who are not able to pitch. It's a tech founder. They're not like, they're thinking in their own way, or there are people who are thinking in abstract. So that message is not coming across. So those information as data storyteller is what we are trying to build. And the longer term goal, the larger goal, is to remove the cognition bias through our machine learning algorithms. So that's what we are working at the moment.
That's amazing. And I think that...
Can I just interrupt? I've just realized, Parul, I know your husband, Nikhil.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he has a copy of my book.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. Now I know you as well, David.
There we are.
Yeah.
This is what WEFT does. I was actually going to say that Funding Focus and DoDash, I think there's so many things to collaborate between each other, and WEFT is there to support anything that we can do to collaborate these two beautiful companies together. It's going to be an amazing platform for all the, and it's a win-win situation that you're creating for the ecosystem overall. So it is definitely something that we would be looking forward to for you guys to talk about and bring forth. We were talking about all these questions earlier that I had sent out, but I think that has all gone out of the window, and I would like to hear more from you all, David and Parul. These are the questions I think that most of the women entrepreneurs would like to hear, specifically because we have got a majority of them from India. If you can tell us that how exactly they can benefit from your platform and from DoDash platform, what exactly they should be looking forward to.
So WEFT is present there. So WEFT was one of the first, initiative that we had. Iti has a presence there. She runs a group there. Please join there. And I've just pasted the link. Join there. Shows she's the moderator. I support her in her initiative for WEFT, and we actually, that's a little we can do when we launched it last year. So that's one thing. Then we obviously have academy, which we are still, it's a work in progress, and it will continue to grow. And it is a contribution from our side as well as the contribution from active community members. So that's where we have right from business building to fundraising. The complete value chain is what we are going to be covering. And then we also, have events. So we did a lot of AMA events. That was one of the needs last year from our community. Now we've started pitching events on the local level and the global level for founders. And we are also creating a platform for investors to come forward who want to invest in diversity-led business, who want to who believe in equal opportunity. And that's an access that we are trying to provide. So we are going to be working as a bridge in our community platform. All things COVID, we obviously have had an impact. It's a small team. We originally started with 4 people. So me, Nikhil, Michael, and Marcus, and we've tried to achieve a lot. So we also enable founders at the moment to fill out their idea, mission, and submit an initial investment readiness check. And we basically give that report to them for free. And if people who want to go forward in terms of their fundraising, in terms of their due diligence, having their data verified, so we basically run a pre-due diligence for them. And there's a program we have set at the moment, since our platform is not out there. So we are trying to enable that a little bit in a semi-automated fashion. So we have an interim solution in place with which we are enabling them. So these are some of the activities we are doing, and we are hoping that our teams can overcome the challenge of COVID. There's a third wave right now hitting us. So there'll be plethora of products. Like I said, they'll be coming out where they can manage their data room. They can share that in a secure way, so that founders are always in control. They also feel a little bit scared. There is a little bit of insecurity when they share the data. Who's seeing my data? And is it going to be forwarded somewhere else, or will they see it or not see it? So we are creating that platform for them to be able to feel sure about the data sharing. And also for investors, they need to have the right information at the right time. So if founder is not going to provide that information, then they will not be able to do the risk assessment and make an investment decision. So we are trying to cover that gap and that bridge, and slowly and steadily in the next few months, you will see the products out there, and the founders can definitely benefit from that.
That's amazing. And David, how about you, if you would like to add there?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, Parul, we need to talk, because I think there's so many opportunities for collaboration on this. So we've just launched our initial 6-week short course that basically gives people an introduction. It's a run live online over 6 weeks for 90 minutes a week, just taking them through the key steps of what they need to understand before they go down the fundraising journey. And that first program kicks off on the 8th of April. We are designing then our main product, which we'll be launching in the autumn, which is a kind of a done with you program for how to go about fundraising, what types of investors to approach, how to approach them, how to find them, how to prepare, how to pitch, what's involved in due diligence, what's it like, and this is one of the key things. Everyone thinks, oh well, if only I had, £500,000 or €1 million or $1 million or whatever the amount, once I get that money, it's going to be great. And the reality is that's just the beginning, because then all of a sudden your business is going to change. You're going to have investors sitting on your board. You're going to have people saying, hang on a minute, you can't do that. Hang on a minute, you said you were going to do this and you haven't done it. Why not? What's going on? What's happening here? No, you can't invest in that thing because that wasn't in the business plan that we signed off and agreed. And just a whole bunch of changes in the way a business is run that until you've been through that investment process, you have no idea. And so our main program will take you through not just the funding processes, but also what is life like after the funding is done, so that you know and understand. Because I've seen over the years, I've seen far too many people go into this thinking, great, I've got the funding, now it'll be all fine. And it's not. And I've seen relationships break down. I've experienced situations where the founder and the primary investors, I mean, you can't even get them in the same room anymore. And it's such a shame because things just went wrong. And so really preparing people so that they have the knowledge and understanding of what is happening, because, you know, money comes with a price tag attached to it. And it's not just simply, oh, well, you know, I'm going to give away a portion of my company. And by the way, I hate that expression, giving away. I'm going to give away equity. You're not giving it away, you're selling it. But I could talk for an hour about that. I won't. But no, I think, you know, I would love to chat with you, Pearl, and with Nicole, and yeah, let's see what we can do together, because I think there are so many. I think there are quite a few little bits and pieces, and you know, how can we collaborate with WEFT? And I'm familiar with someone in Singapore, and I have a friend in Singapore who runs a fund that invests only in female businesses. There are a number of them here in the UK. One of them in the UK that launched last year that invests only in Black founders.
Nice.
And you know, that kind of thing is needed. It would be great if everybody didn't have to, because everybody invested in everybody, but the vast majority of them, it comes back to the Davids again. So yes, Carol, I would love to
absolutely. Yeah, and I totally believe in collaboration and partnerships, because we need to unleash that. We don't have to do everything ourselves. And I don't pretend that I have all the answers. And David might look at things differently as Parul would, and we can definitely create some ingenious solutions out of that. At the end of the day, if it is a part of giving back and creating an impact, I think together we can do much better and more. So that's always my goal. And over the time, my thought process has become that we need to create a model which is focused to provide access, guidance, support, which creates a more inclusive network for founders and especially women-led businesses, which opens doors to new funding, customers, partnerships, talent, a business and expert advice, which is very important, mentorship to help founders eventually fundraise for smarter, they can scale faster and build community of their own. So I think this is, in a sense, the goal that we have with UDash.
Absolutely.
Perfect. And I just one other thing, just linked to that. So all of my adult life, I've kind of been searching for what is my cause, and I found it now. And it's quite an incredible thing, because, you know, I always knew there was some kind of reason, but I didn't know what it was. It was a case of, when I find it, I'll know. And when I came across this issue and started running these events, and it was really when I ran the second event, I just thought, no, this is it. And I now state publicly that I am prepared to dedicate the rest of my life to moving this cause forward.
That's so amazing. From the David who did not know what the cause is to this David is what we are looking for. More men, please do support women businesses, because we do look for empathy. We do look for that additional support. And I believe there is no harm in seeking that support. What do you say, Parul? And I really would like to understand from you also that in your entrepreneurial life, have you seek support? I know that you are a leader already and you have gone places, but it's interesting to know. And for somebody who's just starting up, to go out there and ask for support, it's important to learn from you, and important to get inspired from you that yes, it is required, that help, that go out and reach is required. How do we do that?
So, Iti, I mean, most of the audience would have guessed my age by now. So the time I started my journey, you know, it was not fashionable to ask for support. So I had to believe in hard work. I had to I was, to be honest, I was okay to be uncomfortable. Like, I was comfortable being uncomfortable, if you know what I mean. As a woman, there is always a veil in front of a woman leader, or as a woman when you, at whatever stage you are. So I worked hard. I suffered sometimes because of that, whether it was from my juniors or from my seniors or from my peers. But at the same time, I would give credit to people who saw me as an equal, people who supported me themselves. And the time when I started my career, and for a very long time, if you had a contemporary woman, they were seen as a competition, and it was not a support area. So I did get support, not saying that it came from unknown quarters. It came from people I did not know, or people I hadn't met. I did get that. but I had to create a path of my own in many ways. And more often than not, as many men created impediments, there were very many who, acknowledged it, and they supported and they helped. But like I said, it's also for you to literally be comfortable being uncomfortable. I think that's a summary of it. And I think millennials have changed that. The girls, the millennials in last 10 years plus, these kids who have come out, they support each other. And we've seen businesses, and we've seen women co-founders, just women-led businesses. And I think I really appreciate that. And I think that really is a great way for them to go forward. And I'm sure Gen Z will have a bigger impact. And Gen Alpha, which is developing now, the smaller kids that we have, they will definitely do bigger and better things than what we were able to do in the past. And I can only say that as a person, my mission is to support them, to help them find their way, find themselves, find their missions and goals and their passion. And that's basically what I'm working for with UDash as well. That combines my personal passion with my business, and part of it would help creating a larger impact on a society. It would create a better world, a more responsible world than what I came into. That's my personal mission and a goal as well.
Absolutely. That's the need for developing the women-led businesses. That is what our key topic has been so far. So before we would be closing for the day, I would want you to leave the last few lines, inspirational ones, if you can, for the startups who are watching right now, the founders, the leaders who are watching you right now. And I'm sure that many corporates who would be watching you right now.
So when you invited me, Iti, and until yesterday, I didn't think about it, to be honest, but I did have to go back to my notes and some of the research I did as part of UDash as well. So there was a research done by McKinsey, and this was in 2015. And that time they mentioned that if every country matched the progress towards gender parity, and if you just have comparison with your fastest improving neighbor as a country, the total GDP by 2025 can be improved by 12 trillion in the world. And just for India, the suggestion was 16% inclusion of gender parity, and our GDP, the women-led, with this 16% of inclusion would be 0.7 trillion. So I would just leave with this thought, having this as a business scenario for any business individual who is making a decision, for women-led businesses, which not only give higher returns, are more stable. They give you more value for your dollar or a rupee, because women know how to multitask and stretch that for a large method. But the impact on a society that as a new business can create, it would be massive. And it just helps. The economic growth will just catapult to build a better world, which is more responsible and can create a better impact as well.
Absolutely. David.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I agree with everything that Parul said, and in addition, so I'm currently writing my second book, which is all about this issue, and it's going to be called "The Fight for Fairer Funding," which is our strapline of funding focus. It's also the title of my TEDx talk that I gave. So if people want to see, you could just go onto YouTube and type in "The Fight for Fairer Funding," and you can see my talk. And the book will come out this summer, but it's really interesting in the preparations for the book. And I was talking with people about the title, and a lot of people were saying to me, well, why are you calling it "The Fight for Fairer Funding"? And it isn't fight kind of a masculine testosterone kind of thing. And I started to question myself about it. And then I actually put a poll out on LinkedIn, and it was really interesting because it came back overwhelmingly that whilst some people didn't like it, more people liked "The Fight for Fairer Funding" as a title for the book than any of the others. More women liked it than any of the other options. More men liked it than any of the other options. More people from diverse backgrounds liked it than any of the other options. And I was I was actually on a podcast yesterday with a guy, and this is a podcast that's going out to the DACH region, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. So it was done in German. I'm a fluent German speaker. And it was really interesting because we got into this discussion about fight. And I just kind of stopped and I thought, yes, it is a fight, but it's not a war. And it's a fight in the context of we are changing society. We are changing things in the way human beings interact and the way social structures are operating. And, you know, one of the people that I look up to as a huge leader for social change was Martin Luther King. And one of the things, and he had so many very famous expressions, but one of the expressions that is perhaps a little less famous was that he said, I want young men and women who are not alive today to understand the fight that people have done, and that freedom is never given to anybody without suffering and sacrificing. And I think we're in a similar issue. There's going to be a fight. There's going to be a challenge. We're going to have to win people over. There are going to be arguments. You know, I don't want there to be deaths. It's not a war situation, but we face a very, very uphill challenge. The playing field is not level. And to get that playing field level, we're going to have to fight. And yeah, so, and I'm, as I said, I am publicly declaring this as, this is what I'm dedicating my life to doing. And so, you know, please join me in this, and I will join with you, and let's work together, because this is something that will make the world a better place and that will make humanity just better.
Absolutely. David has found his vision, and Parul is leading her way to more inspiration. And we are totally inspired by both of you today, right? From changing our mindset to thinking about how we are bringing up our children, to talking about getting investable, getting more fundable, and scaling up our business and growing it better. That is what women should start thinking about. If I take the clue from what Parul was talking about, and in India, we are like 20 million women entrepreneurs right now. If we just double the number and we create the similar kind of jobs that we are creating right now, which is between 1 to 5, just scale them up to that level, we are creating actually 150 million jobs.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, that
and then double it again, and then double it again.
Yes, and that itself means solving the problem of unemployment in India. Almost.
Exactly.
We do this, our economy is 22% time richer. So these are the kind of numbers that we are talking about if we can make startup more inclusive. And that's what WEFT is working towards right now. And DoDash, Funding Focus, both of you, I think we would love to collaborate and take this mission ahead and get more women to start working on entrepreneurship. We just are looking for your blessings and support over there. So hoping that we get that. And thank you so much for this wonderful discussion today. Parul, you would like to, you were saying something. Would you like to?
I just wanted to add here, Iti. So we are there for you, and we will support you in whichever way you need us to be there. So that's important. And I think one of the impacts with the numbers that you just ran, the thought that just came to my mind was, you know, it's not just 1 to 5. It will have a much bigger. It's like, you know, it just grows bigger and bigger. And it becomes a safe place for women. If the business is led by a woman, she creates a safe place for other girls and other women to come forward. So I just remembered one of my life incidents. Basically, it just reminded, and it was an impulse that came out. My first employee, actually, when I started my business way back in 2007, was a girl, and her mom came to the interview because she wanted to see, you know, where is she going to go. Where is she going to work? Because, you know, you want your girls to go to, you know, larger businesses, which are safe. Even if I was a woman-led business, she was going to be my first employee. The mother wanted to have that, that comfort. And I think that is the bigger impact that we can create for the parents and for the society at large. And I just pasted a few links for the participants today. So one is on the DoDash community. Welcome to join, it's for free. Take benefit and give us feedback what you're looking for. We would be happy to service your requirements. And then, which I mentioned about the investor readiness checks. So that is another link. People are welcome to share their brief, and we would be happy to provide them feedback. And again, that's for free.
Wow, wonderful. David, you were saying something to give a closure.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking in the context of there was a very high profile female-led business that recently did its IPO in America, a company called Bumble, and Whitney Wolfe Herd is the founder. And she's one of the, I think there are half a dozen now, but she's the latest female unicorn. And I think, people should take inspiration from stories like that. She's in her early 30s. She's a mum. There was a brilliant thing on social media recently where she was going to work and signing in on the company register thing. And she had her young child sort of in a sling. And she was a mum taking her child to work, and she was the CEO and the founder of this billion-dollar company. And she's making it work. And I think, again, and this is our theme with Funding Focus, is let's not moan about how wrong it is or how unfair it is. Let's look at people who've made it work. Let's learn from them. Let's use them to inspire us to make the world a better place.
Completely. Thank you so much. It was very inspirational, and I'm sure that there's a lot of takeaways, a lot of key things that everyone has learned from this session today. Thanks a lot, David. Thanks, Parul, for being here.
Thank you so much.
Being partner to this event. We are looking forward for another event that would be coming up shortly. We are going to discuss that with you. So here we are announcing it here, that hoping that you will partner with us on the next event. And we have here with us Nelson, please join. Nelson is yet another partner from Fame Technologies. He was there in the first half today. Hey. And we together have built this particular session. So before we close on the session, I would just request you to stay back for 15 more minutes. We are just saying a big thank you round for everyone who has been part of this amazing WEFT conference today. Firstly, I would like to thank all the speakers. David, Parul, thank you so much for being part of the show. We would like to also thank Mitch, Zawahil, Nadalina, Nelson J. Vasant, who's right here with us, Sarah Brook, Ramji Balat, Jen Wuhong, Emma Lloyd, who was also supposed to be part of this fireside chat, but unfortunately she could not make it for this chat, but she was there in her session, the solo session that she did with us. Marta Balint, Martin Barnes, the bridge coach. Thank you so much for making this conference happen. We will shortly be sending out smaller videos of each and every session. If audience would like to take and go through it once again, it would be available for you all to watch on our social media platforms. Thanks to our partners, Fame Technologies, DoDash, Your Story, our digital media partners, Funding Focus, our educational partners, Startup Buddy, outreach partners, Startup Culture, Startup News, NQBay, and social media shout out partners like ET Now, Women Can Startup, NSRCell from IIMB. And a very special thanks to Michael Kozak, because he has been right from the beginning. Yeah. I think he has been working with us silently behind the scene for a very long time. He woke up today early morning at 4 o'clock to make this possible for us. So special thanks to you, and of course to a wonderful Fame Tech team, including Sudarshan, Chavan, Solomon, Amina, Shalini, and Shravan. Thank you so much. Without you guys, we would have never had this wonderful session. Have a good day, good evening for everyone, and have a great weekend, all of you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Thank you.